Goodness, it gets colder and colder, but it doesn't matter. We are staunch. We are British. We will get through it. It doesn't matter. Just put the heating on in the car, drive around for days. In fact, you might as well end up sleeping in the car. It's going to make it a lot warmer than putting the heating on at home. But all the people I've spoken to say don't worry about the heating at home. What's the point? Why would you worry about it? Goodness sake, keeping warm surely is far, far better than having to worry about the cost of everything, even though we do deep down inside. It's Friday, December the 16th. I'm Steve Allen. The nurses for Britain, let's sit down and sort this out as quickly as possible. I don't want to see nurses on the picket line again. And the rail staff have accepted a pay deal, except the RMT. I suspect there is dissension in the ranks, and I suspect they might overrule old Mick Lynch. They might go, listen, we're losing a fortune out here. We've gained nothing. Most of the rail staff have accepted this pay deal. Why not accept this 9%? Please. It would make it so much easier. But, of course, that will then undermine little Lynch, and he won't be happy with it. But that's the way forward. Why would you want to be at home? You know, if you're losing 5,000 quid, it's not the best way to go. 9%, better than nothing. Better than nothing. Russ Abbott. Remember Russ Abbott? Used to be on the television all the time with the Russ Abbott show. But anyway, he's now become a bit of a recluse because his shows are no longer aired on the television. But you can buy them, presumably, on DVD. He went in, I think he ended up in Last of the Summer Wine. I'm pretty certain. Russ Abbott, you know, then became a straight actor and did very, very well indeed. But it is a problem for a lot of people who've been very big in, you know, the 60s, 70s. I think he was more 70s, 80s, though. And then all of a sudden they don't play your shows anymore and the repeats don't come in. So I think he went into Last of the Summer Wine. So I'm pretty certain. Let's have a quick look. And, yeah, he has joined the cast of Last of the Summer Wine. And very good he was, too. Very good he was, too. He's 75 now. 75, and he's had awards, you know, and he's also had an album out, and he used to have his own weekly show on television. He was very good. He used to work with Blunder Woman, Bella Emberg. They used to work together very well indeed. And I used to see her a lot at the Lady Rattlings, and a lovely person she really was. So he's, you know, I can understand that. People sit at home and they watch the television and go, my shows were funnier. I had funnier comedy shows. The woman whose boss slapped her bum with a ruler has been awarded compensation. That's apparently worth 90 grand. £90,000. I mean, you can't find a ruler in this building for love nor money. God knows I've looked. I said, excuse me, has anybody got a ruler around here? You know, there's a few people you have your eye on, and they go, no, we don't have rulers anymore, Steve. £90,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money, isn't it, for just basically somebody, you know, smack you on the bottom with it. In my day, you'd have just laughed it off. You would have, seriously, that's how it would have been. In my days, you'd laugh it off. If the teacher clipped you round the ear in class, you laughed. You didn't go home and tell your mum. Dear God in heaven, of course you didn't. That meant you'd misbehaved at school. And that's what your parents did. They sent you to school to be taught right from wrong and to be educated. Also, the locals who were watching, staring out to sea the other day in this country. And what do they see walking along the sand all by its lonesome? A penguin. And somebody went, it's a penguin. You know, and the penguin walks along all by itself, obviously completely lost. It is cold out there, you know. And in fact, it prompts me to tell you one of my all-time favourite books from a childhood was called Mr. Popper's Penguins. Did you ever read it? Mr. Popper's Penguins. It was fab. It was about the story of a radio ham in this country, and he used to tune in to the radio every night, and he'd discover a captain in the Antarctic, and he used to talk to him every night. And Mr. Popper used to sit at home in his little house with his wife, and then the captain, the other end, said, I'm going to send you a little surprise, Mr. Popper. And Mr. Popper went, what is it? It's a surprise. And it arrived. A week later, a packing case turned up, and in it were 2 penguins. And Mr. Popper had his penguins. And they had babies. And they decided to go out touring the theatres with Mr. Popper. And then they made a film about it. But the film was made with American money. So, of course, they turned the story into an American story, which it wasn't. But it was very good, nevertheless. So Mr. Popper's Penguins, one of my favourite books. Still love it. Still love it. Anyway, what else do we have? Oh, the Mum's Terror bailiffs bully her over a £65 fine. She got 2 clamps put on her car, and then they broke down her front door to get in. I mean, really. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. this tea's lovely this morning. Do you know, I've drunk quite a lot of tea this morning, and I don't know why. I don't know if I'm particularly thirsty, or because I had soup yesterday. Haddock chowder. Don't even ask. It's too delicious. No, I haven't had the Cullen skink yet. That's over this weekend. That's the treat for this weekend from Henry's mum. So I'm looking forward to that. Jailbird Becker flies home to Germany on a private jet. He didn't serve the full sentence because of various things that sort of came in. Also, the Sussexes. God, I'm bored with them. I'm absolutely bored with them now. They've just been, all right, so they've got a programme out. They've trousered a bit of money. Harry's insecure. Meghan's even worse. And they've droned on selling their stories about the royal family. But as somebody said on Newsnight last night, in fact, the royal editor of The Times, I think it was, and they had a podcaster there as well. And I thought they were going to have opposing views, but they didn't. They agreed on everything. That they obviously thought that they were really high up in the royal family, whereas they weren't. Harry was always the prat. He was the one who got drunk. He was the one who dressed up. He was the one who said dressing up as a Nazi was the most embarrassing thing he'd ever done. He didn't know how to behave. He couldn't keep girlfriends, mainly because, he obviously thinks that he's somebody special, because he believes if you're on the front page of the papers that you're a force to be reckoned with. And this bloke who was the royal editor, I think, of The Times, said they weren't, and they're not. It's as simple as that. And Meghan as well, a very, very average actress. Certainly didn't do anything of any note. She was in Suits, but nobody, watch her in it. Want to see Wooden? That'll be it. And so that's why it's not a case of she's given up acting. Acting's given her up. But they've got their money. Fine, let them do what they want with it. But they have literally broken any bridge that could ever be walked over to reinstate the relationship with the royal family. He's dissed his brother. He's dissed his father. He basically came to within half a millimetre of dissing the Queen at the same time by saying she just sat there and didn't do anything about it. And you think to yourself, you really are a deeply challenged boy, aren't you? Really deeply challenged. But, they'll have the book coming out. Are there any going to be any new revelations? Shouldn't think so. And incidentally, it's a case of what will they be doing for Christmas? Will they ever come back here? No. They won't ever come back to this country, which is just, I don't want them back here. They're nothing to do with the royal family. If they don't like the royal family, stop milking it by calling yourself the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. That should have been taken away ages ago. In fact, a poll in this country suggests that we should take away that title from them because they're trading on it. Harry thinks he's going to build some sort of relationship in America. Well, it's going to take him a lifetime because he wasn't exactly the brightest penny in the box over here. He was the one who trailed behind William, and now he's sort of put down, William was shouting and screaming at me and everything else. You think, this is private, mate. This is private. I don't discuss things like that I have with my producer. If he has a screaming match with me, a little tantrum and throws his toys out, do I go on air and talk about it? Of course I do. Of course I go on air and talk about it. It's the only way we can get my own back. My programme, he doesn't have a microphone, and there's a reason. There's a reason for not giving him a microphone. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what he thinks. But they care what I think, which is why they're very popular. And that's why you have to download before you miss out on the podcasts, and a lot of people are doing it, globalplayer.com. Once you've got it, and you have to get it because it's the only place that you can get the Steve Allen podcast from, Steve Allen, the whole show. So all you have to, because otherwise you'll lose it. You can still pick up the other podcast of mine in the usual place where you get it, and it doesn't affect your listening pleasure. But if you want to download, which I know thousands upon thousands of you do every month, then you need to have globalplayer.com. Once you've got it, go to the podcast section, search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening on Alexa, there we go, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast. Thank you. Everywhere around the country, all go, oh, for God's sake, he's not doing it this early. He's not doing it this early. I am, I'm afraid. I really am. Shane says, you're right about the Sussexes. He says, I switched the TV on earlier this morning. They were on every channel. I know. The world's most boring couple. The world's most boring, dreary dullards you've ever met. As I say, average actress whose career wouldn't have gone any further. And member of the royal family who basically didn't do very much. He had his 10 years in the forces, but that was basically to give him something to do. Nobody really knew what Harry did, poor little soul. There's still people, can you believe it, in this day and age, still people who go, Charles isn't his father. Seriously, I'm always amazed at that, always amazed. I mean, just because he's got ginger hair. I mean, I used to be platinum. When I was born, I had platinum hair. I look pretty cute, I have to tell you, as platinum. And then it sort of gradually, as I got a bit older, it sort of darkened down a little bit, and then I became strawberry blonde. And that was always quite interesting. But no, people's hair colour changes. Harry's hasn't. It's remained thin and wispy for a long, long time, so he grew the beard. And if you remember, members of the forces that he was in, you're not supposed to have beards, but he defied everything. He's always been arrogant as that ghastly, revolting Prince Andrew. Another one who sort of just thought he could get away with just about anything. And it only goes to prove that he couldn't, because he's not in the royal family either now. I've noticed, actually, Sarah Ferguson very wisely has kept her big mouth shut, having said he's a good man. And everybody's going, I think you're off your trolley, love. I think you're off your trolley. Anyway, it's 8 here and snowing. For the first time, I've got the fans on full blast thanks to a hot flush. I should really save the pennies and stand out in the garden, says Rebecca. -8. My friend from Radio X, Rich, he said down where he's going it's about -7. I thought, oh God, roll on Sunday when it's going to be about 11 degrees. Thank God. Steve, the bug or cold going around that you think is a cold may actually be COVID. I did 2 tests, both negative last week, and then was due to go somewhere this week on Monday. I thought I'd do another one to be overly cautious, and it was positive. So please consider more than 1 or 2 tests. Well, I don't have COVID. I don't have COVID. I could tell you for a fact I don't have COVID, and I'm high risk. So if I had COVID, you'd know about it, believe you me. Paul says, as Virgin Airlines will now start using biofuels, their slogan could be, come fry with me. Thank you. I bought some oil the other day for frying. I don't know why, actually. I can't remember. I didn't really fry anything. In the end, I didn't buy it. I bought spray. You can get a spray oil, which is very good. It's better for you. Just a little spray on the thing and put the item in there and happily cooked away. Little sausages I did with bacon wrapped round them, which was good. Caught the train again yesterday. Ain't going to find anybody, sort of making my life any more difficult. Unfortunately, the train was heaving. Packed solid, really. Every workman under the sun get the tube in the morning and they all get off at various stops. And then, you get a seat, which is okay. But today I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to do the bus all the way. I've decided. Excuse me. Because I thought, I didn't get home yesterday. It's the bus that takes the time at the other end, the bus from Hammersmith. Fine if you whiz through Chiswick and then you start getting the ghastly school children on. Like the producer, which is a bit infuriating, but you have to put up with it. Put it this way, I just humour him. It's so much easier. There's no point in not doing. I think that's the language he learned. I don't know what school it was, but I think it was a very school. But all the kids are on the bus. The girls with their little skirts and the boys who looked as though they basically got out of bed in the morning, thrown the school uniform on and just turned up. I don't think they've had a wash, a bath, a shower, a shave or anything. Seriously, I've never seen such a scruffy-looking bunch. We'd have been sent home in my day. They'd have been, they've gone, sorry, your shoes are dirty. Nowadays, the kids, we used to clean our shoes on a Monday. On a Sunday we used to do it. And that's what you had to do. Nowadays, they don't seem to bother. Did you see the film versions as Alan? No, I haven't seen Mr. Popper's Penguins. I know it was Jim Carrey. And very cold down here in Mudderford. It's on the coast. Well, of course it'll be cold. You're on the coast. That's how it works. If you're there on the coast, you get the wind that come in. That's why, people who seriously cross the channel in this country, there is the danger, like we had the other day, and it's just not good enough. It is not good enough. They had a writer on Question Time last night, and he was saying, can you tell me why they don't want to be in France? And the MP, I think she was Lib Dem, she came over as quite aggressive, actually. I can't remember what her name was. Might be Penny or Daisy or somebody like that. But she was sort of saying, well, let me finish talking. And she never got round to the answer of why people wanted to leave France to come here. I would have thought better to stay in France. The food's better. The people are nicer. And it's not as overcrowded as we are. But for some reason, they want to come here. God knows why.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Friday, December the 16th. I hope you're well. And if you're in bed, I'd stay there. There is no point and getting out of bed this morning, unless you've got to go to work, in which case then you might have to get out of bed. And but make it quick. Whoosh, out of bed, whoosh, in the bathroom, whoosh, clothes on, whoosh, out. You know, get in the bus, get on the bus, even though the buses are quite cold as well at the moment. You see people done up. You would think that people would be getting on the bus and sort of undoing the coat and everything else, but not. Unfortunately, people stand there freezing to death. When the producer was at school a couple of days ago, he used to get changed in bed so as not to get cold. Yeah. You can imagine, can't you? You know, you've got the duvet and then you're trying to put your trousers on and all the rest of it. It was good. I work on the assumption that, you know, I'm going to get cold. I did stand in front of the fire in the sitting room, actually, earlier on, and that was quite nice. And I thought, I'm going to burn. I'm going to sort of end up being burnt to pieces. People are cuddling cows to relieve stress. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not the safest thing to do. And the Christmas classic song When a Child is Born by Johnny Mathis has been deemed racist because it has a word in there to describe the colour of children. I mean, let's face it, we've had it every year. Nobody mentioned it last year, the year before, ever since it came out. Now they're mentioning it. So they're saying that they should edit out, you know, nobody cares what colour the child is, it says in the song, you know, black, white, then they go on to all the rest of it. Bad news for the producer, 7 in 10 men are overweight, with a quarter now obese. And he did say to me, he said, Steve, with tears in his eyes, which I thought was conjunctivitis, he said, Steve, he said, I'm not obese. And I looked at him and I went, Elliot, you're not obese. You know, if you were obese, you would know. And at least he's not alone, because we have decided, Freddie and myself, to try and eat as much as he eats so that he won't make him feel embarrassed. You know, that now we're all the same size. You know, we're all looking around for a girdle to wear so that we can keep the stomach in. And this is even before we've had Christmas lunches, which is not very good, is it? What else? The Sussexes never thought they'd get their security taken away. And Ben Shepherd, you know Ben Shepherd, good-looking one on the television. They put him in a suit to try and make him look more adult. But he almost turned to stripping during his days in uni. I should imagine people would have paid good money for that. See Ben Shepherd stripped off. Heavens above, honestly. Very embarrassing. And what was the other one that I quite... Oh, Culture Club. John Moss, I think, went to court because he was complaining about royalties and stuff like that. Anyway, he appears to have lost the case. And I remember Boy George wrote something to go, na, to John Moss. He could end up with a legal bill of £1 million. Now, I don't think John Moss has got £1 million. I really don't think so, but that's when it gets a problem. I've said to you before, if you go to, like Rebecca Vardy, you know, dipstick of the first order, you know, go to court, go to big boys' court, not some little county court messing around, and in that case, she lost £1.5 million and still started complaining about it. And you think to yourself, well, you shouldn't have gone to court in the first place. You were on a hiding to nothing. The traitor, the Sun says, who do you think this is? It's Harry. It's Harry. He lays into screaming wills. He calls Father the King a liar. He has the gall to demand an apology. But the Sun says the firm put on a united front. Oh, there's no way that Harry's going to win. I'm sure that him and Meghan must sit there thinking they're being really, very clever. But frankly, whinging Harry, who's branded Will's a bully, all this, the gutless attacks on his brother over Mexit, you know, I think they deserve each other. I think they absolutely deserve each other. And the Arthur Edwards says here, he says, for 6 episodes of this series, Arthur Edwards is the Sun's royal photographer. He's known the royal family for years. And he says, but what do they know about their daily struggle? They've moaned about their lot. They have a mansion in California, private planes, luxury cars, security, and are being paid a fortune to say whatever they like about the royal family. You know, really bit tragic, he says. And that's what everybody says about Harry, who thinks he's really clever. Unfortunately, he's not. He's just a petulant little child. And Meghan is pampered by 2 assistants, so she talks about how challenging life is as a mother. Yeah, that's why they get on private jets and fly around all over the place to give talks on how you should be conducting your life. They don't know anything. They're not in the real world. So why should we care? We don't. It's as simple as that. Here's this penguin. This was in a beach in Kent. Natasha Parry says she sort of watched it, and then all of a sudden it just plunged into the freezing English Channel. But penguins don't worry about that. They're mainly blubber, mainly fat, you know. An awful lot in common with the... Anyway, moving on. Russ Abbott was fabulous. especially as my name is Bond, Brooke Bond. Met him in Harrods, says Sandra in Broxbourne. We're now praying for warmer weather. Oh, God, we're all praying for warmer weather. Are we ever? Steve, Dad used to put Blakey's on our shoes, and I used to love the sound as we walked. I don't know what Blakey's are. What are Blakey's? We don't know. Neither of those do. Cuddling into my Sprudel dog, little hot water bottle, loving your chat and getting up to make a cup of tea. I like the sound of yours, says Annette. Oh, it's lovely. You cannot beat a cup of tea. I've nearly drunk this one. Only got it like 20 minutes ago, and already I've drunk it, which is great. Lauren in Thamesmead says, pretty cold here, Steve, opposite the lake. Roll on the warmer days. Oh, they're Blakey's shoe protectors. Oh, right. How do you fix those onto shoes? Sew them on? Oh, I don't know. I wonder if you can go to any one of those. Yeah, let's give them a ring now. Hello, how do you fix these on shoes? You glue them? What do you do with them? Or do you take them into one of those shoe shops? They look, well, they are horseshoes in the middle. That's what horseshoe. Oh, right. Oh. I don't know. I don't want to fall over. Definitely not. Definitely not. Don't like the falling over bit. That's very dangerous at my age. Very dangerous. But thank you for the Blakey's information. Now we know. Mike says the water pipe to the laundry room is frozen, so no washing until it thaws out. Worse still, he's on a boat. As the moorings are tidal, there's a pump used to push all waste into the sewer at land level. This isn't working either due to the cold. At times like this, living on a boat is a bit of a challenge. I can well imagine. Well imagine. And freezing cold. Freezing cold. It's all right in some of these big ocean-going yachts where I don't even know if they've got central heating. I suppose you just sort of float the thing out to where you find heat. Ali Ross does television, and he's described the Sussexes as whinge, 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 cringe. And that's all they do. They just whinge. So, but as they're a pair of hypocrites, I'm not interested in anything that goes on in the royal family. I really couldn't care less. Makes no, if you can't deal with it without sort of, doing a programme where you diss the family, we all know what her family's like. And I suppose we can all take a guess at what our royal family's like. But they're being discreet. As always, they're not saying anything. They don't have any comment. Unlike Harry, who trap you can't keep shut. Eventually it'll finish. Hope in my lifetime. A Gran says she dreads Christmas Day because she's got a phobia of Brussels sprouts. Another one of these drearies. Kirsten Shepherd says she gets hot and sweaty and shaky of face with them. Well, stop drinking over Christmas, dear. It's ridiculous. If you don't like sprouts, don't serve them up for Christmas lunch. But for the rest of us, we adore sprouts. Individually, we agree that as a group they're rather... Shake off the shackles of yesterday, shoulder to shoulder into the fray. Our daughters will adore us, and we'll sing in grateful chorus. Brussels sprouts, Brussels sprouts. You remember the song? No, from Mary Poppins. You wouldn't remember it. I did a very good renditioning then of the Sister Suffragette song. But, it was just to ease the programme into itself. No, they didn't sing about Brussels sprouts. I just interpreted that myself to make it... It's very clever, isn't it? Very clever. And very funny, I thought. Very, very funny. Producer gets nothing. That's the trouble, when you're 12, what do you know about? Nothing at all. If I said to him, oofle dust, he wouldn't know what that was. He would have no idea. Oofle dust. No idea. How about Izzy Wizzy, let's get busy? You know what that is, do you? What's that? It was from a kid's show. Okay. What was... Sooty, there you go. Izzy Wizzy, let's get busy. And what did he have? He had a packet of oofle dust at the same time. Yeah, well, he did. I don't care whether you remember it or not. He had it, okay? Sooty and I converse on a regular basis. Who's going to be number one at Christmas? Sure ain't going to be Matt Gross, Boss, or whatever his name, Goss. It's going to be Lad Baby. That's what I think. I might be wrong, but I think not. They've got all these people in the show. They've got Elton John, Ed Sheeran, you name them, they're in Lad Baby's new video. Unfortunately, they're all fakes. They're all lookalikes, but even so, how original. And the money's split between two charities. They're all having a go at trying to get it. Even Sam Ryder wants to be number one, but it's not going to happen. And he was on... this morning, the other day, but he was allowed to plug his album saying, download it now and everything else, which of course is breaking the broadcasting code, but nobody stopped him. Somebody in the gallery should have said in the earpiece of Alison Hammond, stop him now, we're breaking the law. OK, but even Dermot O'Dreary didn't have the faintest idea. He asked for the camera to be on him, and the producer, whoever he was yesterday, didn't do anything about it. Bit naughty, very naughty.
So a short back and sides again, or something a bit different this time?
We chock-a-block all week, I'm afraid.
Lenny's barbershop needs a new staff member, a talented snipper who'll really gel with the team.
If you can wait till next week, I could do Thursday.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed's employer dashboard, you can attract, interview and hire candidates all in one place. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Friday, December the 16th. You're listening to the biggest audience at this time of the morning. Woo! Thank you very much indeed for that one. And I love it when somebody says, do you like anybody? No, I don't like you either, so I've banned you. I always love doing things like that. It's the power of radio. Somebody writes in a text. I learnt this from James O'Brien. He said, if somebody writes something in that you don't like the look of, just ban them forever. Then they have to go and buy another telephone, which costs them money, which is great. I love doing things like that. Goodness sake, there's only one of us making a living here, and it's me. Martin says it's snowing in central Scotland. Of course it is. It's central Scotland. It's freezing cold. You're at the top of the country. He says, don't you think people who walk around with selfie sticks should take a good look at themselves? Right, you're barred. Not having old-fashioned jokes like that at this time of the morning. Steve says, Kenny, Harry's not going to win. 88 million, I think he's won already. Oh, you're one of those tragic people who believes that money's the answer to everything, which means you don't have any money, do you? So you think that by having 88 million means he's won. Why would you think that, unless you're particularly dim? 88 million means you've sold your rights. You've sold your life. You've sold yourself down the river. He's now got no family. She's got no family. They're two lonely souls floating around in a sea of 88 million. And if you seriously think 88 million solves the problem, you're even more stupid than I thought you were. I recently, Steve, says John, had my 6-month diabetes checkup, and as usual, they took my weight. I was delighted to hear the nurse say my weight was perfect, something I haven't heard for years. And then she said the only trouble is I should be 12 foot 2 inches. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. In fact, you're the ideal weight for your height of 13 foot 6. I'm drinking water now. I'm having a thirst on like there's no tomorrow. Isn't it funny? Freezing cold outside, ice cold water in here. Ice cold water, which I love. Steve, my tea towels arrived yesterday. One of them was intended as a gift for a friend, but I might just keep it and hang it like a tapestry. And do you think Rory would mind? No, definitely not. Nick in Oxford says, you hammer them on. Thank you. And Brendan says, couldn't the producer get his own back by simply turning you off? I mean, it is possible. Wouldn't they be the one in control? No, I can overrule them in the studio here. I can overrule them here. I've got a complete control panel. How little you know about radio. How little you know. I have the control panel here. I can put my microphone on and off, and the producer is then redundant. I mean, as I've said to him, coming up to Christmas, unless my present costs in excess of 3 figures, you're not going to work on this show ever again. It's as simple as it's just simple. It's simple techniques for getting what you want in this day and age, and it always works. All I have to do is offer him a few sweets before the programme or a chocolate Father Christmas, and he is putty in my hands. It's a case of, you're so kind to me, Steve. I said, well, I like to help the little people. I like to look after them, and he's also very easily bribed. You've only got to say to, if I say to him, listen, we need to sort this out, you say, I'll do that today, and he does it. Because that's how it works. With sort of my job, with age comes experience. And that's why, Brendan, you're barred. Okay, simple as that. It's just something I want to do now, and it makes me happy for the festive season. Matt says, very cold, working outside tonight. -8 last night in parts of Guildford. Yep. Everybody complaining, says Mark in Romford, about the hot summer now. About the hot summer. Now they're complaining about the freezing cold. You can't win. I know. Yeah, the hot summer went on for ages, didn't it? We couldn't breathe. We couldn't breathe in the hot summer, but I wouldn't mind a day where it drops to sort of 11 or 12 degrees. That'd be nice, because it is freezing cold at the moment. Our local chippy, says Graham, has gone back to wrapping your supper in old newspapers. Yesterday I had a place in the sun. Right, you're lucky to be making it. And I've just checked my temperatures, it says Johnny, in Sussex, on my gizmo outside, and it's -10 here again on the High Weald. I'm sitting in front of the log fire before having to venture out across to the barn to check on my small menagerie of animals, and it's time to cook a hearty breakfast for my daughters, all 4 of them, get them out of bed, and then get them to school safely. I'm off to Montreal for the new year to have a well-earned rest in the snow and freezing cold. How ironic. Oh, it will be cold over there. Very cold. Very, very cold. Even colder than we imagine. Steve, enjoying the broadcast. Is there a little something extra in your tea? You are buzzing, says James. No, and we're on water at the moment. We're on water. Ice-cold water out of our filtered taps. To be honest with you, I'm just excited to be here. Just excited to be here. You know, if somebody says, where would you rather be? Here. Here, can't think of anything else better. Have you got Cliff's Christmas album? I've been playing it for 2 weeks. Where have you been? Obviously not a regular listener to the programme. Everybody will tell you that. I booked it back in November. Ordered it. Trusting all is well. My boiler's broken, so I'm staying under the covers until the engineer arrives. Yes, well, I'm hoping you're going to get out of bed and get dressed before that happens. The engineer arriving, you're still in bed. So happy Christmas. -25 in Canada next week, and that's the high temperature, -25. Dreadful. Russ Abbott was Basildon Bond, says Paula in Stoke Pogis. And I think, says Martin Woolworth, sold Blakey's, and you hammer them into the heel of your shoe so they last longer. When we were all poor in the 70s, your young producers must learn something new every day on your show. Every minute of the show, they learn something new. They learn about everything. They learn about life. They learn about, what I like, what I don't like, how I like my tea bag left in the cup. I mean, this show is played in schools as an educational programme. This is what happens. If you go to most primary schools nowadays, you will find in, I think, year 4, this programme is on the curriculum. Have you heard Steve Allen? I mean, literally, I saw the thing the other day. They go 9 o'clock, maths, 10 o'clock, English, 11 o'clock, Steve Allen. And that's what it's there for. It's there to teach people, how to live your life, how to separate right from wrong, how to dispense with idiots, and, just basically you just sort of dispense with them. I mean, nowadays it's even easier. Before we had computers and before we had telephones and before we had carrier pigeons and stuff like that, people used to have to write into you. If they wanted to complain, they'd have to write in, then they'd have to find paper and an envelope, and then they'd have to find a stamp, and then they'd have to find their pen with green ink in it. You could always tell if somebody was complete Looney Tunes because they were writing in green ink. And they always used to say the same thing. I'm speaking on behalf of everybody I know, and they've all said that Steve Allen is the best show we've ever heard on the radio. And I used to go, yeah, whatever. Does it make any difference? Used to make us laugh. You could spot the Looney Tunes people straight away by the spidery writing, and it was the fact that they always claimed to speak for everybody else. They always used to say, I've asked everybody. The truth of the matter is none of these people have got any friends. They're speaking for themselves and they're hoping they're going to get some sort of reply back. So all I used to do on air, I used to get the letter, so-and-so, 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 and that was it. There was never anything else after that. Even do my own sound effects. I tell you, there's no expense spared on this programme. Literally, there is no expense spared at all. And Mo says, you are a breath of fresh air. Thank you. And Steve, been waiting for this day when I text to say you're now getting me through the morning shift of a newborn. Oh, grief, I get that all the time. Mothers going, oh, I've got up again in the morning. Another bloody feed. Oh, God, clamp on. Here we go. And that was it. However, slight change in this case. He came 2 months early, so you're keeping both of us going with your witty ways. Would appreciate all positive thoughts to baby Vincenzo for a smooth recovery, and a big, huge thank you to all the staff at Frimley Park Hospital. I know it so well. Christine says, today is my 65th birthday, so it's lovely to wake up to listen to you on the radio, and then I don't feel so alone. The rail strikes have stopped my best friend coming down to London to spend the weekend with me. We will FaceTime. And my big children will come over, so I feel lucky. And I'm taking your advice and staying in bed with the electric blanket on. I shall get up at 7. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I might go out today because it's the weekend. And I might I know what they're saying about electric blankets, not really for diabetics because of heating too much. But I thought if I have one and I have it on low, and then I can just drape it over me, and I think I might buy an electric blanket today. I think so. I've survived without one. I found where the hot water bottle's gone. It was under the bed. Surprisingly, the water's gone cold, but kind of everything. Living in bed, Steve, or listening in bed with a lovely cup of Earl Grey and a lollipop. How lovely. Lollipop, lollipop, ooh, lolly, lollipop. Dave the Tanker Man says, Steve, -5. A very cold, happy Christmas to all the tanker drivers. And Barry says, I order my Christmas tree from Paul Cooper's in Twickenham. He will hold for me for Monday, and I'm waiting to set up Christmas when my daughters come home from university. His trees come with a wooden base, all included in the price. Do they really? Good Lord. Going for more water. It's ridiculous. I might have to do another trip for more water. Something nice about water. It's got to be cold. It's got to be cold water. I know I'm not supposed to have cold water, but our tap here dispenses ice-cold water. I let it run for about a minute, and then you put the cup underneath, and it's ice-cold water, and it's filtered. And you think to yourself, if you were in prison in a very hot country, the very thought of getting ice-cold water would be such a thrill. It would be, you'd bend over backwards for it. Kevin in Luton says, hope you're all well. Having issues with screen wash for the car. Went to a well-known car accessories store and bought a 5-litre bottle of screen wash that's good to -25 degrees. Took it out of the shed on Wednesday. It was a bottle of pink slush. Yeah, that's the trouble. I don't use screen wash. I really don't. I mean, what I do is I get in the car, start it up, put on the windscreen heater, and in less than a minute, it's cleared the windscreen. Don't ask me how it works. I have no idea. It just heats up very, very fast. And so I don't have to get messy with screen wash and spray de-icer and all the other things. So, yes, beware. Mind you, perhaps it was slush you bought. I like the idea of pink slush. What flavour would that be? Pink slush. Would it be Bazooka Joe? Bazooka Joe bubblegum flavour. That would be nice when it's strawberry. No, strawberry's not really pink slush, is it? That's more sort of ready pink slush. But the trouble is, I can't have slush anymore. It takes the roof of your mouth off. You get brain freeze. Have you ever had that before, where you get something icy and you put it in your mouth and you go, oh, no. Oh, it's horrible. Dreadful. And you get it upstairs in your brain, if, of course, you have a brain. Kathy says, I'm sitting on the sofa listening to you whilst wearing 2 fleece throws, a pair of thermal socks, a headscarf, and I've got 3 hot water bottles around me, and I'm still cold. Not as cold as the birds, though. Not as cold as the birds, I know. Down in Essex, there's birds standing out by bus shelters and sitting on... Oh, they must be frozen to death. But I think they get used to it, don't they? You don't see lots and lots of dead birds. It's like pigeons. They just sit there, they just fluff their feathers up, and immediately they've got central heating going. They don't worry about it at all. You never see birds just lying around dead if the temperature plummets. You never do. Found some lovely... Oh, that's what I've got to get today, Christmas cards. Not to send, even though I've got a load of Christmas cards that you've sent me. I shall do those on Monday, so thank you very much indeed. Very grateful. I've got to get them for the kids over Christmas and put money inside. Found some lovely Christmas cash boxes on Amazon. No need to wrap. Lovely pack. Oh, so I love them. They sell them on QVC or one of the other ones, where you get like 25 of these bags with the ribbon ties for like 10 quid. And you literally put bottles in or anything else, tie it up, do a bow round it, and they look lovely in metallic foil and everything. Saves having to wrap, doesn't it? But I know what cash boxes are. Lovely patterns with ribbon and bows and a name sticker. 8 for $3.99 on Amazon, says Jackie. Yeah, I mean, I thought they were lovely. Good idea, actually. Martin says, a recent survey revealed 6 out of 7 dwarves aren't happy. You're barred. I've told you before. I'm not having it.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Steve, they have good heated blankets in Lakeland. Well, there's a Lakeland down the road from me. But you know what the trouble is? Cold snap, everybody goes out. It's like middle of summer, what can't you get? Fans. Middle of summer, what doesn't work? The fridge. Middle of the winter, you know, it's not like it's a big surprise. We have winter every year. And yet still people can't work it out. Microwave bag puts to cuddle on Amazon. Smells nice as well, says Jackie. Thank you. And at school, says Roger, we were made to watch Tomorrow's World in science class, which gave us the chance to bunk off and raid the tuck shop. I remember Tomorrow's World. I remember it very well. Warm water in a sealed Ziploc bag rubbed over your windscreen is a great de-icer. Yeah, I mean, I put the heater on and it heats up within a minute. And it does the windscreen quickly. I put the windscreen wiper on and the ice it dissolves. I'm very lucky. I remember years ago having a car where, I mean, you'd sit there and you'd freeze to death. The heater was about as useless as sticking a tea light on the floor and rubbing your hands over it. And I remember sitting in the car thinking, this just isn't good enough. Whereas mine is like sitting in a blast furnace, and I've got heated seats as well. So whichever way you look at it, I'm going to have a warm bottom, a warm face, a warm tummy, or warm legs. I go for the whole lot. Another one, Dave says, did you hear Peter Andre's fleeing the cold to Australia for Christmas? No, he's not. He's back for Christmas Day in this country, having told you that he doesn't think that we should be playing Christmas songs. Mr. Misery, or as we prefer to call him, the Grinch, apparently will not be having a tree or presents or Christmas dinner because he thinks that, we should think about all the other people out there. The fact that all these other people out there, other people he's talking to, they want to try and enjoy themselves over Christmas. And it's also the fact that he's recently been hired as the head of this holiday company, So I mean, but the trouble with Peter Andre, you can buy him for threepence. He'll flog anything. He's a bit like the old Beckhams, but just not in the same class at all. Big Andy, the trucker. I get a lot of truckers on this programme. Somebody said to me the other day, my God, you've got a lot of truckers. I said, aren't they just? Aren't they just? He says, on the way to Peterborough from Cardiff, -8 on the M50. Well, you're not sitting on the roof of the truck, are you? I'm assuming you're inside, and I'm assuming it's warm, and I'm assuming if you're a proper trucker, and to be a proper trucker, you've got to have lights in the cab. A little tree or the lorry decorated with lights. You've got to look like the Coca-Cola lorry, Andy. That's what you've got to look like. That's it. And also you've got to play the holidays are coming, holiday. That's what you've got to play. And that's the way that all of a sudden you feel part of it. But watch those motorways. Bit icy out there. Bit icy. Steve, says Shane, I've just had a bowl of Neapolitan ice cream. I like the strawberry flavour. That's all it is. It's just flavouring, isn't it? I don't think he's ever seen a strawberry. I think we have Ian the ice cream man back again this morning. I think we've got salted caramel. We're very excited by this. Very excited by salted caramel because believe you me, at this precise moment, I can do with one because I'm so thirsty this morning and I don't know why I'm so thirsty. I must have had about 5 cups of tea. I'm on my 3rd cup of water. Every time there's a long ad break, I have to say to the producer, who are you? And it always goes down very well indeed. He'll always have a little chuckle to himself. Oh, Steve, you're so funny, aren't you? And I always go, yeah, well, Actually, I wanted to go to the Museum of London. They've got a new exhibition, been running since October. It's called 700 Years of Executions in London, on how, we were really barbaric. And up at Tyburn was the Tyburn tree, and they would hang people from there. And there's a plaque in the middle of the road. I don't advise you to go and stand on it. And they would execute people outside the Tower of London, inside the Tower of London. Hounslow Heath was another popular place where they would hang highwaymen. And they've done an exhibition on how bad we really were. Public executions were a day of celebration. They'd be going, get the family out. Come on, kids. Hey, come on. They're executing 3 robbers down at Tower Hill. Yeah, Dad, can we get an ice cream? Yep, and we're going to get a little noose as well, and you can hang Teddy on it and things like that. Yeah, for your key ring. And that's what we did. They used to have all sorts of different methods of execution. Execution Dock was so named because we executed people there. Inside the Tower of London, outside the Tower of London. Most of them inside the Tower of London were buried at St. Peter ad Vincula, which is the church inside the Tower of London. They found all sorts of bones there of people who went there to be beheaded. And there was no, nowadays, they had a guy in America recently. He was a convicted murderer and he was executed by lethal injection. And the family of the girl that he murdered had waited for this day. And in America, they've still got this system whereby you can pick your favourite meal to have before you're given the lethal injection, which, to be honest with you, the lethal injection is a bit of a cop-out because it just sends you to sleep. They have 3 syringes backstage, and you don't know which one's got the sodium pentothal or whatever it is in there. That's the truth drug, isn't it? And it was a case of, they said, have you got any last words? He said, yes. He said, I've regretted this every day of my life, so I hope for the family this gives them some sort of restitution on it. But he said, I hope that we never have executions going on. And then actually I heard somebody last night talking on LBC about bringing back public executions or bringing back executions. And I said, the death penalty is never going to solve anything. Because otherwise, over the years, they've gone, bring back the death penalty. You think that's going to put people off? Of course it's not. In fact, even when we had the death penalty, people were still out there committing crimes. It's not worth it. And then do you remember the film Let Him Have It? Where that young boy, who didn't even pull the trigger of a gun or do anything with the policeman, was executed. Whereas the person who did pull the trigger is living in Australia. It's not worth it. Once you've executed somebody, if you make a mistake, what do? Go, I'm really sorry about that. Really sorry. And the death penalty solves nothing at all. I would always do gut reaction and go, yeah, we should definitely, I would want some sort of, closure. Somebody takes away the life of a person in your family, you want something horrible to happen to them. But it's not going to stop people murdering, because those people who are of the inclination to take other people's lives, they couldn't care less whether there's a death penalty. They're not put off by it at all. So it doesn't solve. And just suppose you make a mistake, and we've made some mistakes. An eye for an eye, and the whole world goes blind. It's one of those things. It does not solve the problem. There is no thing that you can offer that puts people up. If there was, you wouldn't get people in America on death row because they'd be going, oh no, I definitely didn't commit that crime because I didn't want to die. Anyway, for his last meal, he had 2 pork chops with some potatoes and a peach Melba with ice cream. And that was not that it makes the slightest difference what you have as your last meal. It's almost a case of, you're going to die, so we thought we'd feed you before we execute you. And you think to yourself, it's not worth it, is it? But there's loads of people on death row, and they just they go there and they die. But then the electric chair, 9 out of 10 times, they'd put the wet pads on the head and on the arms and everything else, and these people would basically self-incinerate in front of you. Then they tried the gas chamber, and that wasn't particularly successful either. And then, of course, in the war, we used to take people out and just shoot them. If somebody deserted during the First World War, they'd be executed by their own regiment, as a deterrent. But it didn't stop people because we didn't know about shell shock. We knew nothing about the fact that people could be deeply affected. So definitely no to the death penalty in this country, even though I should imagine most prisons have still got the execution cell still in there. They don't dismantle these things. They just sort of sit there, and it's just a wall that slides between the cells, so they don't know where it is, and they take them out for the exercise, and that's when they prepare the rope, because you have to hang on the rope a sack of sand equivalent to the weight of the person that you are going to hang. Because otherwise, if you hang somebody and you've not weighed them beforehand, there is a very good chance, as did happen on numerous occasions, of the head detaching itself. So you have to weigh the person, and overnight they hang the bag of sand, that's why Pierpont used to look through. He could weigh somebody up and go there 10.5 stone, so they would weigh that on the bag. That would then stretch the rope overnight, so when they did the execution in the morning, it broke. It's the 3rd vertebrae, I think. I don't know why I'm such an expert on these sort of things, but I just am. I just kind of remember all these stupid things. But the death penalty, no deterrent at all, I'm afraid. Steve, why is it onesies went out of fashion? Oh, because they look so ridiculous. Because they look so stupid. I saw somebody shopping in Kingston wearing a onesie, and I looked at it and I thought, you sad, sad person. Really awful, And it was very rude to say that to the producer in public, because he said, Steve, it's me, it's your favourite producer. I said, you look ridiculous. Again, no deterrent at all. Had we had the death penalty for wearing onesies, he'd have been first in the queue. But it didn't happen, actually. Steve just had a cup of tea and a sandwich with honey as the filling. Oh, no, I don't do honey. I can't do honey. It's because it's just sugar. It's sugar. It would send me round the bend. More honey on toast. Really, do you like that? See, we never had that in our house. We did have Rose's lime marmalade, and that was particularly nice. But again, I haven't had that because it's just sugar. But I did watch Jamie Oliver yesterday doing this cooking for Christmas, and he did a chocolate torte, which came with a mandarin orange or satsuma glaze, which you poured over the top of it, it was just chocolate. And then he did a turkey with all the trimmings, and then he did all the other bits. It looked really lovely, and he got the whole family involved. The kids were in the kitchen cooking, and everybody was looking really lovely. So I was quite pleased about that. I sort of watched it, and I don't normally watch cooking programmes, because I'm not particularly, particularly interested in doing any cooking at all. And David says, I often ask people which is more satisfying, drinking water when you're very dehydrated or eating food if you're starving. And the answer is always drinking water. Oh, I love drinking water. Do you know what I could drink with this water now, but I haven't got any? Rose's lime juice. Lime juice and water, just yum, yum, yum. I love that. Sometimes I buy a bottle of water, pour a little bit away and then put the lime juice in. That's particularly good. I might have some more water now, actually. I see no reason why not.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's another freezing. I might as well just say it's freezing cold weather. That's all it is. If you're driving on the motorway, it's okay because you've got the car heater on, and that's a bit more direct, isn't it? Because you're only in a small space. It's like sitting in a balloon in your sitting room with the heater on. That's quite nice. So keep the heater. Mind you, if your heater's broken in the car, that must be an absolute nightmare. Just have to rely on the engine, don't you, for getting you some sort of heat. But it's Friday, December the 16th. So I think today I will go and get a wraparound electric blanket. Like a sort of a fleece kind of thing, which I think is quite... It makes you sound really old, though, doesn't it? Sitting there, I might as well sort of light a log fire. Chris says, Asda had an electric blanket double under 30 quid, or those at Lidl, which you can watch TV in, cosy, washable, 3 heats. You might be able to order for delivery. Yeah, the trouble is at the moment, I'm not too... See, this is 30 quid. I'm not bothered about the money side of it. I don't, I can afford 30 quid, but I want something quality. I don't want something that's cheap and cheerful. I'm looking for something that's, that's sort of like a throw, and it heats up at the same time. So you basically can sort of wrap because it's your body that gets cold. That's what happens. It's the body that gets cold. And I can imagine if you're in a big house, and some of these bed sits that people rent nowadays, they must be freezing cold. Because they don't have central heating, do they? They just sort of rely on you bringing in a heater to sort of keep yourself going. It's all right here in this building, because, I wouldn't even like to imagine how big the boiler is that heats the building the size of ours, because it's absolutely enormous. Especially in my studio, where basically I might as well sit on an ice cube, because that's what it's like. It is freezing cold. And the reason is because I'm surrounded by electrical equipment. You've got to keep it cold because it functions better. So at the time that all the equipment's working, I basically am frozen to the spot. I can't move. I have no movement whatsoever in my feet, and my hands have gone completely numb. So it wouldn't make any difference whether I could operate the equipment or not because I couldn't move it. So I just have to sort of cling on. On the subject of birds not lying around in the cold, as you said, I have seen pigeons just sitting around in the cold, says Thomas. Oh, yes, you get pigeons sitting around. Because what they do is, if you look at them, they fluff their feathers up. So it gives them the insulation. That's why you see them sitting and you think, oh, you look pregnant. Because they do spend a lot of time doing it. Pigeons, they really, you can see the male pigeon go strutting around where he puffs himself up and walks around, and the female pigeons go away. You're far too camp. Go away. You know, and they strut it. You see them all the time at the moment because that's all they do. They have sex. They have sex and eat. It's basically like the wife, you know, as used to be, you know, when you sort of first started going out with somebody. But no, pigeons, you just don't see pigeons dying. You can tell a pigeon when it's dying because it'll sit in a doorway and it won't move. It'll just sit there. They don't. Normally when you go up to a pigeon, it will sort of either run away or fly away. But if they don't move, they're on their last legs. You know, basically we're getting ready to expire. But you don't see dead pigeons all over the place. Otherwise, when you think how many millions there must be, you do not see lots of dead pigeons, do you? I mean, I don't see loads of them, unless the road sweepers are picking them up quicker than they're falling out of the sky. But, Steve, after watching the movie Elf, Christmas Vacation, White Christmas and a few others, I just want to wish you, says Mary Beth in Maryland, a very Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy New Year. Or do you want them to be healthy? Oh, God knows, we don't want healthy people, Mary Beth. Maybe if a certain Chipolata man would watch some Christmas movies, he'd not be such a Grinch. Yes. Funny you should remember the Chipolata bit. The producer remembered that as well when he was telling me about. I'd forgotten the story about Chipolata Man. Remember? Honestly, the thing. Sorry, another drink of water. I've discovered, or somebody's discovered, why I'm drinking water. The suspense is killing you. It's because last night I had haddock chowder, and what has it got in it? A lot of salt. A lot of salt, and so that's why when you go into a pub and you have chips or something like that on the bar or bar snacks, if it's got salt on, you want to drink more and more and more. And so consequently, because I had haddock chowder and I had 2 bowls of it yesterday, the salt content is quite high. And I'd completely forgotten about that. But that's why I'm drinking water to compensate. Because I've just bumped into Henry, whose mum, if you remember, got me 2 tins of Cullen skink. Was it Cullen? It's Cullen skink, isn't it? And so I've got to check the salt content. And I just said to him, because he's come in and he was getting water out the tap as well, as opposed to the well. And he was sort of saying the same thing. He was saying, it's got a thing about water. I said, well, I'm on my 3rd cup of water this morning, purely because I had the haddock chowder the other day. Jason the Postie, got to bet you're freezing. Oh, you're back to work today, aren't you? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I'm waiting for my postman, because they lose money. When they go off on strike, they lose the money. And most people can't afford to lose the money. It's as simple as that. But anyway, Jason says, I'm loving the new Global Player app. I was late listening this morning. However, Verity, the new app, I could restart the show, then fast forward through the ads. Also, I like the pause button. Comes in very handy when somebody wants to talk to me. Oh, that's cute. Yes, it's good. I mean, it's far more sophisticated. And you can only get Steve Allen, the whole show, on the Global Player app. And you can pause and rewind live radio at the same time. Have you discovered that little bit? Well worth having. Well worth having. So you have to download the app, which is globalplayer.com. Once you've done that, you just go to the podcast section and search for Steve Allen, the whole show. So there's only one on there at the moment, which will be yesterday. And the other part of my empire, I like to call it my empire, which is not really true, but it's my little bit extra. You'll find where you got it from last time. So just keep downloading. As of today, all the episodes are on. Oh, really? They're all the episodes are on there. Oh, they're moving over today. All the episodes. How many? How many? What, they're all packing up little suitcases? No, really? Oh, right. Oh, that's why it's taken a while to do. So Global Player app, globalplayer.com, will have all the episodes as of today on Global Player. How many? Do we know? Don't want to ask a stupid question because I'm never sure about these. 4,387 episodes of Steve Allen's The Whole Show. Well, come on, ladies and gentlemen, come on. Let's join hands, shall we? Hark the herald angels sing. Oh, sorry, getting a bit carried away as per usual. Shouldn't have had that salt in the haddock chowder. So over 4,000 episodes, all on Global Player. That's where they are now. That's where they are. That's the only place you'll find them. Wow, that's really cool. I've got more than 4,000 episodes. Oh, please download them. Please download them all. Make me very happy for Christmas, and the children will be happy as well. Because otherwise the children will be disappointed. We don't want to disappoint the children at Christmas. Steve says, Tess, who's on the Isle of Sheppey. I bet you're blooming cold this morning. I don't know why, I just feel the Isle of Sheppey's a bit nippy. I scraped all the ice off my windscreen Cleared all the mirrors, put the key in the door. It was the wrong car. Same make, same colour. She says, how stupid was I? Great show as always. I've done that before. How many hours of Steve Allen's the whole show? No! 9,675 hours of Steve Allen. It's not possible. How could somebody be so popular? How is this? This is unbelievable. And it's all free. It's all free for you. You don't have to pay 1 penny piece. It's my Christmas gift. 10,000 hours. You'll be hanging out the window going, no more, please. 9,000. I mean, it runs 403 days. Unbelievable. Good Lord above. I mean, that's next year sorted for you. You don't need to worry about Christmas presents. I've given you a subscription to Steve Allen, which is free. 9,675 hours of Steve Allen running 403 days. And it's all on globalplayer.com. Do it now. You don't want to miss out. Just imagine you can go back my God, it'd be like another existence. Another existence. Well done. Even Tess on the Isle of Sheppey will be doing it. The Prospect of Whitby pub, Steve, still has a noose out the back on the river when they used to hang pirates and robbers. Well, what they used to do, as well as hanging, and the Prospect of Whitby is the oldest pub in London, not only they used to hang people there, they used to tie them to stakes in the river when the tide was out, and then people would drink and wait for the tide to come in, and they would drown. And so that's what people... I mean, can you imagine? You're there trying to stand on tippy-toe, trying to keep the water... Very difficult. We were terrible, actually. Steve, says Roger, can your legion of truckers answer why do so many truckers feel the need to have blue lighting in their cab? Well, because they look fantastic. I mean, do you not like blue lights at Christmas? I love blue lights at Christmas. I think that's really nice. Really, really nice. Really nice. The lady saying about 3 hot water bottles, blankets, scarf, reminded me of a comment by Sheila Fogarty post-lockdown about having a few drinks and snacks outdoors of a pub with friends. All had blankets and hot water bottles, says Conrad. Yeah, round our way, a lot of the pubs have got blankets on the chairs outside. Because you can only smoke outside, and if you smoke, you have to, your resistance is lowered, so they provide you with a blanket and you pull it over your knees and everything else. I still like the idea of hot water bottles. I like a hot water bottle. Very nice indeed. Steve, the Knife Angel sculpture, says Jackie in North Watford, maybe on one of the 4 London plinths. Other towns hosting it. I think it's amazing. Yes, I've seen the Knife Angel. It's in Gateshead, isn't it? It does. They might move it to the 4th. It does look a bit scary, though, doesn't it? Looks like the producer when he's just woken up. His hair's all over the place. And you think, woo, scary. And he sort of comes around the corner of the building, woo, like that. He's sort of, woo, frightened. And because he used to then he had his hair cut, presumed by somebody who just started in the business. It obviously wasn't professionally done. It was just sort of one of those massacre jobs. But the National Youth Anti-Violence Tour and Programme, the Knife Angel, the sculpture, is made of over 100,000 seized blades, specially created to highlight them. Well, it'll be nicked from Trafalgar Square, won't it? You can imagine. They'll put it up on the plinth. Within a week, it would have been nicked. The pigeons would have carried it away. But, we could put it there. I mean, it stands 27 feet tall. That's a bit big for our plinth, because the plinth is about 15 feet off the ground. So, you're going to get... Yeah, it's very high, the plinth, because it's got that... I'm just guessing whether it's that high. I don't know. I'm very pedantic this morning. I'm sorry. Since you had the hair cut by an amateur, Must remember, haddock chowder, lots of salt. Drink water. I just have to go out and buy more water today, which doesn't bother, because it's Friday. Friday I always look on as being sort of a day where I can go out and buy something, what I call a considered purchase. And I think a considered purchase today could either be an electric blanket. So I should go to Lakeland, have a look, and then if not, I shall go to Goods, the chemist in Twickenham, who do my prescription, and get, I think, a hot water bottle. I might buy 2 hot water bottles. I think, push the button. They're not so expensive, are they, really? I think, if you can have something, and sort of clutch something. I like clutching something. If I'm in bed, I kind of curl up, fetal-like, clutching something. I never know what it is. It's always a surprise. Teddy, the pillow. Who cares? Yes, a burglar. Doesn't make any difference what it is. I don't think you're going to get burglars in this weather, are you? It's too cold.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, I found one actually on Amazon. Not sure about it being in pink, but, can't be choosers, can you really? And this is an electric blanket. They say you can cocoon yourself in warmth with it's energy efficient. So you charge. They say the running costs £1 an hour, and it's about 70, 80 quid or something. But it's reheatable. You charge it up. I like the sound of that. So in other words, I could charge it up and wear it like a cape as well. I'm not sure about pink. Do they have other colours, or is that the only colour we get? I'm not sure. Oh, comes in black. That's nice. Oh, I like that. That's very good. Oh, it comes in all sorts of different colours. There's a whole range of them. Is this all on Amazon? Are they all in stock, or are they free to only 3 left in stock? Yeah, can you please not buy it? I'll never get hold of the thing. Yeah, don't. I'll have to. You watch. By the time I get on the train this morning, or on the bus, I'm going to be trying to, and they go sold out. Are they all? I wonder if they're all sold out. Try a different colour, and see if it says sold. That doesn't look as a. Yeah, there's more of beige. Yeah, in stock. Yeah. It's obviously certain colours go quickly, but I like the idea of recharging something and then basically wrapping yourself in it. I mean, I could be cocooned in warmth. How lovely. Oh, that sounds a bit of fun, doesn't it? What an ideal present or a gift for somebody. For me today, that'll be my little treat. Yeah, Christmas present to myself for being a good boy this year. For being a very, very good boy. Somebody says, Steve, best way to heat yourself up before bedtime, a 10-minute hot soapy shower. I love a hot soapy shower. I really do. And PK, aged 87, says, just recovering, Steve, from a nasty fall on the snow and ice. But listening to the show and feeling much better. That's Duncan in Hampden Park, by the way, not PK, who's 87. I've said to you before, Duncan, what have I said? You've got to be careful. If you're elderly, to go outside on, the ice and the snow, it is very difficult. Very difficult. I was talking actually because I know Mrs. Modi is going to be listening this morning because she retired. And it's a bit difficult round where she is. The pavements are a little bit icy and stuff like that. And it does prohibit a lot of people from going outside. A lot of people become a bit housebound during it. You've got to be very careful because I'm exactly the same. I walk along and I'm dreading it. Having to go for a walk later on, you look at the pavement and you think, does it look okay? I might have to go and get these things that you put on the bottom of your shoes because that might be the way forward. Asda, Steve, had an electric blanket, a double under 30 quid, or those at Lidl you put in the bed over you or used to watch TV. Quite like the idea. But Julia says, for those of us that are old enough to remember the big freeze of 62, 63, sadly half of the UK's population of wild birds are said to have died in that winter. It was an incredibly hard time. I remember going somewhere with Dad in the Bedford van through snowdrifts that looked like a tunnel of snow. Isn't it funny? You sit indoors or you look at it on the television and it looks beautiful. Go out in it, not so much fun. And then people go, I don't think I'll be a farmer this year. I think I'll be a farmer another year. Having to go out there in that freezing cold. Joanne says, all day I'm working in a Baltic school. The only way to get heat into my bones is a hot bath when I get home. Ooh, dear me. Sean in Cambridge says, triple header today, my birthday, my works party, and I haven't drunk a thing in 6 weeks. First alcoholic drink, landing about 5 p.m. Any advice? Oh, I don't know, but make sure you stick to the same thing. Make sure you stick to the same thing. Because if you mix drinks, you'll get horribly, horribly drunk and you'll end up with a very bad headache. So grape and grain, do not mix. Okay, red and white wines, do not mix. There's all sorts that you can get yourself really badly drunk and then you suffer the next day. Mike in Kings Langley says, bad news, industrial action at Santa's toy factory. Apparently it's all about elf and safety issues. Right, you're barred again. That's the third time I've had to bar you. Taffy Nige says, have you tried agave nectar? My mum was diabetic, so I used to get that for her. She put it on her homemade pancakes. I've never even heard of it. Never. The funny thing, I'm not particularly into. It's like a honey then, is it? Steve Lakeland have the best heated throws. And then somebody says, have a look at Stuve blankets. Yes, we had a look at those, actually, but I don't think we have a Stuve shop that I've ever noticed, unless it's hidden. Costco do a lovely heated throw, use it every day. And Steve, when I was a Milky in Wimbledon, your old fellow colleague Pete Murray gave me 2 haggis, as he called me Jock the Milkman. It was quite amusing when I showed them to the other Milkies back at the depot. Good old Pete Murray, still going strong. Harry says, you were right, the trip to Hampton Court Palace yesterday was superb. It was fascinating to delve into the history of the palace and to explore all of the magnificently decorated and designed rooms. The early start was worth it. Oh, it's a fabulous place. You imagine trying to heat it, though, in the winter. You know, the cold that must have come off the river. Freezing cold. You know, and the sort of things that they used to walk around in. They didn't look as though they were really designed for the cold. But it's very good, actually. Very, very nice. Has he sent me a picture in on that one? On 05, I have to go by timing. 05:15 from Harry. Have a look down there. See if we can find what the... Yeah, we'll have a look and see if we can see your picky. Oh, there we go. Wait a minute. Can you make it bigger, as they say? I know where that is. Now, strange enough, you're actually at the front of the building. Oh, sorry, you're out of the back of the building, but that and behind you are the royal apartments. Henry VIII stayed in the royal apartments and very rarely ventured out. So there you go. Fascinating place. I told you it'd be good. Good place to go to, even though you had the early start. My friend Chris, who had a posh meal the other day, says, morning, Captain. No need for crampons. Don't waste your money, he says. Temperature back up to 13 degrees on Monday. Blooming well better be, I tell you. I don't want any more. It is cold. 13 degrees, I've been told. I still like to be nice and toasty. I still like to be toasty. You know, just to sort of keep me a little bit happy. Steve, half a pot of haddock chowder is 75% of your recommended daily allowance of salt. So a whole pot is well over your allowance. On this day last year, your whole show podcast title was Shunned in the Playground. There's hundreds, says Gary. What a podcast. Yes, we've discovered there's 10,000 podcasts out there on globalplayer.com. There's loads. Loads and loads and loads and loads. So download as many as you want. Download, have a listen. If you don't like them, you can fast forward. You can do all sorts of little bits and pieces. All you need, though, is globalplayer.com. That's the only place you can find those ones. You can find, or on the App Store. The other one, which is Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, you can find in the place where you normally find it. And that's still up there. Currently, says Kelly in Wiltshire, up with my 11-month-old daughter who, like me, has COVID for the first time and feeling awful, but so glad we get to listen to you. But at least you've kept us company. It is true. Jason says, have you been watching the new programme on the BBC called The Traitors Set in the Scottish Highlands? I have seen it, yes. It's quite interesting. And so it's a group of people made up of faithfuls and traitors, hosted by Claudia Winkleman. I've seen little bits of it. They have to work out who is a traitor and who isn't. And they don't seem to be particularly successful at finding out who is a traitor. It's odd, isn't it, really? You think that they would know, you know? But they don't seem to know half the time. They seem to get it wrong. But apparently they're competing to win £120,000. Wow. Hate walking on ice, Steve. And bad back, try Yak Tracks on your shoes. Best thing ever. Changed my life and they last for years. Loving today's show. Well, I hope you love every show that we do. And the only thing, Steve, about my electric blanket is I don't want to get up from a cosy bed into a cold flat. The heat helps with my knee pain, so it's well worth the price. Oh, look at those things. You can get these ice grips that you put over the shoes and everything else. They're Yak Track. I feel like Nanook of the North. Tony in Thanet says they could make a smart speaker of you with Ask Steve. Could be good. And another one that says, I ordered a cheese savoury hamper from Fortnum & Mason's as a Christmas gift. It came minus the cheese. So it's a bit pointless, doesn't it? And Helinka says, this is me in the city of Minsk, Belarus. It used to take me 30 minutes to layer up before going out. Not surprised. Mind you, that does look warm and cozy. That does look warm and cozy. It's the hands that go, isn't it? You can't get your hands warm unless you stick them in somebody else's pockets, which makes it a bit difficult to walk. But it's fun at the bus stop. Just shove your hands into the, the coat of the person in front of you. So, city of Minsk in Belarus. Apparently, John says, agave nectar is sap from the same plant that's used to make tequila. It's very low on the glycemic index, and as a result, it's fine for people with diabetes. Thank you. And, my friend Chris is going to be talking to Tom Hanks today. And he said, I'm thinking of sneaking in a secret Steve Allen question. What would you ask him? Well, he had COVID, didn't he? He had COVID. And what would you ask Tom Hanks? God. I don't know. What is this? I don't know. I mean, what Steve Allenisms are? How are you coping with our weather? How are you coping? I don't know. I just like Tom Hanks. I would be asking questions along the lines of, he had hit film after hit film after hit film. And, of course, I'm assuming it's the new one, Pinocchio, isn't it, which he's in talking about. But I don't think any of the questions could be relevant to Pinocchio. I'd be looking for a more general question for Tom Hanks. First of all, I'd want to know about COVID, how they managed to get through that, because that's an interesting thing, and I think he was laid fairly low with it, so he must have been quite sort of scared, I should imagine, at the time. So that you could ask him about, and apart from that, how many film scripts does he turn down because people go, this is an ideal Tom Hanks film, and you look at it and go, I don't think so. And has he ever made a mistake on turning down a film that he was offered that went on to become a huge hit? That's what I'd be asking, things like that. Producer's now racking his brains, but of course we'll be sitting here till Easter or Ramadan, I think, before we get any sense out of him at all. Neil says, took the family to see Jonathan Wilkes in Peter Pan at the Regent, Stoke. Jonathan Wilkes, very nice. This is his 18th year as the Panto star in his hometown. He brings the house down every time. He's a good-looking boy, isn't he? He was very good friends with Robbie Williams. Very good friends with Robbie Williams. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if they have fallen out or perhaps they just don't see each other as much. But no, very, very good-looking boy. But so he's done 18 years as the Panto star. Blimey. Very good. Very, very good indeed. Very good. I like that. I like that a lot. I like, something that's safe. Very, very safe indeed. There's also... we've got to take a break. There's always something going on, isn't there?
What's a skill you really wish you'd learnt earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 6. You could also ask Tom Hanks about Sooty and Sweep. Is he into magic? Does he like magic and things like that? I don't know. I don't think that's sort of... you can't just sort of chuck in questions about magic or anything else. But I wonder really, I mean, has Tom Hanks got a Twitter feed or anything like that? I think he used to have. We're not sure if he still has. But he'd still be very interesting to talk to. Well, I think so anyway. He has got Twitter. How many followers has he got? Has he got lots? 16 million? Oh, I can't compete with that. Definitely. 16 million people. Does he tweet regularly? Is he a regular tweeter? Tom Hanks, 16 million followers. So the last time he did it was May the 22nd. Yes, he's not very current on it. You could ask him about his Twitter then. The last time you actually tweeted... do you get trolled? He can't be. I mean, honestly, he's so nice. So nice. Excuse me. I'm trying to get rid of all this salt in my system. My haddock chowder, it's lovely. So every paper today full of either Harry and Meghan, which, to be honest with you, I wish they didn't. because, we've gone about as far as we can. I don't care. They can do what they want. They can stay in America, and they can do whatever they want to do. If he thinks he's going to forge a career as a sort of a personality, I think it's highly unlikely. She's not going to go back into filmmaking, but who cares? They've got 100 million. They can do whatever they want as far as I'm concerned. I'm more interested in the nurses. I'm more interested in the fact that, we should pay them a decent living wage, and the rail staff who've accepted a pay deal, but it's not the RMT. And as the union prepares to strike yet again, now they have to do it. They're saying, some of the papers, whether they do this as a bit of a wind-up of old Michael Lynch, I don't know, by saying, members of his own union are thinking of basically going against the strike and saying, no, we want to go back to work. We don't want to lose all this money. Everybody else has agreed it. How long do they stay out for? The answer is he can keep them out for another year, in which case they'll be down a serious amount of money, and especially over the festive season. I don't know how much money people have in savings, but I bet you bottom dollar, lot of members of the RMT don't have an awful lot of savings. They might be existing hand to mouth, in which case they think that they're going to get, all this money, and I don't think they are. I think the government have already said, no, that's it. It's 9% over the 2-year period. Now, if they can get maybe a little bit more than that, they need to settle. They need to settle because, freezing cold, no money coming in, everything going out, especially Christmas, not particularly good news. And if one part of the rail union have agreed it, then why not the rest of them? An answer is it's the megalomaniacs. The people who go, well, we want to get more money for our members. Yeah, but there's a limit how far you go. And already the government have said, no, that's it. So it's kind of stalemate. So they need to sort something out as quickly as possible. Jill in Ireland says, Steve, I've been proper poorly for months now. Nobody can find out why. My biggest comfort is a few days in bed with electric blanket on. I can sleep for hours, but my body clock usually wakes me at 4 a.m. Thank you very much indeed. 10,000 of my podcasts on that. I thought we were starting from scratch again, but not. They've all been transferred over. All my shows, all my show podcasts, they're available on globalplayer.com. And that's why you should download as many as possible. You've got 10,000 to download. I defy anybody to come back to me on the Monday morning and go, I did 3,000 over the weekend, because it doesn't take long to download a podcast. They're really quick, and you can pause, you can jump you can do all sorts of things. So do it. That's why. Steve, Dreamland, Heated Throws, their own site, or Lakeland, sell them to, best out there. I'm definitely going to have a look at Lakeland, see what they come up with. Kevin, Staffordshire, is an ex-singing waiter. I know all about the singing waiters. And I like these things as well. Have you seen that vicar who went on Britain's Got Talent? He's a singing vicar. He's Irish. And what? Have you found him? Yeah, he's lovely. And he starts singing in this church at a wedding. He sings, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. And he smiles as he's doing. He's so good. It was so lovely that the crowd, or the congregation as you have to call them, just burst into spontaneous applause. And I just thought it was so good. But he appeared on the television. That's him, Father Ray Kelly. And he's got a lovely voice, and he's one of those Irish priests that you go, I wish you were my priest. I wish you were my priest. When you see him singing Hallelujah, it's quite remarkable. He does it, and he's singing at a wedding. I thought I heard a secret, and it was just brilliant. You should watch it. It will uplift your day, and you will feel invigorated. I watch all sorts of stuff on YouTube. I think it's one of the best channels I've ever gone on to make me feel really good about things. You can go on there, you can watch things that wind you up, and then you can watch other things that are feel good, and all sorts of things. And also, if you're elderly, if there's certain films that you've missed, you can put it into there to see what they've got on that particular film. And it's just great. It's just great. You can find all sorts of things. Anyway, Kev says, my son Alfie, 11, is actually in the new Pinocchio movie with Tom Hanks. Does my friend Chris know this? He says, when recording Pinocchio, he had no idea who Tom Hanks was, and actually said, Daddy, he sounds like Woody. because he played Woody, of course. Out of the mouths of babes. Anyway, he says, carry on with my rapping now. So there you go. So there's a story about somebody who says he sounds just like Woody. We get all of these stories from people. I find it absolutely amazing and lovely. Paul in Streatham says, cold hasn't been all that bad. Saw a few dead rats in the garden of my neighbour and one in the street. Literally frozen to death by the look of it. Yeah, we get little mice running around here. And because they're only tiny, they just sort of rest under the plant thing. Presumably they all huddle together. And James says, a question I would ask Tom Hanks, Steve. Has he ever considered running for the White House? Interesting. Why is it so difficult, says Eileen, to buy presents for men? It is. All the shops I go to have so much choice for women, but the shelves for men have the usual socks, aftershave, gadgets, and generally boring stuff. Just can't find anything exciting for my son. Any ideas? Money. 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 I used to think about that as well, Eileen. I used to think, what do I get for my brother, or what do I get for my godchildren, or the parents of my godchildren, stuff like that. And in the end, I throw my hands up to the ceiling and the good Lord above and say, money, money. So that's what they're going to get. They're going to get money this year. All of them get money. All of them are going to get 50 quid inside a card. And then they can do with it what they want. They can either go and buy a pair of socks or put it towards aftershave or something like that. Because when they get to the age of they're going out working, I think they're working. I remember when I got to 18, all of my Christmas presents ceased to exist at all. So you went down from having, the family buying you presents and things like that to maybe 2 presents under the tree. I used to feel I get more from listeners than I did from family. But yeah, that's what they're all getting this year. They're all getting 50 quid. So that'll be a bit of a disappointment now. I've kind of told them what they're getting. But you can't buy them anything. They've got everything that they need. They've got everything that they need. And it starts working out. If you've got a big family, it starts working out quite expensive to come up with something that they're going to be satisfied with. So we'll wait and see. But that's it, Eileen. If you're going to buy socks, socks are always good. Aftershave, quite expensive. Gadgets, what do they want gadgets for? They probably don't. You're right. It's boring stuff for men. That's why I say, I generally give the families chocolates. Tins of Quality Street are always well accepted. And stuff like that. So I go to Costco, I buy the big tins Quality Street, and I give them to the doctor's surgery, so they can sort of pick and choose, and I give them to the chemist as well, and to my chemist. I always give him a box of chocolates for Christmas, and then the family, I take chocolates down, they liqueur chocolates and stuff like that, and then they all get a Christmas card with the money in it, and that's it. Otherwise it just gets too complicated. And I did used to start wrapping presents and buying presents and seeing things. And I suddenly thought, look, they're like over 20 now. They don't want presents. You can't go and buy them clothing because I wouldn't know what they wanted to buy. You can't buy them makeup because you don't know, the stuff that they like. But that's just for the men, Eileen. So no idea what to buy anybody else at all. Off to Canada tomorrow, says Catherine. This weather is a heat wave in comparison to what I will be facing, which is minus 27. How about from Brian in Bangkok? Steve, Tom Hanks was brilliant and unrecognisable as Colonel Tom Parker. Be interested to find out whether or not Tom Hanks ever met Colonel Tom Parker. I wonder whether he did. That would be an interesting question, wouldn't it? If he did do, then that would be very interesting because Presley and Colonel Tom Parker, they never had a contract. It was all done on a shake of a hand. They didn't do anything at all like that. I watched a documentary. Steve yesterday says Graham in Langley on the founding of the health service. Hard to imagine life without it, and I dread to think of a USA-style cash-for-cures system. The nurses deserve every penny they're asking for, and we need to make sure the government give it. I think they were asking for 19%. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I think it's highly unlikely they're going to get 19%. It's just, it takes it into the realms of they just don't have that sort of money. So I think they might have to settle on something, less. Whether or not it's going to be, you could perhaps go for, I don't know, I was going to go 14% or something like that. But even then, I think they might settle on 12. I've just got a feeling you have to compromise on it, and you can't go too bad. I don't like seeing nurses on a picket line either. I really don't. But, I mean, I agree that their money needs to be brought in line with, the cost of living. You can't have stories filtering through to the press of nurses using food banks and things like that. That's just ludicrous. Ludicrous. Talking of singing priests, says Stu, did you see the Father Ted episode where they entered a competition with a song, My Little Horse? I didn't. I love Father Ted. Loved it. Gary from Stanwell, off to Lanzarote this morning. Oh, are you? Oh, not my favourite place. Because it's a volcanic island, you can't walk across the streets and the roads just with your bare feet, because all the volcanic rock covers everything, and it's sharp as diamonds. It cut your feet to pieces. Can't even speak now, because we actually crossed the road, and it was like sort of watching some comedy show. Like, you get the other side, and the blood pouring from your feet. But we thought the food was dreadful. You go on holiday to Lanzarote, and it's all the Brits over there, and secondly, it's all fish and chips, egg sausage, beans and chips. It's that you might as well stay at home. There's no advantage to going there. And we had terrible weather. We didn't have great weather at all. It was not one of the best holidays. Not one of the best holidays. But listen, and then they went, today we're doing an excursion. And we went, how exciting. Let's do an excursion. Where do we go to? A market. Well, we come from Britain. We are the home of car boots and markets. And this one, they went, you can buy leather goods. Whoopee-doo. And also, the biggest queue at the stalls in this piddly little market was a store doing crepes. They were doing crepes with Nutella and stuff. I'm like, we've come all this way to have a crepe. In fact, we couldn't wait to get back home again. We thought it was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And that was their excursion. Or failing that, you could do a camel ride up the side of a volcano. I don't think so. Have you been on a camel? Lurch, 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 lurch. Side of a volcano? Lovely.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 10 to 6. Another freezing cold blooming day, but at least it's a Friday, and at least you've got the weekend to look forward to. Or not. Although, actually, my friend Chris says, temperature going to rise now. We can do with it. We can really do with the temperature rising, because I think a lot of elderly people feel the cold. They don't want to go out walking because of the ice, and some of the pavements haven't been gritted, which is a bit difficult for walking and getting out there and seeing people. So it means that some people become a bit isolated in their houses or in their flats because they don't want to go out risking, life and limb, as it was. Viv in Suffolk went to Fortnum's the other day. Delightful, as always. Lovely to feel special. Enjoyed browsing through Bond Street. Dream on. Trains were all on time. Have my little box of cakes to enjoy today. You keep well and warm. Yes, well, it's another train strike today. So I did the underground yesterday to Hammersmith. It was heaving. So today I've decided I'm just going to go on the bus. I can live without being crammed in with everybody else on the train. And I tell you the one thing I thought of on the train, and it only crossed my mind as the doors closed, and we were literally all jammed in together. I zipped my pockets up because I thought it would be very easy for a pickpocket to just slide your pocket open and take your phone out or something like that. So I had my bag in front of me, my other bag, and my hands over my pockets. I mean, I must have looked like some complete and utter idiot, but I thought it would be very easy for people who leave their phones in their pocket and their wallets and stuff like that, for somebody to pinch. And I thought, I'm not going to give them the opportunity, because where there's crowds, there's thieves. I thought, you're not going to ruin my blooming Christmas. Definitely not. What else we got? What else we got today in the paper? Now, why did I save this thing here? It was interesting that, according to the blurb, Cliff Richard on BBC Two tomorrow night. Don't forget Sunday night, Stephen Mulhern's magic programme for Britain's Got Talent. That's looking very, very promising. Very, very good indeed. And viewers were apparently shocked by Simon Cowell's sock puppet in a microwave look when he appeared on Wednesdays this morning. He did look a bit peculiar, actually. And following Matt Hancock's stint in the I'm a Celebrity jungle, the boss of ITV reckons the fame-hungry MP will end up on a BBC show. And Ian Hyland says, I'd be happy with that, as long as it's a News at 10 report on the COVID PPE inquiry or Series 2 of The Traitors. Yes, I agree. I'm bored with him already. And the TV quiz. Who said Let me tell you, the real happiness in life is to have nothing and still be happy. Was it A, Gemma Collins' agent playing for time when she called to ask if there was any TV work in the diary for 2023? B, Gemma Collins discussing the true meaning of Christmas ahead of Channel 4's The Greatest Snowman? The answer, says Ian Hyland, was B, but I'm not ruling out any points if you said A. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And then there's a lovely picture of David Walliams with Stephen Mulhern, and they said Britain's Got Talent to show a magician's special. And the speech bubble says, from David Walliams, has anybody ever seen something disappear before their very eyes? And Stephen Mulhern is saying, yes, your career. Because that didn't work out as well as they thought. Boris Becker has flown home to Germany after being released from prison. Oh, good. Sandy Toksvig is back home in the UK, which is even better news, after being taken to hospital in Australia with pneumonia. And piglets hit, kicked and given electric shocks as they were crammed into trailers at farms rated as having high welfare standards. And these are piglets, I'm presuming, destined for the bacon market. I can only assume. I thought they used pigs as opposed to piglets. I mean, you can't get much meat off a piglet, can you? Do you know the RSPCA endorses almost 4,000 hatcheries, farms, hauliers and abattoirs that have better welfare standards? But these ones, only 4 weeks of age, kicked, hit and thrown with such force, they say, is deeply depressing. They also used an electric prod. Why? Why would you do something like that? I mean, I can't understand it. You do get that. I have seen it. But anyway, there is going to be a full investigation because you can't just give them shock treatment. They're little piglets. They don't know. I mean, I realise they're going to lose their life anyway, but for goodness sake. An admin clerk at a posh private hospital has won compensation after the boss told her we don't do sick here when she had a bad back. Which is, anyway, she got £75,000. How they work out compensation, I've got no idea. So £75,000 for that one, £90,000 for being hit on the bottom with a ruler. But they haven't told you which company it is and who the woman is. They want to keep anonymity for both. It'll leak. You can just tell it'll leak. But also, you know, you can't go around hitting people with a ruler. I mean, that's just totally unacceptable. Much as I've thought about it a few times with the producer. But I mean, you know, I know, as I say, they've all been taken away from me. Now I don't have rulers. I've just got cat o' nine tails. And whips. Did you ever know what a cat o' nine tails was? Yeah, I thought you'd know. Why do I think that? I don't know. So all over the papers, and there will be for about the next week, I should imagine, food. This food, that food, you know, panna cotta stars, deluxe passion fruit, raspberry and prosecco pavlova. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Also, millionaire's edible chocolate bowl, 6 white chocolate and lemon cheesecake snowballs, 12 quid. Seems a bit expensive. It does get 9.5 out of 10. And Belgian chocolate and salted caramel wreath from Sainsbury's. Verdict disappeared very quickly. 10 out of 10. And still trying to find where Kerry Coke was spending her 14,000 quid on a cruise. And I've got one here. This is 10 nights, departing 15th of March, a club veranda exploring Gran Canaria. Very gay. And it's £2,199. She claims she spent 14,000. I mean, I don't know where she was going to, but she should have taken some of these ones here. So you can do a 10 to 13 night Gran Canaria retreat. That's the last thing they do in Gran Canaria. Have you ever been? It's so gay. It is so gay. Gran Canaria became like the place for all the Brits to go. For the simple reason, nearly all the bars in the Jumbo Centre are gay. Half of them are drag bars. It's cheap. It's a duty-free island. It's sunshine most of the time. And it's cheap. Cheap food, cheap everything else. So you can go there. Also, you can stay in... If you're going to go there, there's some nice hotels over... There are some what I call tourist hotels on Gran Canaria. And then there are the German ones, the Riu Group. R-I-U, the Riu Group. And they have lovely hotels on Gran Canaria. There's one in Maspalomas, which is called the Riu Palace. And because it's German-owned... Have you got the Riu Palace? Is that the Rio Palace? I don't know. I'm trying to think, actually. Rio Palace? Maspalomas? There you go. It's there you go. It's there. Down, across there. It's absolutely beautiful, and it overlooks the sand dunes. So appropriate in Gran Canaria, I have to tell you. But this hotel is German-owned. They've got outdoor dining, pools, a theatre. The standard is unbelievably high. Unbelievably high. The Germans who dress up for breakfast. Seriously, you've never seen anything like it. The Brits stagger around, baseball caps on, dark glasses, pair of cut-down Levi's. And that's just the women. You know, sit down. Whereas the Germans, completely fully made up, hair done, gold sandals, everything. It's like being in Welsh Wales. It's unbelievable. And the food is... The first night we actually stayed there, we couldn't believe the food. We went to the dining room, all-inclusive, and they had one chef doing beef, one doing pork, one doing lamb. I mean, it was one doing fish, one doing salads. It was unbelievable. You didn't need to eat out. If you were staying at those hotels, you didn't need to eat out because the food was really good. But you could go to the Jumbo Centre before you go and see, you know, the drag bar and bars. And it's all sorts. It changes completely. The Jumbo Centre during the daytime looks like a concrete multi-storey car park with tourist stalls, and you can get a hula girl, you know, hula, plastic little thing that moves around, 7 inches tall, batteries. And then at night time it becomes, come on, darlings, come on in. It's all sort of busty drag queens and prison cells and all sorts of strange things. But good weather, except when we went. First time we went, 2 days, fantastic. Second time, week, brilliant. Third time we went back, it was just the worst weather ever. I got ill. In fact, I was so ill, I poured away 1.5 litres of vodka. I felt ill when I looked at the bottle. I bought it duty-free, because the whole island is duty-free, so you can get cheap cigarettes, cheap booze and everything. Everything is cheap there. But and then I got food poisoning as well in the Jumbo Centre, in a Chinese restaurant. I came back. I was in bed for 2 days. It was absolutely awful and they don't have heating because they don't get bad weather. They only get sunshine. And they grow lots of tomatoes. I'm full of useless information. I've just realised, actually, I'm going to go home and listen to this programme during the news. It's so educational. I think I'll go and get some more water. Why not?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, a very nice to be company. Friday, December the 16th. Yes, I know it's cold. We're all cold. Sajid Javid's grown a beard. Why is it bald men grow beards? Is it to try and take away the fact that they're bald? It's upside down. There used to be a thing years ago, you can probably still get it, and it's a picture of a bald-headed man in a frame with magnetic bits, and you have a pen and you move the magnetic filings round to give him sort of hair or a moustache. That's what it looks like. Or he's auditioning for The King and I. Woolly what? Woolly Willy. There you go, that's what it was. And can you still buy it? You can, yeah, I mean, it's just iron filing, so it's magnetic face drawing, but there is a limit to what you can do with it. It's a bit like Etch-a-Sketch. I loved Etch-a-Sketch, and they sent me one. They had an anniversary years and years ago, and they sent me a gold Etch-a-Sketch, which I was really... I mean, it's obviously not solid gold, otherwise I've had it melted down by now. But it was very nice. So Woolly Willy, I never knew it was called that. You can draw whiskers, hair and eyebrows with this magic wand. It was basically a magnet in the end of a piece of plastic, and you move this sort of up there. It was very interesting. Do you know, honestly, we had simple toys years ago. Nowadays, it's so complicated. Kids go, have you got the very latest Avatar app? And this go, no. I've got the globalplayer.com app. And they go, you haven't. You go, you have. How many things are on that? Well, there's 10,000 Steve Allen programs on it. I didn't even know I'd done 10,000 programs. And that's only going back about 8,000 in total. Combining... Oh, it's changed now, is it? Oh, I feel all depressed. It's only about 8,000 now. Oh, I don't want to do it now. I only want to do it if it's 10,000. So you have to download them, because it's the only place that you can get my full show. Where you get my little bit extra from is your business. And you can keep getting it from the same place. So download as well. Mo says, ask Tom Hanks about his typewriter collection. He's got a typewriter collection. Did you know that there was a shop in Covent Garden and their window display was all old typewriters? They had about 30 or 40 in the window, and that was their sort of signature thing. And Tom Hanks collects typewriters. So there's something very, very good. Thank you, Mo. And also, Jill in Ireland says, I treated myself to this oversized hoodie for use at home. It is so cosy. That is enormous. That's a Sherpa. That is, I couldn't wear one of those, but it's only 30 quid, which is very good. And that's on Amazon as well. Arrives before Christmas. Well, we hope so. They do look good, though. But listen, I've always said, as long as it keeps you warm, why worry about it? You know, if you wear a silly hat to go outside in, if it keeps you warm, it works. And this is a giant fluffy fleece jumper hoodie sweatshirt for adults. It's just women, though, isn't it? I don't think. You think it's unisex? You think men would wear that? I don't know. You've got one of those? You girl's blouse. Honestly, I've never anything. You've seriously got something that looks like that? Koala. What's that one there? The koala hoodie thing. Go back. Yeah, second one in the blue one. Is that a man wearing it? It's a bloke wearing it. A koala hoodie. And that's 59 pence. You haven't got something like that. Tell me. You've got that? Oh, dear God, get off my programme. I can't believe it. Really, you're a bad influence. It's all right for you, Jill, but really, he sells himself to me as Butch. But frankly, you've got the navy hoodie. Dear, makes you. It's so comfy. Does your mother know you wear this around the house? Oh, my God. I'm not surprised she's asked you to move. Dreadful. Did you know, Steve, that the first recorded Christmas celebration in Rome was December the 25th, AD 336. 3336. In the 3rd century, the date of the Nativity was the subject of great interest. Well, Christ's birthday was July, wasn't it? July, September, I thought. It certainly wasn't December the 25th. That was the winter solstice. And the winter solstice was pagan. So nothing to do with Christianity, but it got hijacked by the Christians who thought it sounded quite good. They all think that Jesus, I think, was born at Easter time. But, there are no photographs, there's no video, there's no nothing. I mean, who can prove these things? Where is the birth certificate? OK, Mary and Joseph, where is it? Let us know. Thank you very much indeed. Yet, ice cream's arrived. Ben has just told me. Move your little legs. So excited. We've got the ice cream back again from Ice Cream Ian. And today it's especially needy. I don't know why. Ice cold something is good. Yeah, so nobody knows the birth of Jesus. There's not even a television programme. And surely the Nazareth Television Company must have made some record, mustn't they? But, I mean, there's no birth certificate. Don't they have to sign something? Did they not check? When they checked into the barn, did somebody not say to them, listen, it's got hot and cold running electric, but it's going to become a bit overcrowded by the time you've got the camels and the sheep and the horses. And, I mean, did they not have credit cards? I ask myself. Barclay card of Bethlehem, that would have been there as well, wouldn't it? But there's no record. And also, of course, I didn't realise that the name Jesus is the most popular name in biblical times. Everybody was called Jesus. Yes, it was. Yes, Jesus was not an unusual name. It was very, not common, but it was certainly a very popular name. Jesus of Bethlehem. And it was a good story. I like the story. I like the star in the east. I liked it. Did Channel 4 do something some years ago where they were explaining all the so-called miracles that happened? The loaves and the fishes and the burning bushes. Because apparently there is a time in the desert when the bushes get set on fire by the sun, and so they do have burning bushes and the parting of the sea and all that. So, we were taught that at school. We learnt it at school. I quite like the idea of getting those sort of Thank you very much indeed. Salted caramel. Oh, God, it's ice cold. Of course it's ice cold, Stephen. It's an ice cream. But we like these a lot, so we thank lovely... So I have to take the lid off. We thank lovely Ice Cream Ian. Bit of a treat for a Friday, isn't it? If we get this for this time, you can imagine what we're going to get for Christmas. We could probably get a whole truckload of stuff for Christmas. You can't... I don't see any reason why we shouldn't eat ice cream for breakfast all the time, because it's they do in other countries. Only us. We get my friend Carlo, as you know, has got an ice cream shop in the Benthall Centre and in Richmond, and he's Italian, quite clearly. And he said, you know, it's unusual because people think you can only get ice cream in the summer. He said, we serve it all year round. If you go to Italy, go to Austria, go to Vienna, go anywhere you like, actually, you will find ice cream on sale all year round. In winter, it makes no difference at all. People love it. It's good for you. Why should you have to... I think you should eat bacon and eggs at lunchtime. Yeah, I see no reason why you shouldn't. Let's try. Yeah. Steve Allen breaks with tradition. Oh, it's nice, that, isn't it? Oh, it is good. Thank you, Ian, very much indeed. Glamour model Bianca Gascoigne. I thought she worked as a receptionist in a strip club. I don't think she was a glamour model. But she says having a famous dad helped her deal with the pressures of being on Love Island. The last time she was on Love Island was 2006. She's also, she said, a famous dad. She's adopted. She's a stepdaughter. There's a son as well called Regan, I think it's Regan, who went on the programme, who is bisexual, and then we were looking at pictures of Paul Gascoigne, who's ageing quite badly. But you know how he made a lot of money? His phone was one of the ones that was tapped by a newspaper, so he ended up with over £100,000, well over. But yeah, I was going to say, come round, tap my phone any time you like. Seriously, because I never used a home phone. I do have a home phone, but I haven't used it in about 10 years. I just use my mobile phone. But anyway, Bianca says having a famous dad helped to deal with the pressures of being on Love Island. But because it was 2006, I mean, talk about living in the past. Getting a bit desperate, isn't it, really? Also, TikTok videos. I don't know enough about TikTok to make any comment on it. You know, it's one of those things. And a quirky couple called Becca and husband had a Greggs-themed wedding cake for their big day. Apparently, Zara, owner of Zara Cakes in Manchester, and her staff took on the challenge. And so they made things that looked like Greggs, including a pink donut, cheese melts, and the iconic sausage roll. She said, Amy, our head cake decorator, made everything on the cake totally edible. I love people that make these cakes. Somebody sent me one in years ago. It's good, isn't it? Isn't that clever? All made out of cake stuff. They're not really... It's all edible, including the sausage rolls. I got made one. Jane Asher makes designer cakes, and I got one that was like a radio. And it was really fantastic. And I got that years and years ago for a birthday. I can't remember which birthday it was, but it was very, very good. 1 in 4 Brits will stay home over Christmas rather than visit family or friends to save petrol. Not me. I'm going to be getting through petrol like there's no tomorrow. So I shall fill up, I think, day before. This Christmas is set to be the booziest for years as alcohol sales soar. Hard-up Brits are splashing out even more on drinks for this year's festivities. So that's quite nice. Also, Sir Paul McCartney, Kylie Minogue, Robbie Williams, Stormzy and a galaxy of stars have joined Lad Baby's Band Aid single, Sort Of. I think they're going to be the Christmas #1, but all of these people here, it's a version of Do They Know It's Christmas, dubbed Food Aid, accompanied by a video featuring the worst lookalikes in pop history. They don't. In fact, you look at the picture of them. I understand Martin Lewis was real, but all the other people are supposedly lookalikes. And as I say, how they've got away with it, I'll never know, because they don't look anything. I mean, the nearest Elton John is a man with a dead ferret on his head and a pair of glasses. And that apparently signifies Elton John.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, start of the weekend. And I suppose really the final rundown for Christmas. And Ice Cream Ian going down a treat, as you can well imagine. Something appealing about ice cream at this time of the morning. It's lovely. Absolutely delicious. It really is. So, an artist is pleading for a sentimental drawing of Pat Butcher in bondage gear in front of a sex shop to be returned. It was sold for 19 quid. I know, I didn't get it either. I don't know. The original was accidentally sold for 19 quid instead of more than 100. Yoshi Miura drew the surreal scene of the EastEnders cast as a joke between her and rapper pal Matt Rakes. It shows him with Phil Mitchell and Dot Cotton at the Love Boutique adult store in Manchester. Yoshi says, I drew that because my friend Matt was joking with me. They're all mad, aren't they? They're all completely mad. So there's a picture of Pat Butcher in bondage gear and somebody's bought it for 19 quid. She's now begging the buyer to return the art, which has a lot of sentimental value, so she can replace it for a high-quality print. I don't think we'll bother going to this shop. It's in Salford. I think they're mad as fruitcakes. But I do like the idea. Wait a minute, I've now lost it. Here's a story. This is from Westminster Council. Now, I don't know about you, but men who go to bars, and it is mainly men, it does occur in female territories as well, but men mainly have an inability to remember to go to the toilet when they leave a bar. So now they can't remember what it is. They just know that when they go outside and the cold air hits them, they have an overwhelming urge to wee in alleyways. And Westminster Council are hitting back. They have decided to paint the walls of side streets with special pee paint. Okay, I've never heard of it either. This innovative idea is designed to fire the urine back onto revellers. So I don't know how, don't ask me how, I just merely report the story. Westminster Council are going to install the deterrent in Soho. The councillor says, we're fed up, it's finally pee back time and we're taking action to stop it. So apparently you wee on the paint and it throws it back at you. I can tell you no more, but it sounds like a brilliant idea. We get people all the time who have an inability to relieve themselves. They're cold outside and they go, oh, I need a wee. And so, what? And so people just wee in alleys or they wee in doorways. I've seen people doing it here, outside, in the morning. It's absolutely unbelievable. You feel like saying, ugh, dirty. It is an instant fine if the police catch you. You know, I think in certain parts of the country, outside one nightclub, they had a bucket and a mop, and they made people clear it up. Because they're mainly drunks, and they go outside and they don't remember to go to the toilet, mainly because they've got no idea, you know, of how to do things like that. Steve, last day of school today. Your listener had a good question. Has Hanks met Colonel Parker? That was my question. My question. He says, an even better one would be, has he met Elvis? I think Elvis was an immensely talented singer and humble man who's completely taken advantage of. Well, if it hadn't been for the Colonel, Elvis wouldn't have got what he got. And he ended up with everything. He had a thing. Unfortunately, Elvis had lots of hanger-oners. Oh, this is we found it on YouTube. And it's, so normally it works, you wee, and it goes onto the floor. Okay. Now, wee back. And it's, well, how does it work? A bit pointless asking you don't know any more than I do about it. And so it soaks them. So that's good. So when you get on the bus, you just smell a wee and people move away from you because they think you're a down and out. So they paint the walls with this special stuff. I mean, somebody must have come up with it. How clever. How clever. Brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. So I can't wait for people to start realising the implication. Of course, now we've told them, it ruins the fun, doesn't it? Just go in the alleyway, have a wee there. People do it all over the place. Coming into Leicester Square, there's loads of places. The back of the hotel, one of the big hotels here, the Radisson, people wee up against the walls. You know, if a policeman finds them, you know, they will be fined instantly. Steve, my close family are lucky enough to have all that they need, so I buy each of them a crisis charity place for £29 to give a homeless person a Christmas inside. My neighbour has volunteered for Crisis for the last 15 years. Makes everybody feel good, says Chris in Fulham. Yes, the parents of my godchildren started, I think it was last year, they give a donation to a charity on my behalf, and the charity then write to me and say, thank you for your donation. And so that's good, because there's nothing that I want. I'm like, I don't know, it's not the person who's got everything. I just don't need anything. You know, if I want anything, I go out and buy it. If I want aftershave, I go and buy it. If I need, you know, there's nothing I can think of that I could sort of say to somebody, I need that, until I get it. Like I have opened one of my presents from Helinka, and I got flannels, and I love flannels. I've got a thing about flannels. I can get through flannels quite quickly, actually. So I like stuff like that. But it's difficult. Very, very difficult. I work a lot at home, Steve, and love my heated blanket. But when I get up, the Siamese cats jump on it. I sat on the edge of the wheelie office chair so as not to disturb them, and it shot away and hit my head on the wall. That's it. But, keeping warm is lovely. And cats will lie in front of a fire, ours used to lie in front of the radiator and stretch herself out right in front of it. So, and that was and then would sort of roll over, just revelling in the fact that it was heat and all the rest of it. Steve, I loathed the idea of a holiday in Benidorm because of the number of Brits, the British food, etc. Then my husband got invited to speak at a business conference in Alicante, and wives could go too. Nice. Except when we were picked up at the airport, we got on the motorway and drove past all the turn-offs to Alicante, and yes, the signs got closer and closer to Benidorm. The hotel was right in its centre, and the town was full of British food, and in the morning at breakfast, a British lady was having a strop because the baked beans were not Heinz. I heard of somebody the other day on a reality show. It was on Gogglebox, actually, and they were saying to the girl in it, but you take your own ketchup when you go for a fry-up. And she went, yes, I do. I take because I only like Heinz. She said, and they don't have Heinz in this little cafe, so she takes her own. I've heard of people doing that before. What is Tom Hanks's favourite drink, says John at Cannock, who's going to be expelled? A Polar Espresso. He played I didn't like that film. I absolutely hated the Polar Express. Why? Because all the kids looked like they'd wandered out of the Valley of the Doomed. They had these peculiar eyes and all the rest of it. And he's walking along, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, you're scary. It didn't do anything for me. I liked originally the concept of the train, and I liked Tom Hanks, but it was the eyes that made them look scary. There was a film years ago called Village of the Damned, and all these kids came out with these scary eyes. I remember thinking then, that's what it looked like when I saw the film. So I didn't go for it at all, I'm afraid. But, yeah, look at that kid. Look at all the kids' eyes. They just didn't look real. Very scary. It shouldn't be scary, but it is. And Tom Hanks, all aboard the Polar Express. But it was he didn't look so bad, but the kids looked really weird. Weirdos number one. I mean, look at there. What is this versus... Why did they get the eyes so wrong? I don't know how they managed to do that. Whatever it was very scary. Please mention crampons, says Angie. The device that goes on the sole of any shoe and has pins and chains stopping slipping in the ice. Save broken hips by the hundreds. Costs £1 or £2 at Wilko. I walk on ice safe with crampons. Why no one knew about them? I've got no idea. Yes, I mean, I've seen them loads of times. I've got something similar, which somebody who used to work here bought me for Christmas some years ago. And I did find them very useful for not slipping over on the ice. But on the other hand, you want something that's not so blatantly obvious, don't you, really? Getting on and off buses and stuff like that. Dave in Northumberland Heath, Erith, says, none of the roads around here have been gritted, and all the pavements still have loads of ice on, and many look like they had snow on. I often see the gritting lorries driving around with a full lorry of grit, but none of them seem to have actually been switched on so far. Not the ones that I've seen. Some of the roads are still covered in snow, believe it or not. I've been everywhere, in and around London, and over to Cornwall to work this week, and Bexley Borough has loads more snow than everybody else. He says, but love the show. Nearly crashed, laughing at the haddock chowder. Get it right, Stephen, for goodness sake. Steve, the cruise prices are on the cheapest rooms. No, they're not. No, it's on their best rooms, the prices I was giving you. I only go for best prices. I don't do cheaper rooms, I'm afraid. Kerry must have booked a suite. Don't think so. And what was the name of the Irish priest? The Irish priest was called... Wait a minute, says Chrissy and Mitcham. And you've got to look him up. You really have to look him up. Father Ray Kelly. Look at him at this wedding where he sings Hallelujah. Seriously, he kind of cheered my day up. It's taken from years ago, but he was very good, and I like Irish priests. I've got a thing about them. Taffy Nige says, you slagging me gold sandals off, Steve. No, because I knew you'd have a pair. I knew you'd have a pair. My Lynn's got them as well. Chris says, I've got the cheaper Snoody from Primark, Steve. It's very, very toasty. I've not even had to turn the heating on because of it. I can't wait to actually get one of these things today and take it back and sort of just plug myself in. I love the idea. Or I might have to sort of order the one online and sort of make sure that it's fully charged up and then take it to bed as well. Sounds delightful, doesn't it, really? And we've got more of your texts and email. Record number of texts today. Well done, everybody. Well done. And if you all download globalplayer.com, because there's more than 8,000 of my programmes up there, but where you get the Steve Allen Little Bit Extra from, still download from the same place. Still, it's a good one today. Very good one today. And on the globalplayer.com, over 8,000 programmes, which is more than 403 days worth of this show. 403 days. I mean, honestly, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. You could gift it and it costs nothing. It's free to download. So, and you can fast forward, slow, rewind, you can do all of it. And well done. I mean, how many times you get that offer on the radio? It's free. Answer, not very often.
Philips presents One Blade, The Dilemma.
To shave or not to shave? Perhaps a trim. Or should I sharpen up the edges?
The new Philips One Blade 360 lets you trim, edge, and shave more effortlessly than ever. You just need to decide on your look.
Whether 'tis nobler... Yep.
Discover why it's like no other. Search Philips One Blade 360. Innovation and you. Philips.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I'm still trying to work out how this paint works that throws your wee back at you if you wee against a wall. Let's not tell them. Let's just wait till they come out looking soaking wet. Far more entertaining, I should imagine, for most people. What else we got here? The soaring popularity of meat snacks has made them the fastest growing UK food category. Wow. I never thought about things like that. And we found the littlest man in the world. He's in the Guinness World of Records. His name is Afshin, and he's 20, and he comes from a remote village in Iran. And he is 2 feet tall. He's 2 feet tall. He's 2.7 inches shorter than the previous record holder. Footy fan Ashfin, pictured with his mum and dad, wears clothes for 3-year-olds. He's tiny, absolutely tiny. And he said he's delighted. He's never had so much attention, and he's very pleased about it. I've seen people who are also little. I mean, so even in 3-year-old clothes, it looks like it dwarfs him. It really does. So here he is, bless his little heart, and he's confirmed as the world's shortest man. Unfortunately, you tend to find that a lot of these people, like the tall people and the shortest people, they end up with terrible health issues. And so we wish him the very best. He speaks Kurdish and Persian using the Farsi dialect, born with a body weight of 1.5 pounds. He's tiny, and he's 20 years old, but it's his moment of fame, and why not? Who could deny it to him? And he was discovered in this remote village in Bukhan County, West Azerbaijan province, Iran. So he speaks Kurdish and Persian using the Farsi dialect. And he's so cute. He's so cute. He's 20 years old. Everything is just enormous for him. Everything is absolutely... So they took him to, looks like Dubai, the tallest building in the world. Is that in the Burj Al Khalifa or something? Burj Khalifa. And he's so... Seriously, he's just... You just want to wish him the very best of everything. Because, I mean, even Pringles seem to make him look even... The Pringles look enormous when he holds them. But they're not. They're just normal Pringles. But because he's so tiny, I wonder what makes somebody be tiny. Because when he was born, if he was only 1.5 pounds, that is really small. He sort of becomes, a slight oddity. But I think he's great. And he gets a certificate and everything else. So good for him. You think you've got problems in your life? Imagine what his problems are like. They must be insurmountable, I should imagine. Steve, I was watching a documentary, says Lazarus. Lazarus, sorry. On whales. This is the creature in the sea. 2 nights ago, I found out that a whale can only swallow the size of a human fist. Now I'm wondering how Jonah managed to get swallowed by one in the biblical tale. It's because it was a biblical tale. But basically, I think whales just swallow plankton, don't they? They open up their mouths. They're not like basking sharks, but they open up their mouth and then they just steam in and swallow us. I mean, to them, it's just like a snack, I should imagine. Interesting. Steve, the tea towel arrived. It's so good I can't gift it to my mum. I think she has enough anyway, says Phil in Streatham. Oh, save it. Save it. Much better. Johnny in Sussex says the 12 turkeys I've raised this year are being dispatched next week. A friend of mine does it before cleaning and defeathering them. I share them out amongst family and friends, all free of charge, along with the organic Brussels, parsnips, swede and potatoes that I've grown. I'm still trying to work out why said family and friends are so nice to me at this time of year. Exactly. Well, you can keep the parsnips, and swedes. I can't bear them. I could no more get excited about swedes than sort of buy the producer a present for Christmas. Absolutely not. I don't like, even though they go honey glazed parsnips. No, thank you. Not for me at all. Steve, you can get a pot noodle calendar. It features Pat Butcher with noodles as hair, says Phil. Yes, I don't know what shops you're going to recently. David in Stone says, I've just downloaded one of your earlier shows where you mentioned the breaking news of Jesus' birth in a stable in Bethlehem. I didn't realise you've been broadcasting that long. Listen, I was there when they parted the Red Sea. I was there all the time. When you went up the Mount of Olives, did the sermon and all the rest of it? Me. I was there. I was the one covering it. How do you think they heard about it? I then sat down, with the scholars, and we wrote this book. I wanted to call it My Journeys with a Fact File, but they said, no, let's call it the Bible. I said, what does that mean? They said, well, it's the story. And I said, it's a blooming good story. Who's going to believe it? Who's going to believe it? And they said, well, people might. And I said, well, I think it's brilliant. I love all of it. We've all prayed in our moment, I tell you. It doesn't matter whether you're religious or you're not religious. And Christmas is not necessarily a religious, part of the calendar. Well, it shouldn't be. It should have been sort of a little bit further back. But at the same time, it's a case of, people like to go to church at Christmas to sing. That Gemma Collins laughingly apparently said, I like to go. She talked like that. I like to go to church at Christmas to sing the carols, although it's the only time you do go. Why would you sort of go any other time? So have you noticed all of the desperate ones are sort of pushing out these little stories which are of no interest to anybody whatsoever. It's just, it makes them feel better about it. Mandy says, we have it for our evening meal, add potatoes and vegetables, use healthy bacon called naked bacon. I bought some the other day, actually. Next week, we'll be listening from Texas. Everything's big in Texas, ma'am. So happy Christmas to you and the team. Thank you for so many interesting programmes and podcasts. Well, I've got 8,000 and 4,500 episodes of my whole show podcasts on the Global Player. You've got to change. You still pick up the last one wherever you pick it up from, and it doesn't affect your listening live to the programme. But if you go and download globalplayer.com, you can get, I think, 8,000 programmes, 403 days worth of this show, all for free. And you get the latest one, and they get up there fairly quickly, and you can pause and move through them, and it's brilliant. And that's why we've sort of moved the platform. And I didn't realise that we were putting all of the previous ones on there. But do remember that the more you download, the more appear on there, because they drop off the end as we put on new ones. Or is the site even bigger than I imagine now? It's vast. Apparently bigger than the universe. Bigger than just to infinity and beyond. The 5-year mission. The only thing bigger than my talent is globalplayer.com. I love the way they call it my talent. It makes me feel so important. And yet so unnecessary at the same time. Steve, the pee-back paint won't work because men will then just pee up against shop glass frontage. Drunks don't care, says Roger. Now, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. I want them to come out looking soaking wet. Go, I don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. The wall peed back at me. Wayne, my trolley dolly. Delighted you're on air on Christmas Day. Christmas, Steve, would be like Christmas without turkey and lights. Have you seen the markets at Trafalgar and Leicester Squares yet? Do you know, I have seen them, but I haven't been to them. So I've got literally outside of my window, outside, because my driver this morning, he said to me, he said, can you see into Leicester Square? I said, yes, I can. If I open my door and just move through what we call the hub, then I can look straight into Leicester Square. So I've not seen the market. As long as they do sausages, I don't really care. And I've had a look at the one at Trafalgar Square, but again, I've not walked round it. But do remember, please remember, if you're coming up to London, a little bit difficult on a train strike day, but you might be managing to make it in another way, shape or form. Just, keep together. Make sure kids don't run off or anything like that. And make sure you hang on to your wallet. It's in an inside pocket, zipped if possible. And don't be standing by the side of the road holding your telephone, because there are nasty little people out there who will try and take your telephone from you. And it's generally when you're standing at a bus stop waiting for a bus. So just be well aware that where there are crowds, there are people thieving. I told you there's a piece on YouTube I discovered the other day at the Sherlock Holmes Museum and shop, and there was a guy there, and the security cameras saw him, and he was thieving, and he was able to unzip people's bags, and then he'd just sort of carry on looking. When he set up and unzipped the bag, he put his hand in. This woman turned around and got him. And she was Japanese. It was a big Japanese tour group, and they called security in and all the rest. And he's going, oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about, and all the rest of it. He was a thief. And they'll go anywhere where there's a crowd. And because of Christmas shopping, and because of pantomimes, and because of people drinking, loads of people were drinking last night, all over the place. So just be aware that where there are crowds, there are slight dangers. I don't want it to ruin your festive season. I want to make sure that we all get through it nicely, like Wayne, my trolley dolly. Mike in Solihull, he says, regarding people peeing in public, there is a lack of public toilets. I've been caught short in London and have been turned away from hotels, pubs and restaurants. Oh, I would go into any hotel in London. I wouldn't even ask them. If I wanted to go to the toilet, I would literally walk into, in the Strand. I would use any of the hotels, the Strand Palace Hotel. In fact, I've used it completely. The Strand Palace Hotel and the Savoy. You just walk in. The Savoy, it's on the left, by the way. Strand Palace Hotel, straight ahead of you, up the... what are you doing? What are you taking pictures of? Taking pictures of Clive's girlfriend? Is that normal for something to do today? I don't know. Helinka? She's visiting today? What do you mean she's visiting? What, visiting him and his tag? Oh, right. Why? Is there some... Are we offering sort of tours or something? A bit like Harry Potter? Or something a bit like that? Oh, right. Lovely. Mad as broomsticks, most of them, I'm afraid. So, no, always just walk in. I mean, I don't necessarily think you can walk into any restaurant and just use the toilet. I mean, I can, because I have certain restaurants. I'm sure if I walked into Little Italy or Joe Allen's and said, I'm just using the loo, they'd be fine with that. But in the Strand Palace Hotel, I use it all the time because it's very useful. But, no, you'll always find, I mean, there are quite a number of places, but I appreciate the fact it's not easy in restaurants. Steve, please ask Tom Hanks if he was surprised by the runaway success of his Saturday Night Live character, David Pumpkins. Am I missing the gag here? I don't know if I... Oh, it is just character. Oh, right. It is a cat. Right. Steve says, Nick in Oxford, it would be good to ask Tom Hanks if there were any strawberry creams or liqueurs in Forrest Gump's box of chocolates. Have I missed this? I haven't seen Forrest Gump. No, so it doesn't mean a thing to me. Mind you, I also haven't seen Laughing Boy's Girlfriend. I mean, I don't know whether or not... And you're taking a picture of her in the... Well, yeah. What's she doing? Waving at you or something? Right, she's having a look at the studio. So you're taking a picture of her having a look at the studio. They've all lost it completely. Seriously, I might go to... I haven't decided if I want to go to the break. I'll decide. Let's start pushing. Yeah. Oh, I think you should go to the break, Steve. Now trying to pretend you're the producer after all this time.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 9 minutes to 7 is the time. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, just before the weekend. So do download globalplayer.com, and there's over 8,000 episodes of my podcast, 4,500 episodes of the whole show, which is 403 days they've worked out of this show, all for free, which is fantastic. And you've got the train strike today, so it'll give you something to do, I should imagine, for quite some time, so that's good. And it costs nothing, as I say, absolutely free. Off to church the other day, George, Charlotte, and William and Kate. Sophie Wessex arrived in white, and everybody looking very happy, keeping calm and carolling on. RMT boss Mick Lynch being urged to end the Christmas strike misery after the rail workers in another union accepted a pay offer. Members of the Transport Salaried Staff Association, TSSA, at Network Rail backed a deal by 85%. The RMT still remains in a dispute. TSSA Organising Director Luke Chester called it a great news. He said a decisive result with our members roundly endorsing the offer. He said it only goes what can be done through negotiation when there's a serious offer on the table. So well done. Mick Lynch, meanwhile, sitting there and nothing going anywhere. You know, there is no new offer on the table. It's going to stay there. They're going to end up sort of staying on strike for, well, into the new year, as far as I can see, unless they do something. Harry and Meghan drone on and on and on and on. And a political commentator in one of the papers today says Sunak must engage with the unions and get a grip on the crisis. Yeah, we've got to sort the nurses out as quick as possible, which I think is probably going to be easier to solve than the RMT, because I think that Mick is hell-bent on keeping the members out as long as possible. Unfortunately for them, they lose a small fortune in money, which they don't get back again. So the sooner they sort out and the sooner they agree, the happier everybody will be. Another story in the paper today, the teens' terror in the Winter Blunderland ride crash. They were in this thing, which is like sort of a seat in a ball kind of thing, and it got jammed. And so this thing went up and then crashed into the side of the crane that had it, and they were up there for 20 minutes. And it's like a bungee ride, so it's pulled down, and then they release it. Unfortunately, it all went horribly wrong. 2 teenagers were trapped inside. They're in a spherical pot. Organisers said they were escorted off by staff and weren't hurt. Becky Littlewood, who was there with her husband, filmed the accident on Wednesday night. The footage has gone viral. She said, we heard this bang. The side had snapped and catapulted the people into the air and then hit the side of the ride. Everybody was screaming. I can imagine. I'm looking at the thing now. It's got 2 things, and unfortunately, the rope how they stayed inside, I've got no idea. So you're on a crane, you're strapped into it, and it goes up, and then one of these things became detached, one of the 2 elastic cords which propels the pod. It's a bit like a slingshot. So the ride is closed at the moment. But they say there was an issue with a sealed gearbox. Well, you can't risk things like that. I mean, to be honest with you, I've been on that thing there, which is, it's like a big tower. And it's the tallest one in Europe, but it comes in on a lorry and it goes up in stages. And then you all sit round the base in a seat, and then it takes you up, till you get right to the very top above the trees. Then they flash the lights a few times. Then it sways a little bit. And then all of a sudden they just drop you. So you leave half your stomach up in the air. It's the most frightening thing I've ever been on. I did it twice. But it's a really expensive ride. It's not cheap. Some of the rides at Winter Wonderland run into many, many pounds. But anyway, the Metropolitan Police said the cage had been lowered before the police arrived and the boys had left the scene. To be honest with you, I should imagine you'd be giving... So the boys have now disappeared. You'd be giving them free tickets for every ride that they ever wanted. But I hope they've given them something. I hope they've given them something. That would be okay, wouldn't it? Comedy legend Dawn French is having a sensational return to the stage as a pantomime dame in Jack and the Beanstalk. She did it the other year. It's not the first year she's actually done it, but they're making sort of a big deal about it. It's a £2 million show. It's also very expensive to go and see. In fact, it's very, very expensive to go and see. And what's the other one that I quite... Oh, Johnny Irwin. You know, Johnny, who's got cancer. And he's insisted people like him want the same opportunities for fun and living after revealed a short while ago that he had terminal cancer. He's had it since 2020, which has now spread to his brain. So the prognosis is not great, I'm afraid. The father of 3 said the word cancer is loaded. Don't invite him. He won't be well enough. Please invite me. He said we don't need mollycoddling. So he's claimed that the makers of A Place in the Sun didn't try to keep him on the show after he fell ill. The production firm, Freeform, said there was a lack of available insurance cover for him. Well, he's got terminal cancer. What do you mean insurance cover? He wasn't particularly bothered by that. He just wanted to carry on doing it. You don't really need insurance cover for him because he's going to die. He knows he's going to die. He's not backwards in coming forward. He's very pragmatic, and he's very much in keeping with it. He said the only thing that he doesn't like is the fact that his children, who are little, won't remember him after he dies. So he's trying to do everything he can to make sure that they do remember him. So for goodness sake, don't push him to one side. He's far too bright and brainy for that one. Then there's a mum's terror. This is a lady called Olivia Buxton. Olivia Buxton claims she had to barricade herself in an upstairs room where her 2-year-old son was asleep as 2 enforcement agents shouted up. She alleged she was traumatised after bailiffs clamped her car and entered the house over a 65 quid fine. She said she'd contested the penalty charge notice received from Transport for London for driving into a box junction, but they refused to accept my appeal. Next thing, she says, they'd referred the debt to a recovery firm, and I set up a payment plan of 10 quid a month. I thought it was being taken out of the account, she said, but unfortunately it wasn't. She comes from East Molesey, which I know very well indeed. She said 2 bailiffs turned up at the door. I had no contact from Bristow and Souter asking for money, neither a phone call, so it was crazy. She's a freelance journalist. She claims that the pair of agents refused to leave and continued to shout her name over and over again, saying unless she paid them 500 quid to remove the clamps from the car, it would be towed away in 90 minutes. So I told them I was going to ring the police. And then somebody shouted from the bottom of the staircase, one of the bit, call the police. Because this is the problem, actually. She said, I know it sounds very dramatic, but I called 999 as I was petrified. Anyway, I rang my partner and everything else, and they started ringing the telephone. And to stop the removal of the vehicle, they put these little clamps on it, so she couldn't drive it anywhere. And they wanted the money. They wanted the money. So make payment to stop further action. Can't win with these companies, can you now? It's a bit difficult. You know, people eventually sort of say, well, you know, how do I stop this action? Because remember, I had the same trouble, not with a debt, well, it was with a debt collecting agency, but that was through HMRC, and luckily HMRC saw sense and sort of said, right, you know, we admit our mistakes, which I thought was... Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to December the 19th. Welcome to, oh my godfathers, it's going to take all this week to get ourselves back to normal, especially as the big freeze, which we've had, turns into the quick thaw. But we're aware of the dangers. There's one pub, they woke up in the morning to have water pouring in through the ceiling. It's completely devastated the restaurant and everything else. 1 in 5 families will use new devices for Christmas dinner. The real Strictly winner. It's a win-win for the BBC. They're mainly BBC employees. It's just a very expensive reality show. Gary Neville sparks fury by comparing striking workers in this country with the migrant labourers in Qatar. They don't come any more stupid, do they, than commentators. Harry and Meghan asked the royal family to say sorry. Heard the expression eat and die, but that ain't going to be happening anytime soon. And the Christmas travel nightmare. What's on, what's off, what's in, what's out. All of that. Yes, oh, milk, lovely, that's what we need. And the top Christmas dinner guest. It's, I don't know why they bother doing something like that. It's a really stupid thing, merci. Very silly thing to have on, you know, on any newspaper. They go, oh, who would be your favourite dinner guest? I mean, obviously, I would be fairly near the top of the list. Thank you very much indeed. And I would be eating all of my Christmas dinner because I like my Christmas dinner. And this week is the week that people are going to be wearing their Christmas jumpers to work. Dom, out there in the newsroom, he's got his little one on, but it turns out to be last year's, but it washes well. So that looks quite nice. And it's, I said, oh, what would that be? Thinking he'd say, you know, medium to large, small. How depressed am I? How depressed am I? Also, Britain told to prepare for an era of high immigration. And Prince Louis set to join the royal family's Christmas celebrations. And I did work out the other day, and I think I'll do it on the free podcast as well today. It was only because I'd sort of thought about it the other day and sort of the droning on of Harry and Meghan and all the rest of it. And then after what Jeremy Clarkson wrote about her, I couldn't believe that kind of blew me away, I'm afraid. I have to be honest. I thought, you can write certain things about people. You don't write that. That was really just uncalled for. You could be controversial. And you could say things about her, the fact she was an average actress and the fact that she targeted Harry and things like that. But you don't say things that he did. Definitely not. And I suddenly realised that the royal family are completely different from us, which obviously is a little bit intelligent for some of you to grasp. But they're a family business. They're not a family as such. They all operate independently. Every single branch of that family operates independently. They don't just nip round to somebody's house. They wouldn't just nip round to William and Kate and go, listen, should we pop round this weekend? It doesn't work like that. They don't do that. That's why Meghan can't understand it. Mind you, her dysfunctional family, I think, kind of sums it up, really, where nobody talks to each other. So the only person who turned up to her wedding was her mother. And that was the only person. All the rest of them were sort of arguing and doing all their little bits and pieces. But that's what they are. They are a business. It's purely a business. They do things. They do it, to order. It's the pomp, the circumstance. It's everything. It's all done the way that it's always been done. It's as simple as that. So when sort of Meghan pops into the family for the brief few minutes that she was in it, she thinks she can change it. You can't. That's what they do. As I say, it must be the only family where they probably don't even send Christmas cards to each other. They will send out loads of cards to everybody else, but they've got members of the family. The only time they ever see them is when they come together for a funeral or a wedding or something like that. That's the only time. The rest of the time, they all live completely separate lives with separate households. William and Kate have got the household, who will look after all of their engagements, sort out all their clothes and everything else. For the producer, it was when he heard Harry talking about wanting to see his granny, only to have her say, apparently I can't meet you now, my schedule has changed. As though she was a CEO who follows a business schedule, meeting to meeting. Charles could not just phone up the palace and speak to the Queen. He couldn't pop round for tea with his mother. It just wouldn't have been done. She'd be busy doing things, and she'd say, well, I can fit you in a week Thursday, and you can come round there. And if he picked up the phone and said, can I speak to the Queen? Unfortunately, she's very busy today. She's tied up. Maybe tomorrow I'll have a check and have a look in her diary. And that's how it works. So you can imagine they've got no idea how families work. So when their relationships split up, as indeed every one of them has, the only person who's kept theirs together against all the odds, Edward and Sophie, the one who everybody was going, Edward, are you serious? He was the one. Nobody, he went into theatre. I think he was going to go to the Royal Marines, but we decided that was a bit too butch. So he didn't survive very well in the Royal Marines, having to get up early in the morning in your boxer shorts in front of lots of strange men and being taken out in the rain and doing press-ups was not really for Edward at all. So he sort of went and did other things. And in fact, he's replaced Andrew. Andrew was going to be, had he not had his, let's just call it run-ins with the press and everything else, he was going to be the one who was looking after certain parts of the royal family. And so they've now given it to Edward and Sophie because, unfortunately, Andrew is persona non grata. He was always a bit of a, what's it? And now he's an even bigger what's it. So we don't bother with him. He's an embarrassment, but it's a family. OK, so whether he's got two daughters, and he's got an ex-wife who clings round his neck like a millstone, dragging him down at every opportunity, makes no difference. They operate independently. They think he might be given some security. They're not sure. Why? I can't imagine. Who cares? What are they frightened of? The answer is they're frightened of you. They're frightened of you. They're frightened of running into you and you saying things to them because they don't like things, because they're living in this bubble, this little cocoon. But anyway, aside from that, and the other shocking news that I heard the other day, in fact, I heard it this morning, and I used to watch Ellen DeGeneres' show. Now, I have to be honest, I used to be and still am, relatively speaking, a big fan of Ellen DeGeneres. The show worked very well. They get Christmas time, they gave away everything. Everybody in the audience goes away with a 50-inch television, and you can win the 12 days of Christmas, and it was all fantastic. And Twitch got out and did his dances and all the rest of it, then got people out from the audience. He took his own life. He took his own life the other week. You could have knocked me down with a broom handle. Seriously, I mean, it only goes to prove what I said all along, because my ex-producer, Joe Lyons, from some years ago, used to work here, and then he used to nip over to Capital and all the rest of it, then eventually went on to Capital. You never would have known there was anything the matter with him. I promise you, never would have known. He was happy-go-lucky, he was chatty, all right, Steve, really. And even up until the day before we realised that something had gone wrong, he was saying hello to me here. I would go outside at 6 o'clock to go and get myself a cup of tea, and I would bump into Joe. And he'd go, all right, Steve? And I'd go, yeah, how are you? And he'd go, good. Without realising that, of course, he wasn't good. He wasn't good. And it was a great shame. But with Twitch, he danced. He was allowed to host the show when she wasn't there. He did all sorts of bits and pieces. He contributed to it. And he looked like the happiest-go-lucky fella in the entire universe. But instead, inside, he must have been really, really fighting it, and he couldn't fight it anymore. And so he ended up taking his own life. And I tell you, that knocked me more than anything else. More than anything else. Joe was obviously another matter altogether. But with Twitch, you saw him on the television every day. And he was, bouncing and doing his dancing, and I used to try and copy him, and I was rubbish. Things like that. And I remember thinking, we never know, do we? We never know. And somebody said to me once, they said, and I remember only once did I ever feel like that, when I first came up to London. And I can remember I was sharing a flat with 3 girls, dancers. So they were out all day. I was twiddling my thumbs and doing absolutely diddly squat, I'm afraid. And I remember looking out the window once, and it was dark and it was raining. And I remember thinking, oh, God, no money, no job, no prospects of a job at all, nothing at all, absolutely nothing. But, of course, the one thing I couldn't do is go back to my parents, because that would be admitting failure. And you knew damn well that they would say, told you couldn't manage. And so I didn't. I bluffed it out, and I managed to find myself little bits of work which brought in peanuts, absolute peanuts. But we managed to survive. We managed to get our way through it, and then it all changed when I met Dale, because he basically said, come and audition for this radio station called UBN, because they're always looking for people. So I went and auditioned, and I got a job, paying £400 a month. £100 a week. I thought I'd arrived. Seriously, I had no idea it was only £400 a month, but it was good. And I was doing DJing in a couple of clubs in the same area. And so it worked out, and it was just through sheer perseverance. And I kept thinking, I could have allowed myself to go under, because you get very, very fed up with everything. And I thought, no, because it's not just for me. It's a case, what about the people you leave? What about the people, who are there for you? Friends and things like that. You have to live with that kind of thing. So I couldn't. I'm too much of a coward anyway. So I couldn't have done it anyway. But when you sort of read about some of these people's lives, and you think, we sort of laugh, don't we, when we sort of read about people on the television who've done this and that. And that's why they have to go on to Love Island, because they've got absolutely bugger all else in their life. They've got nothing. That's their be-all and end-all. I was watching Big Brother. There's loads of YouTube videos on YouTube, quite coincidentally, and it's all to do with the arguments at Big Brother. Jade Goody shouting and being disgusting as a racist, and a few other people, Joe O'Meara, and you sort of look at this kind of thing, and then you watch other people. The language was unreal. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a prude by any stretch of the imagination, but to actually watch all these people arguing, and you think to yourself, what do you think you're achieving out of this? And the answer is absolutely nothing. They achieved nothing, apart from people looking at them thinking, you're sad. You really are sad and tragic and talentless. It's interesting. There's 2 little Katie Price stories in the paper today. One of them saying even if she goes to prison, because she's up on bankruptcy again, because she hasn't coughed up any money yet, she thinks that she can stick 2 fingers up to the courts, which is basically what she's been doing for all this time. She's a bankrupt and a drink driver. 6 times convicted. 6 times. I mean, it's almost beggars belief. Anyway, she said even if they send her to prison, she'll still continue to make money. That's why she's had 12 holidays this year. She's never done a day's work in her life, and she said all she'll do is add another chapter to her book. She'll write another chapter. She's never written anything in her life. She can't write. She's illiterate. She has ghostwriters in. The ghostwriter comes in and she says, oh, the story is about this, this and this, and they then write it for her. She's never written anything at all. She's also planning a Barbie-style cosmetic clinic. Well, proof of the pudding in the eating. I think have a look at yourself in the mirror, love, and then say, who in God's name is going to want to look like you? Seriously, going against everything that her mother's ever said to her. Don't have any more surgery. Look at the state of her. I mean, really, she's getting worse and worse and worse. And so she's now planning on opening a Barbie-style cosmetic clinic. She's also learning how to inject herself with Botox. Where you buy this from, I've got no idea. Perhaps it comes up under the local supermarket or something in the shelf of who wants to look like a dip. Anyway, you know, that kind of stuff.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 17 minutes past 4. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. It was busy, wasn't it? And at least the weather's changed. Thank the Lord above, we don't have to put up with the freezing. Oh, it was so cold the other week. And then all of a sudden it's gone mild. So, in fact, in theory, provided you keep your clothes on, you could turn the heating off. Because it's going to be, they say, 12, 15 degrees this week. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Then yesterday, was it yesterday? Or was it Saturday? It might have been Saturday. I can't remember. Anyway, we had partial bus strike, which means that some of the drivers work, some of the drivers don't. I don't understand how it works myself. I've not quite fathomed it out yet. But anyway, I get on a bus in Kingston. I've done a little bit of shopping, not very much, just a few little bits and pieces. And the bus was ages. So by the time it arrived, there's quite a queue behind me. And anyway, I get on the bus. Nobody says a word on the bus. OK, and when I say nobody says a word, it said 281 Hounslow. So that goes through Twickenham, then it goes up past the station and out to Hounslow where it terminates, then turns around and comes back again. Anyway, so the 281 turns up, so we all pile on. Very happy, I've piled on, I've got my little booty stuff and all the rest of it. We get as far as the bus garage at Fulwell. And the bus driver then announces this bus terminates here. So everybody kind of looks at each other. And I remember thinking, well, there was no mention when we got on the bloody bus that it was going to be terminating at Fulwell. If it had said Fulwell on the front, we'd have understood it, but it didn't. It said Hounslow. So anyway, so we all troop off the bus. And I said to the driver, I said, is there another bus coming along? He said, yeah, right behind me. So I thought we'd just get off our bus because we've paid and then get onto the bus behind and we'd sort of sit down. No, we had to pay again. They charged us again. So for doing a one journey, they got 2 lots of money. I was so angry. Seriously. I wanted to say to them, but why are you ripping us off? You know, the bus company are making all this money out of us just by going, oh, that bus terminates there. But nobody told us at the beginning of it. You know, I mean, because otherwise they should have let you get on for free. Because we'd already paid for the blooming journey. Terrible, isn't it? Absolutely terrible. But anyway, but I bumped into all sorts of people. Bus drivers mainly yesterday. Morning, Steve. Morning, Steve. Morning, Steve. And I get it all the time. I get it at Waterloo Station. I'm assuming we're back to normal at Waterloo Station for a few days before they sort of tiddle off again. I don't know how it's going to go. It's not looking very promising for poor old Michael Lynch. I mean, he really is. He's bitten off more than he can chew. He's beginning to look like a bit of a dipstick, I'm afraid. That's the problem, is most people are saying we don't want to strike. They can't afford to lose the money. The postal people, the nurses, the RMT, they don't want to lose the money. But, of course, it means that union look a bit daft. So what you've got coming up now, so 16th, 17th we've had. We're all right until the 24th, when it's rail and the buses. You've got nurses on the 20th, ambulances on the 21st, driving instructors all the way through till the... Oh, that's finished now. Royal Mail. Driving examiners back till the 31st. And rail again for the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th Thank God it misses the 30th. That's on the date of my magic show. So we're very lucky on that one. The highway workers off 31st. Border Force off 28 through 31. Baggage handlers 28 through January. Driving examiners, Border Force and Rail. So Rail is 26, 27, 28, 29. And the driving... Who cares about the driving examiners? Who cares? I thought the idea was to... Well, people have... You know, they actually want to keep people off the roads nowadays, don't they? They don't encourage people to drive at all. So ambulance workers, England and Wales, health workers, Northern Ireland, nurses, England, Wales and Northern Ireland, buses, Abellio services only, which of course is our area. Baggage handlers, Heathrow, Menzies Aviation, some strike effects, different areas on different dates. So basically it's a complete and utter cock-up, isn't it, all the way through. I'm not sure whether or not the baggage handler is going to make any difference. Good chance to smuggle your stuff through, isn't it, I should imagine, if there's going to be no baggage handlers there doing everything. Adele is going to start her own lingerie brand. And Matt Goss, the Oracle, has come up. He turned up on the television the other day. God, he's boring. I didn't realise just how dull he is. But he knows a thing or two about Sin City, and he's apparently given advice to Adele, who is doing fantastic business in the arena at Caesar's Palace, whereas he just played the airing cupboard, which was about as big as it got for him. And he said you have to know about Vegas dry throat because you're in the middle of the desert. So you need to take lozenges for sort of, you know, so your throat doesn't dry up. In other words, Matt Goss has come up with the most fantastic breaking news story we've ever heard. Drink water whilst in the desert. Unbelievable. Hold me back. Hold me back. Almost as intelligent as... who else did we come up with who is as intelligent as Matt Goss? Probably quite a number of people. They come... You know... Sorry? Your dog... I don't know. It's very odd. But he sort of comes up with this sort of stuff. And I don't even know if he was there at the end of Strictly. Because he didn't win. He was kicked out very earlier on, mainly because he's wooden. Absolutely wooden. Perhaps he should start modelling for fans only or something like that. Perhaps he might make a bit of money. But no. So he gave advice to Adele, the woman who works her way around the world, working in about every condition there is. And he goes, you need these lozenges. And she goes, no, dear, I just drink water. Thank you very much indeed. You know, it's like the Phantom of the Opera, Michael Crawford in his dressing room at the Her Majesty's Theatre. He used to have one of these things that pumped mist into the room to keep his throat, you know, ready for act. I do the same here. People think it's a little bit pretentious. But to be honest with you, I've got a little tss in the corner. And that pumps air in to keep the air moist and to keep my vocal cords in fine tune. Well, that's the way it works. It's not too complicated. It's 10 degrees here in West Yorkshire, says Jane. A welcome change from -7. Yes. And Joy in Thornton Heath says, did you see the story about the snake that had been living on a train for a while? My friend Gareth was called to go and rescue it after the rail worker that found it was spooked. It was a harmless corn snake, thankfully still alive, but a bit injured, living in the wall of a train. Oh, dear. Goodness sake, honestly. Steve, it's 20 pence a bag of fresh veg. Time in supermarkets. I like to cook veggie stews and pasta dishes. It'll make it cheaper to use fresh and will be a change from using just frozen veg, and we'll use more fresh mixed in. Lovely. Twitch. Steve, I saw him on Jennifer Hudson's show last month and thought he looked different, less sparkly. He must have been grieving the loss of Ellen and how she was treated. I'm sad to hear that he left a family behind. Yeah, I mean, you seriously could have knocked me down on that one. It's ridiculous. And Jane says, the only reason I'm still here is my husband. I can't leave him. He keeps me sane by making me laugh every day. And Sarah says, I couldn't believe it when I heard that Twitch had died last week. As you say, you sometimes never know when somebody is hurting inside. He must have been hurting. He must have been hurting. Regarding the bus terminated, you should have got a ticket before you got off the first bus that would allow you to get on the other bus for free. Aha. Should have done. Should have. I didn't know it was an option. I wish they'd told us when we got on the blasted bus that, you know, you're getting off, but we're going to be terminating at Fulwell. I wasn't very happy about that at all. So everybody got off and everybody paid again. Not so good, is it? Youngsters are ditching pubs in favour of ice cream parlours. I do like an ice cream parlour, but I can't see they're ditching pubs. Because it's just as expensive to have a nice ice cream nowadays. You can spend £5 on a cornet, can't you? Which I quite like, you know, having a cornet in an ice cream shop. And we do like our ice creams. What was the other one? Turkey trimmings, pud pie and wine. £5.82 a person. It's cheap. Very cheap. And the cheeky chef, Gino D'Acampo, banned celebrities from the show because they were boring. It's a bit like him, actually, trying to attempt to do celebrity, whatever it is, something where he sort of says, the survey says... I mean, he just repeats the same lines. Family Fortunes. There you go. Family Fortunes with Gino D'Acampo, the man who's still speaking strange Italian. So we take this, and he's been here since he was a child. How's he not learnt anything? The newsagent's opening on Christmas Day, so lonely people have somewhere to go and a chat. This is an old story. They've been doing it for years. I don't know why the papers all of a sudden make a big deal about it. They've been doing it for ages and ages and ages. And the palace determined to move forward after the palace jibes. Of course they will. They're not going to apologise to them. Why would they apologise to them? They are the servants of the people. It's as simple as that. You know, people, joined the royal firm, and that's what you've done. You've joined a big company. You've joined a very big company. And they do it their way. They're not going to put up with sort of somebody having a petulant little tantrum like Harry or Meghan. They don't care. You either do it their way or you're not doing it at all. And they were given the 5 options and they opted for opting out. So they've got 100 million in the bank. He's going to be a very lonely young man. Very lonely. She, of course, couldn't care less because she doesn't need him at all. She really doesn't. She can now forge ahead without him. He'd still have to pay for the children. Still have to pay. Gifts stolen by delivery drivers sold at car boot sales. I'm still waiting for two things to arrive. Let's wait and see if they do. I have a sneaking feeling they probably won't. They will disappear completely. So Gary Neville, as I say, sparking fury by comparing the striking workers with the migrant labourers in Qatar. Lovely picture of old David Beckham trousering that old money, and because he loves the homophobic stance of Qatar, because he couldn't care less. As long as it doesn't affect him and his family, he'll bend over and take the golden shilling. Contestants on The Apprentice's new series have signed up to a sex bet. Sorry, the excitement. A sex. I didn't know there was such a thing. Apparently, James White got together with Jade English, while Harrison Jones and Michaela Wayne became a couple and had a baby. Lottie Lyon and Lewis Elias hooked up during the filming in Finland. And then Philip... My Godfathers, honestly, it's a hotbed of perversion. Never heard anything like it. They've got the new series beginning next month in Antigua. A source said any antics could affect the candidate's performance in the boardroom. The focus of the show is getting Lord Sugar to be your business partner, not finding your life partner. Yeah, but they don't find them for life, do they? That's the trouble. They find them for a few weeks. It's basically cheap trash for a one-night stand. That's what you go on there for, and then you have to pretend that you always wear a suit and all this kind of stuff. And then I didn't watch anything on the what? What? Oh, do you think Bosch ever... I don't know. I don't like to ask. God knows I don't want to ask that one. You want to ask? I mean, I don't know. Jade Thirlwell swaps Little Mix for Lil' Kim to celebrate her birthday early. I mean, to be honest with you, how to look cheap. The singer who turns 30 on Boxing Day is wearing like a jumpsuit, and on one breast she's just got a little sequin sticker. What is the matter with you, dear? And that you call that fashion, do you? I mean, God, I've seen people wearing more on the Reeperbahn and in Amsterdam. Looks dreadful, but if that's what you've got to do to try and sell records, so be it. B-Boss is set to reunite Hamza Yassin and Helen Skelton as co-presenters of Countryfile. How many more bloody presenters of Countryfile have they got? They've got about 8 at the moment. Somebody said, a TV insider, it's a huge opportunity for Hamza and Helen as their ratings eclipse most soap operas. Yeah, God, that dreary old baloney. And a first-class stamp could cost more than £1 for the first time unless Saturday deliveries are axed, Royal Mail have said. I still think it's cheap for what it is. Don't you? £1? I think, yeah. To literally get somewhere, anywhere in the country? I think so. And, Steve, you don't get charged twice on the buses as long as it's within an hour of you first touching the card reader. Oh, right. Oh, that'll be it. I'd be quite happy if that was the case. And another one that says, Steve, From Sleepless in Pool, hope you like the picture. No way was this tea towel going in the airing cupboard along with the other. 2 nice-to-use ones. Yours has taken pride of place on the kitchen door, keeping me company whilst I try and cook up some culinary delights. And I do hope, says Anne, you got your Christmas card with all the strike action. Hope you get the gang have a wonderful, safe Christmas and all good wishes for a happy and healthy 2023. Looks very good. See, she's got that nice thing for hanging the tea towel up on the door. It's very good.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I think this week's going to be manic, don't you? I think everybody's going to be going out this week and buying everything. Apparently we had Manic Sunday. Just another Manic Sunday. Ooh. Because everybody was out there buying all their bits and pieces and getting everything. People have gone mad. Seriously, as if they haven't got a care in the world. Whereas I'm thinking, I left the heating on for the whole nearly 24 hours, actually. God knows what it's going to cost me. I should probably have to sell up or something. But it was interesting that everywhere was packed solid. People staggering out of shops with bags and things like that. And it's all going to be over in a few days' time. You know, you can have Christmas Day, Boxing Day, then it's the sales. Back where you started. And all that stuff you spent a fortune on is going to be reduced. Which is a bit of a shame. Lots of people watching the viewing figures for Harry and Meghan extravaganza have been phenomenal, but people have not been sympathetic to them. They're not fans of Harry and Meghan. I think she's turned on the tears. She's an actress, remember, and he's rapidly turning into an actress. He's sort of done the same kind of things. But basically, they lied to people. You know, he's been over-exaggerating about this, that and the other. I mean, I find him, you know, as a child, deeply petulant. You know, because he didn't get his own way and because he didn't get everything, it doesn't matter. You know, he should have defended Meghan all the way through, but he didn't. And that was the trouble. One of the biographers has said he didn't do anything at all. He just sort of sat back. Lorraine says, Steve, the rail strikers can't have much salary to pick up this month. They feel sorry for the families. Well, they've said the rail strikers could lose about $5,000 each. Whereas postmen, I think, are online for about a couple of grand losing. And unless you've got savings, which lots of people don't have savings nowadays. Lots of people don't. You know, somebody says, how much savings you got? I think James O'Brien did it ages ago as a story. And it turned out that the majority of people had less than £100 in savings. And I remember thinking, blimey. I mean, that makes it very difficult if you've got to pay for things. So what will people do? They'll put it on credit cards and you're paying extortionate interest rates. So the only person who wins are the credit card companies. That's it. Colin says, I've just discovered the joy of air-fried Brussels sprouts. A little olive oil, salt, and cook at 180 degrees for 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, I could cook them quicker myself in a saucepan with a little bit of water, a little bit of steam. I don't do the big Brussels sprouts. I do the little small things, which are delicious and very sweet. And I do those. They cook in less than 4 minutes. And I always put a knob of butter in. And just swill them around in that. When they come out, they're delicious. You can do them with bacon, lardons, or anything else like that. It's quite nice. Quite nice. Steve, says Shane, we went to the afternoon tea at the Ritz with carol singers. It was delightful. Actually, talking to carol singers, Shane says, nearly spent all our money in Fortnum & Mason. Lovely driving down through Hampstead, though. Look at that. How nice. How lovely. I was watching Songs of Praise the other day. Oh, it was good. It was all the carols and all the... And there was a group of singers on there, and I can't remember. I don't know if you can find out. Are they the Kingdom Singers? They were... If it is them, I'm pretty certain it was. I couldn't remember, actually. I remember watching them thinking, God, you're bloody brilliant. They were so good. And there weren't many of them. I'm sure it was Songs of Praise yesterday, the Kingdom Singers. Would it have been the Kingdom Singers? We're having a check on the schedules. Isn't you know, the universe and the internet are just fantastic. You can find all these different groups on the television, and I thought they were really, really good. I think I can't remember what song they did. Whatever it was, I remember sitting there, totally captivated by it, thinking, did it not say their name? Oh, poo. That's a shame. But anyway, if it was them, they were blooming brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I loved them. I thought they were great. Graham in Langley says, the story you told of your former producer and Twitch really hit me. During the pandemic, I reached a very dark place in my life. Thankfully, I was able to shake myself out of it and somehow made it through. like a lot of us, without LBC to keep me company, I really don't know where I'd be now. So thank you to you and LBC for what you do. I had a friend of mine. Well, he wasn't really a friend of mine. He was somebody I knew from this building. And he went through a dark period years and years ago. And I remember reading his tweet and thinking, oh, I don't like the sound of that. So I wrote to him privately and said, listen, if ever you want to chat, please call me. It doesn't matter whether it's day, night, afternoon, any time you want. You know, if it's 4 a.m, 3 a.m, I don't care. Just phone me and I'll talk you out of anything, because I'm fairly good at doing that. And I did worry. Because, he'd sort of not necessarily reached out to me, but it was a case of I thought that he was probably hurting inside. And radio is a great leveller. God knows it's a great leveller. You know, you can help a lot of people. Because people think that, you wake up in the early hours of the morning and you think you're the only one. You think there's only you there. Even after my dad died, my mum became addicted to the radio. And I know lots of you are in very similar situations, because you wake up and, you've got music on the radio, which is very nice. But sometimes radio takes you to another different place. Whereas with speech, at least you can laugh. At least you can have a bit of fun with it. Not all the time, but, you can do quite well with it. And it can get you out of a particular situation. So this friend of mine, we managed to talk him out of his situation. And he's fine now. He's fine. But that's why, when sort of Graham says, radio's a great leveller and it can help a lot of people, it's true. But we didn't know about Joe. I had no idea. I just thought he was a happy-go-lucky bloke. He was good at what he did. He loved doing it. He seemed to have boundless energy. But lovely, absolutely lovely. Rocky says, I think you're brilliant. Yeah, well, we all do. Why do you think Meghan will leave Harry? Don't you think she's madly in love with him? No, I don't. I really don't, actually. Funny that, isn't it? Because bearing in mind, she had been married before, but she was looking for somebody who could help her in her quest of world domination. I don't think she loves him at all. I think she's an actress. But that's just my opinion. You might think completely differently, because, if you buy into it, that's great. I don't have a problem with that. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. I just happen to think she could ditch him in a few years' time and he wouldn't see it coming. Because what's he got? He's got no family. She's got no family. All they've got is each other. But she seems to strike out by herself. It's as simple as that. But it's an opinion. Everybody's got an opinion. Robert says, amazing magic on Britain's Got Talent, The Ultimate Magician last night. Eric Chin, brilliant. I know. I bought a few of his effects in the past. And just absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It was very good. I didn't like the witch who was at the end of the show. I knew most of the other magicians on there, but Eric Chin, the moment I knew he was on there, I thought he's going to walk it, because he is so skilled at cards and coins that you sit there and you watch it, and then he had a little wooden box, and he produces all these coins, which he then piled into this box, so it was almost overflowing, closed the lid, put it to one side, then he does something else, and he picks up the box, opens it, everything's gone. And it's not moved off the table. I mean, he was just absolutely brilliant. Jackie says, why do some bus drivers make you wait in the pouring rain with an empty bus? As it's not time to go yet. Yeah, I mean, the one thing I don't understand is why sometimes the bus will pull in, they leave the doors open, we all sat there freezing our bits off. And you think, close the bloody doors. I'm freezing to death in here. I'm very lucky to make it through the day. Steve, I saw it this weekend. It was the Kingdom Choir. They sung Stand By Me at Harry and Meghan's wedding. It was them, was it? I loved them. I thought they were fab. I thought they were really, really good. I tell you what I liked about them. Everybody looked immaculate. They were all made up. Every single woman there looked stunning. The blokes looked average, but they were really good. I think there was only 2 blokes singing. The rest of it were women, and they were really good. Really good. Check them out. Johnny in Sussex says, I know you like your box sets. So have you watched one called Dickensian? It's a BBC production from 2015. It takes a handful of Dickens classics and intermingles them all into one story. All the critics gave it 5 stars. There's 20 half-hour episodes. It has a cracking cast. If you like Dickens, you'll love it. Check it out on Amazon. He said it's easily worth the $10.99. Well, it's got Stephen Rea. It's got Tom Weston-Jones and Joseph Quinn. So there you go, written by Tony Jordan. Brings characters from many of the Dickens novels together. Because Dickens invented winter, didn't he? Every single Dickens novel, it was snowing in London town. It was always snowing. In fact, when they made the film about Dickens, it was snowing. Dickens could only write about snow. You can imagine how filthy the streets were. Really. They used to have people who used to sweep the streets away, little boys, standing by the side of the road with brooms so that the ladies with their big dresses didn't get... Because they must have been filthy. There was no laundrama. They didn't have any of things like that going on in Dickensian times. You had to sort of get your old sort of scrubbing bowl out and all the rest of it and do it. But no, Dickens, it was always snowing. Always snowing. But that's how we like it. We absolutely love it. And Avril says, they were indeed captivating, the Kingdom Choir on Songs of Praise. I was mesmerised like you. Yeah, I thought they were fab. And I love their choir mistress. I thought she was sensational. Steve, I went to the London Palladium, says David, Saturday to see Jack and the Beanstalk. It was fantastic. Never been to that theatre. Really? Good Lord above, you've never been to the London Palladium? A Frank Matcham theatre. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I've been backstage. And there's 3 people buried under the stage. 3 people, including Bruce Forsyth. His ashes are under the stage. And there's also a very famous agent whose ashes are under the stage of the London Palladium. One of the best honours you could ever have. You know, Bruce, who, you know, really started his career with Beat the Clock at the Palladium and played that theatre so many times. And so I think part of his ashes went under there. And the other one was an agent whose name I can't remember now. It'll come to me in a minute because he was Dale's agent. And I can't remember. Just type in celebrity ashes under Palladium stage. It'll probably tell you. I know that Bruce's ashes are there. And I think that's really lovely. I think that's a special thing to have, I think, you know. Billy Marsh, that's right. Billy Marsh was a huge agent. In fact, Billy Marsh's assistant is married to Michael Ball's father. So work that one out if you can. But I think there's somebody else as well. I think there are 3 people. But Billy Marsh was the first one to go under the stage, and then Bruce as well. So they're not in their coffins. They're just the ashes, which is great. I love it. So I'm glad you enjoyed the pantomime because it's got rave review, but it's the most expensive show in town, I think. I was going to get tickets for the producer. I thought, sod that for soldiers. No blooming chance. No chance. You'd be very lucky to get a little tub of ice cream. Very lucky.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, keeping me company, says Paul, on my drive from Birmingham to Woking to start work at 6 a.m. and taking the wife to the Lyceum Theatre to watch The Lion King in January. Any recommendations on where to take her for food? Well, just round the corner is Joe Allen's from The Lion King. Just round the corner. You'll love the show. The show's fab. The show is really good. I've seen it a few times now. It's really... It's a good show. It's bedded in, as they say. Bedded in. It's very good. Although I believe Mary Poppins is coming out in early January, so you need to book a seat for that one as well, because if you've not seen that, that's a real good one to go and see. But no, Joe Allen's literally within 5 minutes of you coming out the theatre. You come out the theatre, turn right, then you're at the Strand, turn right, down there, First Little Road on the left-hand side, Joe Allen's. There you go. So you can sort it all out. Vilas says, Steve, come January, most of the strikers will be back at work after giving people grief in December, and TfL will be advertising, come to London, as they want to make money. I think they absolutely want to make money. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but, you know, I don't have any problem with strikes whatsoever. Never have done, provided it's realistic. If it's so fantastic, then it's not going to happen and you reach stalemate. And I think that the nurses have worked out and their union have worked out 19% is not realistic. You know, they cannot afford to do that. And if they give 19% to them, then it'll be 19% here and 19% there, because it means that eventually they will capitulate and they will hand the money out. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they're going to end up settling, I think, for about 11, 12%, something like that. You've got to bring them in line, you know, for a living wage. I mean, you know, when I read stories in the papers about nurses having to go to food banks, and you think, what? That is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Aisha says, I love Prince William to heaven. He will need Harry. Harry is a pillar of stoicism. Harry is honest and empathetic. They should apologise and bring the family back together. Yeah, but the trouble is, Aisha, they're not a family. They are separate units. All of it coming together under one umbrella of the royal family. They don't have family. They don't do normal family things like we do. It's like they all go every year to Sandringham. How many families do you know that go to one place every year? That's what they do. They dress for dinner. Harry they don't need, because William is next in line to the throne. Harry's way down the list. Way down the list, and that was the problem, actually. Jane says, Steve, have a look at XREF homes for sale in Lincolnshire. Starting price, 120,000. Lincolnshire's very cheap for property. I've seen a house I want to buy. It's 7.5 million. And I love fantasy buying. I have fantasy lottery in my life, which means that I buy a lottery ticket. If I then get things saying, you know, congratulations, you won a prize, I fantasise that I've won the lottery. And so I decide what I'm going to spend the money on. And this house is very nice. It's 2 houses away from a pub, one of the oldest pubs in Twickenham, which is very nice indeed. It's got 6 bedrooms. It's huge, absolutely enormous. And it's only 7.5 million. And it's got a swimming pool out in the back garden, which is really so. But it's a long, thin one. It's not sort of wide, it's long and thin. So, in fact, sort of thing that ducks might land on or something like that. But I don't know how deep it is. I haven't sort of recceed this bit out. But it's really lovely and built in, I think, about the 1700s. So really quite something. And you literally overlook a bit of the river, which is quite nice, because I'm Piscean. I'm strangely drawn to water. Basically means I've got urinary problems. That's the kind of thing I worry about. But I thought that would be quite nice to wake up, as long as it's got good central heating. That's all you want. The amount of people who've written to me over the last 2 weeks going, my central heating's bust, my central heating's given up, and you think, how do you survive? I tried to buy an electric blanket the other day. No chance. All of a sudden, everybody wants an electric blanket. So I bought a hot water bottle, and it was £2.99. For a brand new hot water bottle. I thought that was quite good. I mean, it's not the biggest hot water, but I mean, it's obviously bigger than usual. And I thought to myself, that's quite nice. But now that the weather has turned, we're all looking a little bit better. Anushka says, Steve, happy Monday. Have you made it to Winter Wonderland yet? There are so many attractions this year, like the ice rink. Oh, they always have the ice rink. Bar ice, the giant wheel, always. The ice slide, and there's a roller coaster. Oh, listen, everything. They've had these every single year. I mean, I haven't been this year, actually. But she said, now the weather is milder, perhaps you could saunter down there. You've got to book a ticket in advance. And to be brutally honest with you, I know it seems a bit mean, I don't want to pay to go into a fun fair. I don't pay to go into them normally. They're free. I wouldn't mind, but the rides here are really expensive. Really expensive. You can pay £9 for a ride, which is a lot of money. Especially one that I might fall out of or something. I mean, they've got these roller coasters, and they've got one. I mean, how it's... because they were all built for a long time ago when people were smaller. So if you're crammed in a carriage with somebody who, let's call it overweight, you're going to be shoved against the side, and it goes round the top, and then it just sort of quickly whizzes you round the corner. Well, my heart drops. I've been up the big tall tower thing, which takes you right up to the top and starts swaying, and then they switch all the lights off, then they put them back on, and then it drops. Half your stomach is still up there. I've been on that. And then there's another one, which is a roller coaster, where you sit in it, and it goes up, and there's something underneath you, and all of a sudden there's nothing underneath you, and you swing out from side to side and go round the corner. That's a bit scary. But they're like £9 each, which is, I don't mind paying reasonable amount for a ride, but £9... that seems a lot. And also, they were charging last time round £5 for a portion of chips. Well, if you think I'm paying £5 for a portion of chips, you've got nothing coming. Otherwise, I'd be happy to buy something like that, but I'm not spending that much money. And then, yes, all the what machines? Grapple? What's a grapple machine? Oh, those. Oh, you don't go on those, do you? Oh, I know. Look, have you seen? It's got no grip. That's the whole idea. You're supposed to drag it in. When we went to Vegas, they had a similar kind of thing. I ended up with loads of soft toys, which when we got to San Francisco, I just dumped in the wardrobe in the room, so I didn't want to take them around anymore. I was fed up with them. Yeah, people like playing with the grapple machines. The crane, they're called cranes. And you buy them now as a unit encased in glass, and there'll be about 6 of them. And they just sort of plug them in and all the rest of it. And you can win. It's like the Hoopla. You'll find a big jar of sweets with a tenner, sellotape to it on the front, or a watch or something like that. Have you ever seen anybody win any of these things? No, they don't, because the hoop has got to go directly over it from on top. My favourite was the one that they had at the Hampton Court Fair some years ago. And this bloke was obviously very enterprising, and he'd come up with his own game, and everybody was having a go. He was charging, I think, a £5 to win 20. And what he had was, he had lots of Coke bottles, empty Coke bottles, on the table, lying down. And you got given, like a rod, like a fishing rod, with a piece of string at the end and a round little rubber thing. And what you had to do was hold it and put the rubber thing over the end of the bottle and then flick it up so the bottle stood up. If the bottle stood up, you got 20 quid. And I watched it, and the first year he was there, it was a bit rough and ready. The second year, he'd had a painted stall. It was all very flashy. He was making a fortune because people thought it was so easy. But what happened was you put the plastic rubber hoop, rubber little ring thing over the end of the thing, and as you lifted it up slowly, the bottle twisted away from you and fell out again, so you didn't win. Very clever. Very clever. It's like the coconut shy, trying to get your balls to hit the coconut, which is embedded in sawdust. It's practically impossible to, and it's only a coconut, for God's sake. You go and buy them for 25 pence. Don't waste a few quid having a go on the coconut shy. And darts. Have you seen the darts ones where you've got to get this? And it turns out there's metal pieces behind the actual darts boards themselves, and so the dart bounces off. I always wanted a goldfish in a bowl, but I never got a goldfish in a bowl, because by the time I'd actually mastered how to get hold of one, which was putting your ping pong balls into a thing and then letting them run down until you added them all up, it was very difficult to do it. And you can buy books. They have all these raffle tickets, and the raffle tickets have only got odd numbers in there, but they're looking for an even number. So you were wasting your time. And also the other one was getting a ball in the top of a milk churn. They threw it into the milk churn, it went round, 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 flipped out. It doesn't actually drop in there. It's all designed, but you go to a fun fair to have a bit of fun. Dale used to like playing bingo. I hated it. Absolutely bingo. He would sit there playing bingo religiously. Oh, goodness me, it was just disastrous. And but rides, and just remember, if you go to the fun fair at the beginning of the day and you go on a ride that is likely to make you feel fairly ill, you're going to be even iller, because they will keep you on there until they've drummed up enough business from other people watching you. So the ride, which could be 3 minutes, turns into like nearly 9 minutes, by which time you're going, make it stop, I'm going to be sick. And we used to have did you ever go on the, what did they call it? It was like a dustbin that spun round, and you were on the wall, and then the bottom dropped away, so you're like stuck to the wall. I can't remember what they called it. What did they call that? That had a name, didn't it? Because I remember going on it once and thinking, I don't like this. I wasn't very sure about all these things. The rotor. It was called a rotor. I've just remembered, actually. The rotor. Yeah, and it was, but this was sort of, I'm not sure if that, the anti-gravity, and then the floor would drop away, and then people would turn themselves upside down and do all sorts of things. The anti-gravity ride. Non-gravitational field. There you go. How fast is the rotor ride? There you go. I remember this one. Which is good, isn't it? I mean, that shows how old I am when I remember these things in wood, and then the floor dropped away and you were stuck to the wall. So much better nowadays, aren't they? So much better nowadays. Coming up to the news at 5. If you have joined us, welcome to Monday. David in Shropshire says it's 12 degrees here in Shropshire and raining. I've just come in from outside and I'm cut to ribbons. That's them sharp showers for you. I took my car the other day to get it washed and dried and all the rest of it. What happens is within half an hour, bloody rain everywhere, so my car's wet again. But it doesn't matter. Looks good when it's wet or dry. Steve, LBC Dickensian's a masterpiece, well worth the money, all-star cast, and a new spin on the well-known tales of Charles Dickens. Steve, I get dressed for dinner, says Johnny. Sometimes, though, I usually stay in my pyjamas. Yeah, but what happens if you don't wear pyjamas? You can't just sit around in your pants, can you? I mean, especially not if you've got family there or something like that. Yeah. Steve, are you mad buying a house near a pub? No. Oh, sorry, this is Twickenham, dear. This isn't one of those common areas. This is the oldest pub in the area.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's coming up 3 minutes past 5. Welcome to Monday, December the 19th. This is the week where you go absolutely crackers to buy all the things that you haven't bought. Have you ordered the turkey? Have you done this? You have to do it in a certain order, don't you? I mean, some people are lucky. They just don't even bother with Christmas. They go, listen, it's just another day. It'll be over and done within 24 hours, so why should we bother? Other people like to embrace it, stick the tree up, put the lights on, put the baubles up there, put the ribbons and the tinsel and everything else and wrap presents. Whereas there's so many easier ways of wrapping presents now. You just buy these bags. They sell them on QVC. They're sort of made out of a very thin foil, like the balloons. And you put the item in there, and then you pull the strings at the top, and then you just stick it under the tree. I mean, why would you bother getting sellotape out? Cut it and this. And I've got a little machine that you put on your hand, and it pulls out bits of sellotape about 3 inches long. So you just pull it, and then the next one pops up, and then you stick it on there. And that's it. But, I mean, who the hell cares about the paper? Have you seen the price of paper? Paper is, like, really, really expensive. It's not cheap. Yeah, just leave it in the Amazon package. They'll do a gift wrap for you. So much easier. I mean, I'm assuming Amazon can get stuff to you at the moment in time for the festive season because it comes separately from the mail. So that should be quite good, shouldn't it? Have you done a list, Aaron? Have you put a list out for Father Christmas as to what you want? You don't do that. No. You don't get any presents at all over Christmas. I bet you do. What do you get? Hanukkah presents? Well, occasionally, not even regularly. Blimey. Oh. You had a trip. Oh, you just had a trip to America. Well, hello. What do you call that? Oh, people paid towards it. Yeah, you didn't pay for it. Yeah, how much did you put in? 200 quid. To go to America? Have you seen the price? Yeah. Sounds a bit ungrateful here. Get a trip to America. Blimey. You did enjoy it? Yeah. Oh, that old one again. Anyway, the highlight of my holiday, Steve, to Lapland, when the coldest night was minus 26 degrees, was being taught how to build an igloo. We then were told we could spend the night sleeping in it, but because I had a cold, I opted not to do it. Then within a few other people, we decided to wait until everybody had gone to sleep and go carol singing to the igloo to wake everybody up. Unfortunately, they didn't think it was funny, because we all needed to get up early in the morning to continue with the holiday, travelling by dog sled back to the main lodge. Yes, we liked Lapland. We liked it a lot. What do you think? Their whole tourist industry is geared around winter. They don't have anything in the summer at all. It's very beautiful in the summer, but when you go in the winter, they get 6 months worth of snow and gloominess. The weather is gloomy, but it's quite beautiful over there. It didn't snow once when we were there, but it did. The snow that was there remained. And it's very, very pretty. It's everything you think it's going to be. It's everything you think it's really going to be if you want to go and visit inside the Arctic Circle and see the Northern Lights and do everything. I mean, it's just pretty. It's just pretty. That's the only way you can describe it. And you get, your reindeer rides, and they do dog sledding, and you can go skating. There, you can go skating on frozen lakes and ponds. In fact, we didn't actually do the ice skating, but other people did it. We were on a frozen lake, and we had a fire, and we had hot blackcurrant, and it was delicious. Absolutely, the whole thing was just magical. You only do it once or twice in your life. Well worth doing, and you can build, as Helen says, you can build an igloo. Because that's what a lot of the Lappish people do. They build an igloo and they cut out blocks and then they assemble them. Then they move other snow in there because it remains cold for, as I say, about 6 months of the year. and it was quite lovely. And so you build your igloo, and then they put a fire in the middle of it. You'd think it would all just drip and melt, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. And then they put, animal skins over blocks of ice, and really, really lovely. Kathy says, welcome to the hot water bottle club. It's still chilly in Suffolk, so my hubby does me 3 hot water bottles, morning and evening. I feel so toasty and not at all sad. The fact that deciding where to put them has become my social life. Happy hot water bottling. I love a hot water bottle. We used to love it, actually. I thought they were great. Dave says, yes, 3 great West End shows, all finishing the same weekend in January. Mary Poppins, Come From Away, and Get Up, Stand Up. That's the Bob Marley one, isn't it? Get up, stand up. Would urge anybody who likes musical theatre to come and see them, for It's Too Late. Come From Away, in particular, is a masterpiece. Yes, some friends of mine went to see it, and they loved it. Absolutely loved it. Steve, there's something you can download from the Bladder and Bowel Society, that if you have problems with toileting, you can show that you're able to use toilets that maybe aren't able to usually. I have IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, and sometimes I really need to use the loo, but it may be customer only. Haven't needed to use it yet, but may be useful in the future, says Heather. Well, I hope not. I hope not. I've been all sorted out. It's an idea. You can get one of those keys, can't you, that goes for people who've got sort of problems in that department, of which there are many, many. We tend to forget, actually. The only problems I had is before I had the prostate operation. And that really was a problem, because you tend to find yourself weeing blood clots. And that was when you're lying in a hospital bed and you're looking at this tube and you're looking at the blood clots. My nurse started naming them. Let's call this one Henry. This will be Elliot. This will be Maisie. And so we went on naming blood clots. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Unbelievable. What else we got? Today? Oh, yes, Matt Goss. They must be sort of trying to find out things that Matt Goss can do. They seem to have stopped mentioning his sort of record, which he's bringing out at Christmas. Perhaps they've given up on it. He was doing it with the Royal Philharmonic, because apparently he's going to be touring with them next year, but it won't be all of them. Otherwise, it'd be a bit pointless waste of time. They won't make enough money to cover the ticket sales. But so I think he'll probably have a few. Just have a few members of the Royal Philharmonic, and we'll be doing what? I've got no idea. But after he's done this, I don't know how long that money lasts for, because he's not working America at all now. He might or might not have a house still over there. I've got no idea. Little Mix about to call in lawyers in a bid to find out who's been leaking their songs. Somebody tone deaf, I should imagine. And Kylie Minogue fans will be pleased to know she's already planning her next tour. That's the way she makes her money now. Hurrah for Kylie Minogue. I remember seeing her, she was doing a thing at the Royal Albert Hall. I think she was doing Kylie's Christmas. But the trouble is, because she's about as big as a Polly Pocket, you don't really see her on the stage. She's kind of dwarfed. And then I suddenly realised they have to find all short dancers to dance with her. Otherwise, she's going to look ridiculous on the stage. So that's what they do. But she's still touring and still singing, I'm spinning around. I don't know why, but, she is, and doing it very well indeed. Apparently some people are more susceptible to diseases such as arthritis and multiple sclerosis, excuse me, due to their ancestors surviving the Black Death. How would you know whether your ancestors survived the Black Death? I wouldn't have the faintest idea. Note by the Pope. We like the Pope. He's revealed he wrote a resignation letter shortly after being elected in case of any future medical problems. Francis, Pope, is 86. He said he then gave the note to the Vatican Secretary of State. He had bowel surgery last year and had to use a wheelchair after being hit with knee pain. I mean, he's 86, for goodness sake. He's the Pope. You can't resign from that. Well, a couple have resigned from it, but you're technically there until you die, and then they put you on display. You're in the basilica. They put you in the basilica. Well, no, you're in there until they decide to bury you, which is about a week later. Somebody comes along and polishes your shoes every day because he's lying there just on a catafalque. No, he's not in a coffin. They then take him off and then put him in the coffin, and then he's buried downstairs. They go down, they've got these stairs that go down, and you can go to the crypt at Vatican City and see where all the popes are buried. But when they die, first of all, they're up there in the main basilica. It's very strange, isn't it? I'm having it done to the producer, decided, something he'll look forward to. You know, we're going to have him lying in state. But we're not going to give him new shoes. I always thought that, because if you go there and you think, oh, they've got dirty shoes, they're not. They're absolutely immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. Steve, I'm off to pop my Christmas donation, says Scott in Littlehampton, to the RNLI this morning in memory of the 8 brave souls on the Penlee lifeboat who lost their lives in 1981. They were truly the bravest 8 men I've ever seen, who are also totally dedicated to upholding the highest standards of the RNLI. Well, that's good. Good, really good. Steve, I've just bought a plane on Amazon. I've been advised it'll come in 2,000 boxes. Yeah. They were doing a thing the other day. I nearly bought it. It was a drone, but it looked like a pterodactyl. And I thought, it's only 50 quid. And then I thought, what would you do with it, Stephen? What would you do with it? They said, it's easy to fly in this thing. You just push a button and up it rises. And I thought, no. Don't buy it. So I didn't. But I really wanted to. Oh, there you go. Where is it? Oh, blimey, that's a fairly big one, isn't it? It's way too big. No, this one in the wings, it's got the motors. It's a drone. So it's a pterodactyl drone, which I quite like. 50 quid, actually. I wasn't... wait a minute. There you go. It looks like that one. That new mini drone dinosaur remote cold air car. You see, that one is only 24.53. The other one they were selling was 50 quid. This one's cheaper. And they've got another one here, which doesn't say it's a they're obviously quite common, actually. That was on Ideal World. They were very expensive. Most of these are 23 quid. I'm glad I never bought it. I'd be furious if I looked on here and found them that cheap. I'm not going to buy it anyway, actually. I've decided it's a dreadful waste of money. Did they ever make Torch Song Trilogy into a play? I watched the DVD last night. Well, I haven't watched it for ages, says Shane. Torch Song Trilogy, did they ever make it into a play? I'm trying to think, actually. I'm not sure. They did make it into a play. It was the play before it was the film. That's what I thought, actually. That's what, when you say, did they make it into a play? It was a play beforehand, and basically it was Harvey Fierstein, and it was a collection of 3 plays, and the story centres on a guy called Arnold Beckett, who is played by Harvey Fierstein, who's a Jewish homosexual drag queen and torch singer who lives in New York City. And when I first saw the film, in Vienna. I hated it. Absolutely couldn't stand it. I went to see it, and because they had lots of English screenings of films, and Arnold was this sort of drag queen, but of course he had one of these voices. Have you ever heard Harvey Fierstein's voice? It is the most peculiar voice you've ever heard in your life. It's really down as far. And he meets this guy who's a male model, and they move in together, but then in the end, this guy gets killed, and Harvey Fierstein is sort of one of those people who's an entertainer, and he meets this guy one night. He's passed out in the club. It was really good stuff. At the time I'd watched it about 4 or 5 times, I was much better. Steve, did you know that hot water bottles have an expiry date? Oh, we did it ages ago. You're very late. Where were you to the party? We did that one more than 2 months ago, for goodness sake. Hot water bottles have a sell-by date. Yeah, we know. They did it on the television. So we did it. It must be about a month ago, 2 months ago. I don't know. Certainly a long time. If the producer thought it was a long time ago, it must have been a long time ago. Yeah, ages ago we did that one. Have you ever traced your family tree? It's outside. It's a weeping willow. It's very pretty. Very pretty. I did have an uncle who started doing it, then he passed away, and then somebody else started to do it, and they also passed away. So we got so far with it. And then you can do quite a lot with sort of doing it locally. Now there's websites where you can go on and trace your family tree. Trouble is, ours was a huge family. Yeah, my mother was one of, I think, about 13. And my father, I think, was about one of 7 or something like that. But in those days, people had big families. So when we used to get together at Christmas, it was a lot of noise. This
is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Paul says, I met Kylie many, many years ago before she was super famous in London outside a coffee shop. I'm 6'5". She only came up to my armpit, but a very nice person. She was with a very camp man who made me laugh a lot as he reminded me of John Inman. That's the trouble with camp men. They just make you laugh a lot, don't they? You go, you're so funny. You're so funny. Like John Inman. But every department store had a John Inman character. Every department store had a character like Mrs. Slocum. I know, because I worked in a department store. And there was a woman called Mrs. Descartes, and she ran the perfume side, and she was very posh, and she came from Romania, and she did everything. Her hair was always immaculate. Everything about her was immaculate. And there was always a very camp assistant somewhere in the store, because that's what it is like, you know, trying to find a straight hairdresser. Very difficult in this day and age. Very difficult. And from Nicola in Sittingbourne, who says, I watched Morecambe and Wise on BBC4 last night. After all these years, I still laughed out loud. How we miss that kind of comedy. Well, it was simple. All written by Eddie Braben. Eddie Braben wrote all of Morecambe and Wise scripts. So nothing really changed, actually, in the world. They trusted him to write stuff for them. They rehearsed it and rehearsed it and rehearsed it. And I can always remember Eric Morecambe coming into LBC years and years ago when we were in Gough Square, because they all used to come in. And he did the old, with the glasses kind of bit. And I remember thinking, so we just took it for granted these people were famous. You know, you'd seen them on the television, then they came in. I don't think we ever appreciated, really. Do you remember the man who did a novelty act by blowing up a hot water bottle until it exploded, says Albert. A man who blew up a hot water bottle. I know the bloke who hit himself on the head with a tea tray. He had a metal tea tray, and he'd do, mule tray, you! And he'd go, smash the tea tray on his head, which was very good. We liked that as well. What have we got here? What have we got? A daily handful of walnuts could help students beat stress. They're supposed to be really good for you, walnuts. Did you know that? There you go. There's the man blowing up a hot water bottle. I mean, that takes some going. I used to have trouble with balloons. Seriously. And when you watch people who do balloon modelling, I could never do that. There's a guy called Jeff Neal who uses lung power to blow up a hot water bottle until it bursts. I mean, that's quite clever, but a bit stupid, you know. Why would you ever want to blow up a... Clever. Have you seen the people who put condoms on their heads and then blow them up? Yeah, student thing, isn't it? You can always tell, actually. Oh, ha, 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 that's really funny. Oh, look, here's a condom on my head. And you think, my God, that's enormous. Who fits that? Hello. Richard Madeley apparently was going to be doing Jeopardy, but they've decided not to take it to full series. Could have been a huge booking for him. Could have been a huge booking. And I tell you what, I just realised the other day, I was watching some arguments on Celebrity Big Brother, and there was Alison Hammond on it. I'd forgotten that she was on it. They just shoved anybody on. And who else we got here? Sex and the City's Kim Cattrall could be back on TV in a similar role, which is good. Lisa Riley has confirmed that her character, Mandy Dingle, will be in an enormous new storyline. So she says it will be incredible. It's probably my favourite storyline since I've come back. So we can't wait to see what happens there. Martine McCutcheon has revealed that Liam Gallagher once told her he loved her when she played Tiffany in EastEnders. I went out to... Dale used to go to this health spa, which is gone now, actually, called Greyshot Hall. And he used to go there. And I went out there one time to see him because he used to stay there for a couple of weeks before he did his Christmas shows on the television. I don't know whether it made a difference. I've got no idea. But Martine McCutcheon was there with her then boyfriend. And we had a good old time, actually. Good old chatty, which I quite like. Quite like chatty. Dog owners have been warned that sharing the bed with their pooch could be dangerous for the pet. Some people do, though, don't they? They do share. And pussycats as well. They share their beds with pussycats who just want to be in a warm place. But if you're allergic to pussy, don't, because you spend your entire night sniffing and sneezing and all the rest of it. Paul Hollywood says he'll miss co-presenter Matt Lucas after he announced he was quitting. I watched it the other day, actually, and we do miss Matt Lucas. I can't bear that other one. I really can't. I mean, that Noel Fielding about as funny as nothing. Really not even entertaining. He just looks like an old man with a bad haircut that's badly dyed. Seriously, I just can't get into it at all. I don't know where he came from or where he's going, but it just didn't do a thing for me, I'm afraid. So Sprouts, they finally found a way to get them by making them the same size so they can be easily cooked. Well, just buy the small ones. Just buy the small ones. I mean, why would you worry about Sprouts, for God's sake? They're just, a lot of people hate them. A lot of people absolutely hate Sprouts, and I can't understand it. It's just another green vegetable. I eat broccoli, sprouts, leeks, all sorts of things. I'm being a bit careful on my haddock chowder. Now I've discovered it's full of salt. I've got to be really careful because, when I came back in the day after I'd eat it, which was delicious, I have to tell you, I'd be dunking rolls in it and being really decadent. And I just drank water all the time because of the amount of salt that was in it. So I've got to be very careful. Very careful. Samantha Markle has dismissed her half-sister's Netflix documentary as fake news. She said, I can't believe we were essentially looking at a £100 million fake news PR machine. They hate each other, this family, don't they? They absolutely hate each other. That's why. Perhaps they're well-suited. That's why the Palace are bemused, we are told, because they don't really comment on things like that. They are bemused by the fact that Meghan and Harry want an apology. Like Susan Hussey gave to that lady who ran the charity. They want the same. They want the same. But not going to happen. Mike says the boat is practically tropical today compared with yesterday. Seemed to spend most of yesterday liaising with the managing agents, out-of-office support team, the landlord and the managing agents to get a plumber on the moorings to fix the pump so you can launder water. Plus raw sewage didn't spill out into the river. Yeah, a friend of mine lives on a boat as well. It's very cold. Boats are not as warm. If I was going to be on a boat, it would have to have central heating on it and probably a log fire or something like that. So quite fancy. What else we got? Oh, look, Louise Redknapp. What does she do now? Answer? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But apparently she cuddles up to her pet dog as the temperatures stay near freezing. The former Eternal singer. How many more times are they going to say that? The former Eternal... That was donkeys years ago. It was in another ice age. The former Eternal singer, 48, posted snaps with her bulldog, Banksy Blue. Oh, God. And she gave the dog a kiss. Slightly disturbing. She welcomed the four-legged friend in March, just a few weeks after the passing of her former pet, Bluebell. I don't think you kiss dogs, though, do you? It's like people who let dogs lick their faces. Have you seen what else they lick? My goodness me, I can't even begin to go there. Dreadful. A lottery-winning couple are pampering the lucky cat who moved into their home months before they scooped $1 million. Tony and Deb Pearce started to feed Billy the stray at a time when they were in financial difficulty. That's the trouble, basically. They've nicked somebody's cat. Because if you have a cat that turns up on your back doorstep and you feed it, it will keep coming back because that's where it thinks food is. So basically, they have stolen this cat, and then they won the money on the lottery. The couple have spared no expense in looking after him, so they've paid for insulin injections after he was diagnosed with diabetes and put him on a hypoallergenic diet. Why don't you find out who owns this cat? You can't just take somebody's cat in and start feeding. A friend of mine did that until somebody turned up on the doorstep a year later and went, "That's my cat." And it had been chipped. It had been microchipped, which I always urge people to have done, actually. What else we got? Fellas should pull out the chair for a woman at dinner and should never order their meal first. Says, who are these stupid etiquette people? I mean, listen, I can understand pulling a chair out for somebody, but also you should never order your meal first. Yeah, you should. I think I'll have... Oh, shut up. Anyway, I know what I want to eat. I'm going to have the fish and chips and with the tartar sauce. Why would you have to wait while somebody faffs around? It's like the worst nightmare for me was going shopping with my mother. Window shopping. Where they go there and I don't know. Should we go and have it? Oh, no. And it's not... Oh, for God's sake, just go and buy the blooming thing. Should men what? Absolutely not. Should men pay for the dinner? Of course not. It's ridiculous. Women earn as much money as men nowadays. I mean, if I was going out with you, I'd have to pay because I assumed you wouldn't have any money. But, that's the way it goes. But, no, I think nowadays people are equal. People say, no, I'll pay, you paid last time. I think that's fair. If you put it this way, if you'd won the lottery, people would be expecting you to pay anyway. But if I go out with friends of mine, I don't mind treating them. You know, it doesn't bother me in the slightest. But I wouldn't automatically assume if I was going out with a woman that I would automatically pay. Because, I mean, I'm not very good at letting people pay for me. You know, I'm quite happy to actually pay for myself or pay for somebody else or just let them pay for... I mean, I went out with my friend Jordan a short while ago and he said, "No, I'm paying today." I said, "No, you're not. You're not allowed to. You haven't got an account." So he didn't pay. And I quite like doing that. But, no, if I know somebody's not got money... or they haven't got as much money. You know, if I go out to a restaurant and we run up a bill of £200 or £300, there's not many people who can go, "Oh, I'll pay for that. Don't worry." A woman raped by Gary Glitter when she was 10 cried on learning he'll be released after serving just half his sentence. This paedophile was locked up for 16 years for hideous sex crimes, but he's due out in the new year after 8 years. She says, the victim, "I'm still serving a life sentence. He's free to enjoy his money and his life now." But she's pledged to see the ex-glam rock star face court in a compensation claim. When we say to somebody 16 years, why don't we mean 16 years? Why do we then go, 8 years is okay? It's like life. Life is hardly ever life. Whereas in America, they go life sentences, 10 of them. So there's no chance you're ever coming out.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. This is busy week. This is busy week because this is the week leading into Christmas. This means that you'll be doing, you know, all your little bits and pieces going, "Wait a minute," and going, "Oh, God, I've forgotten something else." I had to go out and get Christmas cards the other day. What's the matter? Why are you clapping your hands? Because it's nearly Christmas. Oh, right. Yeah, but you're not having a tree, are you? You're singing the Coke. Oh, right. Singing the Coke song, which is good. Millions of people plan on spending Christmas Day sitting in front of the television for about 4 hours. See, the trouble is, I always think if you sit in front of the television for 4 hours, you're going to fall asleep. That's what's going to happen. You're going to be sort of there, sitting there, and then just, And especially after you've had lunch. But I quite like that, actually. Paul says, "Wonder what your cruise ship followers will be doing for Christmas as they have to work over Christmas for the Christmas cruise trips. I'm sure it must be strange being on a liner, eating my sprouts and red cabbage on Christmas Day." Oh, no, it won't be. Oh, no. Sarah says, "I don't think Alison Hammond did Celebrity Big Brother. She did, though, compete in the third series of the reality show, in which she was the second housemate to be evicted." Oh, right, so it wasn't a celebrity version. Ah, right. So before she found fame. Oh, wow. And Steve, this is my dog, Steve, Biscuit. Chilling in bed with me yesterday, keeps me warm, laying on the bed. So Biscuit... Oh, look at this, honestly. See, the trouble is dogs are so lazy. They just want to sleep. Sleep. It's like, not as bad as cats. Cats. Come on, put some food out for you. Ooh, I'll have it later. And would you like... Look, here's some food for you. Ooh, come on, come and eat your food. No, I don't like that. I don't like salmon anymore. I'll have something else, actually. We've got beef. Steve, my sister has a cat that visits daily. They don't feed him at all, but knows exactly where he lives and who the owner is. Seems to like spending the day with them, enjoying their wood burner and frequently bringing dead mice as a present. Eileen says, "I know I'm being controversial, but I find Noel Fielding strangely attractive." She says, "Please don't bar me. You're on medication, aren't you, Eileen? You've been having tablets, little Noel Fielding tablets, to make him look appealing to you." I can't imagine anybody would find him appealing to even look at. I mean, seriously. He's a weirdo. You know, dyed hair, it's got to be. No sense of fashion whatsoever. And, you know, just really, really naff. Really, really naff. But, it's, you know, what can you do about him? You can't do anything. He looks like some sort of faded old rock star. But where he gets the clothes from, is as bad as Jonathan Ross. Jonathan Ross puts all these outfits on. You think they must be at the back of his wardrobe. They must smell of mothballs, something chronic. But I just didn't find Noel Fielding funny. I don't think he makes anything funny on the programme either. Oh, you know he's making a comeback. Russell Brand. This was after one of the critics the other day said he's disappeared from view completely. And obviously Russell went, "Oh, I better try and make an impact." But, I mean, he was never funny. He was never funny. Russell, he does have a strange cult following. Yes, he's sort of one of those people that now attracts the weirdos. You know, but it was all right. But I couldn't tell you what his comedy was. I would have no idea. As I was watching a programme the other day which had Jethro on, and I think Jethro passed away years ago, and he were a Cornish man. What did he do? He was telling a joke about... well, that's right. Some bloke, and he was telling a joke about... I mean, he died a couple of years ago, and he was telling a story about a goat in a well. And he looked into this well and he couldn't see anything, but he knew that there was a goat in the well. And he'd apparently said to someone, well, I need to get down there. So he found this railway sleeper and he put it into the well and then saw the goat was down there. And he did this sort of long rambling story because they asked him to tell us a funny story. And he was telling the story about how this goat came to be in the well. And he couldn't understand how it got in there. And this bloke said, well, I can't understand it either. He said, because he was attached to a railway sleeper. And so they said they did this story. It was much funnier, I promise you, than that. But it was just one of those sort of bizarre things. He says... Ed and Ted were out walking in the woods one afternoon when they came across a large hole. Peering in, they realised they couldn't see the bottom. I wonder how deep it is, Ed said. Ted said, drop a stone in and count the seconds before it hits the bottom. That'll be how many feet deep it is. So they look around for a suitable stone and drop it into the hole. Nothing happened. There was no sound at all. Ted said, try something bigger. So Ed looked around and found a large rock, and threw that into the hole, but there was still no sound. Ted says, try something really big. Ed looked around and came across a very heavy railway sleeper, which he dragged to the hole and dropped it in. Still nothing. As they craned over the hole, there was a furious rustling in the undergrowth behind them. The two men turned in time to see a goat charging directly towards them. They hit the ground as the goat launched itself over them and disappeared down the hole. That were close, said Ed. A little while later, on their way home, they met a farmer wandering around the wood. He seemed quite upset and came right up to the two men and asked if either of them had seen a goat that day. Ted says, we have, as a matter of fact. We damn near were knocked over into the deepest hole I ever saw by a rampaging, crazy goat. Luckily for us, we got out of the way in time, and the goat fell into the hole instead. Well, that could have been my goat, the farmer said. I tied mine to a railway sleeper. He told that story yesterday. And I suddenly was watching him. I thought, he used to appear with Des O'Connor on a regular basis, to Jethro. And it was just always, he'd just sit down and tell these stories. And he was one of those very good people at telling stories. I like people who tell stories. Prince Louis is set to join the royal family's Christmas Day celebrations after stealing the show at the Platinum Jubilee. Wasn't he the one who stuck his fingers in his ears, or was that the other one? I can't remember. He stuck his fingers in his ears. As senior royals return to tradition and come together at Sandringham for Christmas, the younger generation are expected to step into the limelight. Prince Louis IV is likely to join the family's Christmas Day, and cheeky Louis even played up as he stood next to the late Queen. He was snapped shushing Mum Kate by putting his hand over her mouth. And they say everybody had a nice time with him. So bless it. You see, that's what they do. They're the family firm. They will be doing. They will, prior to the 3 p.m. speech, the royal walk will take place with the family going from Sandringham to St Mary Magdalene Church to attend the morning service. They will greet well-wishers who will line the route to the 16th century church, which accompanies 100 people with the monarch on the front row. Charles decided to return to the much-loved tradition of gathering his family at Sandringham. That's what they do. They gather, they all go to church, they come out. It's an opportunity, for them to sort of chat to people a little bit. Believe it or not, a British financier has bought Prince Andrew's ski chalet in Switzerland for $19 million. He paid on or near the asking price for the 7-bedroom Chalet Helore in Verbier. The purchase for a family man and skier has absolutely no connection whatsoever to Andrew, according to well-placed sources. So there you go. The new owner who bought the chalet earlier this year is the head of a financial services team and has part-time executive roles with city firms. Because Andrew owed the Queen about 12 million, didn't he? I think that's what he had to borrow, 12 million. How nice to go to your mother and go, listen, you've got 12 million, have you? What for? a little bit of an incident. Yeah, drop in the ocean, I should imagine. And Maria says, Noel Fielding is gorgeous. What have I got? The Specsavers crowd this morning. What is going on here? Come on, for goodness sake. And then Jane says, Eileen needs her eyes examined if she thinks Noel Fielding is attractive. And Dale says, Steve, I'm the same as you. I find Noel Fielding so poor. The Mighty Boosh comedy show is where he started. Not funny at all. I don't think I ever remember that, actually. Spooky Phil says, why don't they make mouse-flavoured cat food? Our cats are forever bringing in dead mice into the house. My friend had cats that used to bring in squirrels. Squirrels, minus the heads, which was very worrying. Rick Stein was doing the cooking show. That looked delicious, didn't it? Did that food look the best? Matty says the older entertainers are the best. See? Matty knows these things. You know why? He says we've got Brian Connolly on Loose Women later and he never fails to have us laughing. Yes. Well, I went to Cliff's party a couple of years ago and Brian Connolly was there with his daughters. Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. But we love Brian Connolly. I can tell you a very rude, funny story about Brian Connolly, but I shall save it. I shall save it for another time, Matty. But no, you're right. The older entertainers are the best. They're entertainers. Nowadays, you get sort of the people who go on there. Is that Live from the Apollo, where they put people... Some of the people on there, I don't know where they get them from. Is there an agency for people who are desperately unfunny? There must be. And so many people throw in rudy words. I mean, seriously, can you imagine if I came on air and started effing and jessing and all sorts of things? The people would be writing in complaining. There would, of course, be a load of other people writing in saying it's the funniest thing we've ever heard from Steve Allen. But, I don't believe in this sort of effing about. You won't find me effing about, even on my live shows. I don't think I've ever done anything like that. I'm far too clean cut. I'm almost virginal. Almost, but not quite. During the cold spell, says Kim, the boys tried to get into bed with me. These are the dogs. Not allowed. No. They've got a giant beanbag at the foot of the bed, so I bought a heavy throw to put over them. You want to see them lying there like Lord Fauntleroy brothers. I can well imagine. Little Lord Fauntleroy, a long-tressed boy who grew up in Norfolk, and he was sort of a little bit sort of snooty. And I don't really know very much about him. I just know there were loads of things written about him. And he was little and he was a lord. And that's it. Is it fictional character? Oh, right, he never actually existed. Oh, Little Lord Fauntleroy is a novel by Francis Hodgson Burnett, published as a serial in a magazine in 1886. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? I wanted it to be real. I like things like that. It's better. Steve says, Lisa Spiker from Guildford, like you, I was shocked to read about his death. He seemed to be a happy, relaxed person, but I guess we never knew what goes on in people's minds. This is Twitch from Ellen DeGeneres' show. The guy who was like the DJ and he would dance and all the rest of it come out from behind the things and always seemed like really happy. It's just one of those things. Yes, Steve, Alison Hammond was on the non-celebrity Big Brother Series 3. She went out the second week after her memorably breaking a table outside. Her and Kate Lawler were great mates, and it started her off on the showbiz route. Well done to her. Her agent must be a genius to get her from there to here, says Kathy. Yes, absolutely. And to an advert on the television. Doing a Sainsbury's advert, isn't she? Mind you, Sainsbury's just won a thing. They had a panettone tasting, and theirs was the best, called Classic Panettone. It beat Harrods. They said beat Harrods hands down. They were totally convinced the one they were eating was Harrods, and they went, no, it's Sainsbury's. They went, really? Very good. I like panettone. I might go and get some today, actually. Bring it in. Do you like panettone? Yeah, you're not having it. I'm not bringing it into you. There's no point in spoiling you, is there? You're having flying saucers. You can't have, other things as well.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 11 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast till 7, when Nick Ferrari will be here. It's Phil from High Wycombe who says, my guide dog sleeps on my bed with me. They're not really supposed to, but she's getting on now, and I regard it as a perk of the job. Why? Not the problem is I have a double bed now, which is easier for me making it. But when I had a king size, my old girl used to lie right across the damn thing, and I couldn't move. She wouldn't move, and I had to literally grab hold of her to pull her long ways, so she lay down on the bed rather than across it. Once she's settled. She won't move for anybody. She's snoring as I'm sending you this message. She will be 11 on June the 20th. Unfortunately, then she will be retiring. After that, which I'm not looking forward to at all, I shall be on my fourth guide dog. The more we train up, the happier everybody's going to be. Howie says happy Hanukkah. He's in Brooklyn. Happy Hanukkah back. And Chris says, I saw an advert on TV for Prince Andrew the musical sometime over Christmas on Channel 4. Yes, I heard about that. I can't imagine, why it would ever be a musical. There again. Let's see. Stranger things have happened. I watched a very good film on television last night on YouTube from 73. It's Bing Crosby in Dr. Crook's garden. He plays a strange doctor whose garden holds lots of secrets, says Philip. Dr. Hook's garden. Dr. Cook's garden. Oh, right. Dr. Cook's garden. I've never even heard of it. No. So, it's a play. Oh, it was adapted into a film. Oh, right. Starring Bing Crosby. See, I always imagine Bing Crosby and boom, 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 boom. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Steve, just watched Four in a Bed this week. It was filmed in France. Honestly, it was hilarious, says Jeanette of Kingsbury. I quite like Four in a Bed. They never like each other, do they? One of the funniest things I've ever heard is when Peter Kay does his misheard song lyrics, says Christine. I don't know that, actually. I don't know anything like that at all. And Steve, always listen to you when getting ready to leave for work. Even though these two have their own beds near the Arga, they find a way to sneak into the room and climb into bed when it's especially cold. Oh, look at them. Bless their little hearts, honestly. Aren't they cute? So cute. They've got their little sort of jumpers on. They must be because I saw a dog the other day. It had its little coat on and I felt a bit sorry for it. Judith says, Alison Hammond, Steve, was doing acting and dancing long before Big Brother. She went to stage school as a child. I saw a documentary about her on television. Thank you. And Deb says, listening to you from Kuala Lumpur, lying by the pool, keep me smiling as usual. We could all wave a magic wand and all sort of arrive on this pool in Kuala Lumpur, couldn't we? We've been to Kuala Lumpur, boys? No. I don't know. It's never really appealed to me, but it sounds quite nice if you're lying by the pool. Seems like a nice place. I can imagine the food must be quite nice. I should imagine sort of Asian fusion or something like that. I quite like things like that. Oh, it's quite nice, isn't it? Oh, that's quite nice. Kuala Lumpur tours, hotel deals from £6 a night. Wow. Oh, I like that. I like the look of that. Kuala Lumpur. Where did you go? Kuala Lumpur. Gosh. From £6 a night. I could go berserk. £6 a night. Wow. I love temples, so I'm a bit big into temples at the moment. I like anything like that. It always reminds me of Hong Kong, where they also have temples. And so I'm glad that you're smiling as usual, Debs. So you should be if you're in that beautiful place. That sounds absolutely delightful, doesn't it? So the handful of walnuts could help university students beat stress. Barbara used to swear by walnuts. I bought her a huge bag in Costco. The bag was nearly as big as she was, to be honest with you. And I remember somebody else telling me, walnuts, really good for you, really, really good for you. And I remember thinking, right, and I've never quite been into them. I used to eat a few nuts, but, to be honest with you, we used to have, a bowl of nuts and nutcrackers and all the rest of it. And my mother loved that. Jethro was ace, says GL, as were Blaster Bates, Mike Harding and Jasper Carrot. Quickie of Jethro's, but could be Harding. What's the difference between in-laws and outlaws? Outlaws are wanted. I remember Blaster Bates very well indeed, and Mike Harding, absolutely, and Jasper Carrot. I used to love Jasper Carrot. Loved him. He became immensely rich, though, didn't he? Wasn't he with the company that came up with Trivial Pursuit and marketed it? He was on the television, and he was one of the people behind Trivial Pursuit. They made millions, squillions out of it, because a friend of mine did the Austrian version of Trivial Pursuit. He had to rewrite all the questions in Austrian, and it became a huge seller over there. You forget about these sort of things, which is good. Steven Spielberg says he feels bad about the boom in shark hunting that followed his blockbuster Jaws. He said great whites could have a grudge against him after the movie spawned a rise in sport fishing across America. He says, I truly, to this day, regret the decimation of the shark population because of the book and the film. I really, truly regret that. Amazing. You never thought it would have sort of countered, especially as it was a plastic shark that they used in the film. I mean, it didn't even look real. There was no way you could ever be frightened about it. You just go, oh, go away, for goodness sake, honestly. Boo, boo, boo you. Lad Baby look likely to be the 5th number 1, which sounds lovely, doesn't it? I do like it. They're 16,000 ahead of Wham with Last Christmas, with plenty of sales attributed to pre-orders. It could still go to other competitors. Wow. So it's Lad Baby with all these lookalike people and Martin Lewis. And my friend Stuart Manning, he says, good morning. He says, lovely hearing you this morning after months of listening to you on Catch Up. You sound well and sending love. Thank you, Stuart, very much indeed. And yes, we send love back at this festive time. So you're doing Catch Up. You have downloaded, haven't you, globalplayer.com. You have to do that because that's how you can catch up on the show via the podcast. So it's globalplayer.com. Either load it from the App Store or visit globalplayer.com. Once you've got it, and it's free, simply go to the podcast section and search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening on Alexa, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast. Thank you. And there's thousands of them up there. It's magic how they 1 minute weren't there, and now they are there. I think there are 8,000 podcasts just of mine. So you can imagine how many there are. There's 4,500 of the whole show. 4,500. That's more than 403 days of listening. I mean, I don't think anybody deserves that. You know, to have that much pleasure over 403 days by listening to the programme. Please do it. I'm in a bit of a competition, actually, with sort of Nick Abbott. And at the moment, he's sort of winning by a little bit. Don't want to make a big deal about it. What else we got? Some perks for the England stars eliminated from the World Cup. Jack Grealish has gone to New York on holiday, so he can retrace the steps of Kevin McAllister. I don't know why. For Home Alone 2 Lost in New York. He says he was buzzing to see everywhere Kevin went to in the Big Apple. Small wonder we didn't win, you know, if that's how mad these people are. Well, I think I'll go to New York and try and relive it. Shame he didn't play proper football, isn't it, pal? Nothing worse is the shoddy people, honestly, really. I don't know why we bother playing football. We're rubbish at it. We are really rubbish. And David Jason says he was nearly killed by a grapefruit. He swallowed a pip by mistake and went purple after it lodged in his throat. Good Lord above, a pip. I do that with my tablets in the morning because I have 9 tablets to take in the morning, and I tend to put them all in one hand and then shove them in my mouth and then put a little bit of water in because I can swallow. I'm quite lucky. I can swallow tablets dry. I think it's a bit of an art form there. Some people need water, and have you got any milk? I can't hot tablet. And I just do it, and it works. It works very well. In fact, I can swallow most tablets dry. I'm not. I know. Again, another skill which I'm willing to share with people. I watched Christmas at the Chateau yesterday. We love them. We love them. They were making their own Christmas crackers the other day, and they're so lovely. I'm glad the business worked out for them. I'm really glad. Very, very glad. Steve, I've just rediscovered Blast Debates from the 60s and 70s on Alexa. Still hilarious story, says Jed. Yes. Yes, yes. Steve, the American actor Freddie Bartholomew played Little Lord Fauntleroy in 1936, says Albert. And Jethro died 2021. Very funny Cornish comedian with the best Cornish accent ever. Very good friends with Jim Davidson. Yeah, but better with Des O'Connor. Bosch says, here we go. Did you have a good weekend? As always, we've been grafting this morning and are on our way to the cafe for a nice bit of breakfast. It's my wife's birthday today, so I'm finishing work early and taking the family up the West End for shopping in Harris's and a nice bit of food. Can you wish her a very happy birthday? Her name is Sinead, and she's the best mummy to little Henry and a fantastic wife to me, says Bosch. You hear they banned sex on The Apprentice? Producer was wondering if it affected you. And I said, I don't know. He delivers mattresses. What more can I tell you about it? So, happy birthday, Sinead. I'm so sorry to embarrass you this early in the morning, but we have to do things like this. And he's taking you out shopping today after he's had his breakfast. He's not taking you before he's had breakfast. Kat says, I always love Victoria Wood and Carolina Hearn. Very funny ladies. Yes, neither with us at all. That was a bit of a shock. Jasper Carrott was also behind Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, says Paul from Rossdale. Yes, a friend of mine used to do the voiceovers on that one. And Steve now activates Alexa in thousands of homes across the UK. Be warned, Steve has power now to turn the lights out of many at once. Now that is scary. Hello, Alexa. Turn the lights off. How to be hated by just about everybody in a matter of seconds. Anyway, we'll take a short break. We've got the news at 6 o'clock. More of your texts and emails on LBC 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 4 minutes past 6. Stuart Manning is definitely, it's the best app. The best app, he says, means I can listen to you after work. It is the best. It's got everything on there. Absolutely everything. You can pause live radio. You can rewind. You can do everything. And as I say, million downloads a month. Can't be wrong. Go for it. Now, it's all on the one app, and it's brilliant. Plus, wherever you get Steve Allen's A Little Bit Extra from, keep getting it from there. Okay, keep getting it from there. It's just the other one is... thank you. I want a teaspoon as well. We've never had a teaspoon. It's obviously a bit of a rarity. What am I supposed to do with a teaspoon? What do you do with a teaspoon? I don't take tea bags out. I leave them in there. I sometimes use... if I'm at home, I use a tea bag twice. I actually... because it... Yeah, double bag, because it means it just seems to work. I know a lot of people say, I know it doesn't work, but it does, I promise you. There's enough tea in there. Enough tea, I think. Very nice. So what have we got? We got Davina McCall has admitted some of the performances of The Masked Singer made her weep. I know, I wept as well. I like the characters. I quite like the people who sort of go in for it. I don't know who any of them are. I know there's a few sort of regular... oh, look at this. Revellers. Chasing Mr. and Mrs. Pudding. They're all dressed up as... I love the Father Christmas run in London. Love the Father Christmas run. I've only ever seen it on a couple of occasions. I love it. Can't get enough of it. Steve. Somebody complaining about me activating Alexa. I'm so sorry. Alexa, play Driving Home. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I can't help it. It's just... It's that old joke, isn't it? Somebody says, you know, what makes you funny? He said, I don't know. He said, I come on stage... He said, I think it was Frank from the Three Lions, and he said, I come on stage, he said, there's a little man inside me. He said, not at this precise moment. Steve, sadly, it doesn't look hopeful. My tea towel arrived for Christmas because of the postal strike, says Imogen. Oh, panic not. It will get there. It will get there. And Joe says, what happened to the weather? I went to bed last night at -1, and now it's 13. I know. It's good, isn't it? Let's hope it stays like that. Thank you. Swallowing your tablets dry, Steve. Between that and your 2 cutesy morning sneezes, you'll be appearing on Britain's Got Talent anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed. I've always been able to eat tablets dry. It's never... Some of them I've got... one of mine, it's a disposable aspirin. Because if you've got heart problems, you get disposable aspirin. And in fact, sometimes, because of the saliva in your mouth, that starts dissolving before I've actually managed to swallow all the tablets. So I've got to be really quick with it. But I manage it. You know, make it. I don't know. It just I move them to the back of my throat, and then just my tongue flips them back in, and they just go down. Although how they all do individual different things is a mystery to me, a total mystery. Because each tablet does something different. I've got blood thinners. I've got tablets for diabetes. I've got all sorts of. I don't even know what half of them do. but you move them to the back of your throat. If you've just got them in your mouth, you can't swallow them. If they're at the back of the throat, you just sort of kind of just swallow and they go down. You know, as I say, it's a gift. It's an absolute gift. Not everybody can do that. Steve, Bing Crosby was in the running to play Columbo before Peter Falk. I saw a stage version of Columbo in Worthing some years ago. Dirk Benedict from the A-Team played him. Oh, I don't think anybody can ever play Columbo. Nobody could play the Columbo. If you ever get the chance, says Jim in Aberdeen, to go to Kuala Lumpur, do go to the Cameron Highlands if they're beautiful country and the people are lovely. Thank you. And Tony says, Alexa's amazing. I have a panic word. I say, Alexa, lock, and she switches on all the lights, sets off the camera to record video, triggers the outside alarm and plays Bad Boys at full volume in every room. Scare those burglars. I can set it off from anywhere. Well, I'm having a look at the Cameron Highlands, and it looks lovely. I like that one there, the lake house. That looks nice, doesn't it? That looks very nice. I like that. That's very nice. And I like all these... That's very pretty, isn't it? Reminds me of sort of something Old English, like the producer. He's a bit Old English, isn't he, really? Hello, darlings. And a complete hiking guide. Oh, no, I don't think we do that. But it does look very lovely, doesn't it? Are these all like sort of paddy fields or something? What are they growing there? Is it tea? Are they tea? They look like tea bushes to me. They're certainly not paddy fields. But they could be tea bushes. Whatever it is, it looks very lovely. And we like the sound of it. But as long as it warms up here, I don't really care. I don't want it cold anymore, thank you. It was so bitter the other day. So bitter. And for some peculiar reason, I've never fathomed it out, the buses have heating on them, but we don't seem to get it in the winter. You get it in the summer. So you'll sit on the bus with the sweat streaming off you. Jeremy Clarkson's daughter, Emily, has slammed her dad for having a go at a publicity-shy woman. Jezza claimed he hates the former actress. I won't repeat what he said because I can't even believe it myself. Can't believe it myself. Celebs including Kathy Burke, John Bishop, Carol Vorderman, and they've all said the same thing. No, Jeremy, wrong. Absolutely wrong. You shouldn't have said that. That went a bit too far. A bit too far. What are a lot of dog owners doing? Turning to DNA tests because they want to find out if their pedigrees are pure breeds, because pet fraud is very common, and owners are sending mouth swabs to labs to check the dog's heritage for between 65 and 130 quid. Do you know there were nearly 5,000 victims of pet fraud, resulting in a loss of £2 million? People, buying... I'm amazed at how much dogs cost nowadays. I really am. I always say go and get a rescue dog, which seems better. And one from Steve, who says, I'm so glad this is happening. So Tony Robinson is making a long overdue comeback to Time Team. First aired in 94. It ran for nearly 20 years. I love the eccentric archaeologists such as Phil Harding and the late Professor Mick Aston. He's not died as well, has he? Mick Aston from... Has he gone? Good Lord, what a day. This is getting worse and worse. I'll be reading about my own demise. Mick Aston died 10 years ago. I've got Time Team. Wow. I've got Time Team. It died in 2013. Wow. I've got the complete box set of Time Team. I love Time Team. I could never understand. And I can remember saying, why did it stop? They went, I don't know. Absolutely loved it. So 2013. He died at the age of 66. Suddenly. Oh, God. Always frightens the life out of me when they go, died suddenly. Actually, strange enough, I thought about that today. I thought about dying suddenly. And just so the producer would have something to do, to sort of keep it, what do we do? Do we cover him over? Or do we sort of, turn all the lights off? Alexa, just keep the mic rolling. Honestly, as if. Angelina Jolie has stepped down from her United Nations role. She'd served for 20 years. She said she decided to quit so she can focus on work with those directly affected by conflict. In other words, she's not happy with what they're obviously doing there. That's why she's decided to move somewhere else. And a baker who sells non-binary gingerbread people say they're not intended to upset or be offensive to anybody. They're gingerbread men. The gingerbread man. The cottage bakery in Blackpool was slammed after a picture was shared online with critics branding the name ridiculous and outrageous, but the owner, Paul Cook, says we relabelled them about 3 years ago, and it's only the last week that it's got mental as somebody just posted it on Facebook and everybody started going on about it. Right. How can you have non-binary... What does that mean? They're gingerbread men. It's a biscuit. How can a biscuit be non-binary? So it's a gingerbread person. Oh, well, that's ridiculous. It's a gingerbread person. What are you going to do about the story of the gingerbread man? What are you going to do about that one? We'll have to change that as well then, do we? Gingerbread person. Oh, I don't know, though. Very odd. A more romantic date means you pull the chair out for a woman at dinner. Especially when they're just about to sit down and you go whoosh, and then they fall to the floor. That was always very funny, actually. Jackie Vernon Thompson, 52, says it makes a more romantic date. A lady should allow the gentleman to demonstrate chivalry by pulling the chair out, allowing you to sit in a graceful manner. A gentleman should allow the lady to place her order first. What a pile of rubbish. Listen, it's a case of, whenever we go out, if we go out as the family, and there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of us, we don't, it's a case of, okay, where should we start? We just go round the table. We don't sort of go, oh, it should be a lady first, or, it doesn't make any difference to us. We're all going to get the food at the same time anyway, so it doesn't make any difference, does it? I do like going out for dinner. Yobbs sold a wheelchair from a complex for elderly residents, took it on a 2-mile joyride. And there was another couple the other day climbed into a fountain somewhere. It could have been in Nottingham, I think. And they started stealing the money that had been thrown in, which goes to charity. You probably get it in Trafalgar Square. People throw coins in, and then they collect it all up when they drain the fountains, and it goes to charity. And these two were wading about in the water, picking up all this change. What a bunch of scuzzbuckets. What a revolting pair. Ghastly, ghastly, ghastly. Lots of food for your homemade baked treats, giving your furry friend. So you can have them. There's one here. This is a gingerbread biscuit. Apparently dogs like this sort of thing. But whatever it is, don't give them chocolate. They don't do chocolate. Okay. Hot TV today. It says, ain't no mountain high enough for Bradley Walsh and his son Barney. The pair bravely climbed a mountain in the Parque National El Chico in Mexico for the new series of their travel show. But Bradley always looks pretty sort of amazed by this sort of thing. He always looks terrified. So Bradley and Barney Walsh, Breaking Dad, is back in January. And a nice piece of the Daily Star today on Eric Chien, who stormed to victory in The Ultimate Magician. The Chinese-born star beat 9 rivals. He's amazing. He is amazing. Check him out on YouTube, Eric Chien, and you will not believe what your eyes tell you. You have to believe. He's very, very clever. Very clever. I don't know anything about him apart from he's very, very clever, and that I quite like. What have we got here? And somebody writing into the Daily Star saying, much as they like Holly Willoughby, she's beginning to test my patience. No sign of her on This Morning again. I saw somewhere she's on a skiing holiday. No sign of Phil either. Well, he said, worst part is that noisy, whining, brummy voice now does the cover. Who's that? Who would the brummy voice be? They mean Alison? I don't know if she's a brummy. I've got no idea. Isn't that odd, actually? And Jimmy in Dumfries says, could you please print a picture of sexy Tess Daly? Obviously watching the wrong programme, love. I've never thought of Tess Daly. I mean, she's there. She does the job. And we've now had a winner declared. What they're going to fill that gap with, God alone knows. 6:15. Let's get the news headline, shall we? Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Patrick, who is in White Rock, Canada. BC. I don't know what BC is. Oh, British Columbia, of course. Says, a few minutes ago, Steve, you mentioned Alexa and some other words. Alexa started playing the tune Driving Home for Christmas. It's uncanny, isn't it? Don't you think that's really clever that you can do that over the radio waves and it will come out when you can say, Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. And then somewhere around the world, I mean, in British Columbia, hello, a long way away, more than a carrier pigeon, the words come out the other end and Alexa starts playing Driving Home for Christmas. You have to say, Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. Always works. It'll drive people mad. Tony says, shouldn't have sent that Alexa panic word text. I think you just woke up the neighbours. Oh, how lovely. John says, I agree, Steve. Rescued is best. I first met my kitty at Battersea Dog and Cats Home. Thank you. Yes, I mean, I agree as well. Steve, I always like the saying, if you see a man opening a car door for a woman, he's probably just acquired one of the two. What does that mean? Have I understood that? Have I not got that? If he's opening the car door for a woman... Oh, it's either a new girlfriend or a new car. Oh, right. Okay, yes. Ah, right. Okay. My dog has pigs in blankets, dog treats with pork and apple, says Jane. Ooh, they're very popular, pigs in blankets, aren't they? I nearly had them this morning, but I didn't end up having them. Better things to do, actually, like having a shave. But it's nice, actually, because it's Monday. And the producer is still chasing up a department in Global. So we'll see if we can get some sort of... I've got to do an invoice soon, and we can't do it unless we've got various bits of information. I like a bit of information. I'm not very good at doing it myself. What else we got? Sharon Osbourne released from hospital after a medical emergency. They haven't told us what it is. What they've said is she will tell you when she's ready. So presumably it's going to be a hello story, you know. Yeah. Would you like to tell me for money? And what was the other one? Oh, yes, millions of TV viewers planning to spend 4 hours in front of the box on Christmas Day. I was the same. I'd have Christmas Day lunch. They'd put on The Sound of Music. I'd be glued there, even though I'd seen it every other previous Christmas. It was the only thing. I just kept watching the film and watching the film, mainly because I think the opening shots of the film, The Sound of Music, are absolutely beautiful. And it's this beautiful lake with boats on it, and the scenery is just fantastic. Austria is beautiful. Come summer, come winter. Absolutely beautiful. Philip says, many years ago I saw Raymond Perry Mason Burr in a stage play at the Prince of Wales. It was called Underground. It was Murder on the Orient Express set on a broken down London tube train. How good, how good. Paddy in Ireland says, I have 2 rescue dogs, Steve, currently. I always adopt. Give an animal a second chance of happiness. Adopt, don't shop. Love the show and a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much indeed. And that's not... No, I think you should adopt. There's so many unwanted dogs out there. You know, when people die and their dog is left and then it's been given to a charity or something like that. Battersea have loads of dogs in. When I went there the last time, which was some years ago, unfortunately, what did they have in? Loads of staffies. Loads of staffies. I've never seen so many staffs in one place. You know, and they all sort of look at you appealingly, and you sort of think, oh, I'd love to have a dog, but I just don't have the room for it. You know, one day it will happen. Different subject, says Sue, I know, but do you think that Brian May thinks his hairstyle is super cool? Well, it's not a case of thinking it's super... That's his hair. That's his hair. I could understand it if people sort of thought it wasn't, but he's always looked like that. It's just gone grey now. As indeed the producer will be going grey as well very shortly. It's going to be something I shall revel in. I shall better bump into him and go, ooh, grey. I should just say that like that. Also, Larry Lamb says, being on the telly at Christmas always feels surreal, though he'll not try to let that put him off his moves. So he's taken to the Strictly floor, and he says, I've been in one big show on Christmas night, and now here's another. So there you go. Looks very smart. Very smart in the tux, the white tie and tails. Very good. Oh, look, here's Michael Lynch with his henchmen. They just look a little bit aggressive for me. You know, you're looking at people here and you're sort of thinking, you're not achieving anything. They've told you what's on the table, you know, and you're going to be standing out there forever and a day. He always looks very happy, though, Michael Lynch, doesn't he? I mean, he doesn't look as though he's really got any particular problems, except when he comes up against people on television when he doesn't like it if they sort of attack him. And you've got RMT official Pickett. That's fine. That's cool. But they just don't have any more money. Perhaps he thinks they can print it. I don't know. Apparently on December the 23rd and 24th alone, the RAC predict 8 million journeys will be made. 8 million journeys. I mean, I shall be journeying into London on Christmas Day because I'll be doing journeys all over the place because Christmas Day is Sunday. Yeah, it's the 25th. So I'll go to bed on the 24th. I shall drive into town on the 25th, and I shall be on air from 7 till 10 as we see in Christmas Day, and we all panic over, have we defrosted the turkey? Have we remembered to do all the things that we should have done? And hopefully we will have done. And we might open up the phone lines. I don't know. I'm never too sure, actually. And Giorgio from Kingswood says, looking forward to seeing you in February. We booked into Steve Allen's for lunch. Any suggestion on what to order? Well, I don't have anything for lunch going, unfortunately. You mean Joe Allen's, which would make it a lot easier. My tea towels haven't arrived either. No, it's the post. They're dealing with a backlog which is horrendous, absolutely horrendous, really not very good at all. So, Leo McKinstry, writing in the Express today, said nurses are special cases and deserve a decent pay rise. Absolutely. I don't think anybody would ever disagree with that. A police chief has denied claims by the Duchess of Sussex that its officers did nothing to protect her. In her Netflix series, Meghan alleges cops didn't help when paparazzi, thought to be American or Canadian-based, camped by her home in Toronto. Oh, it's just one life moan, isn't it? One large moan. Moan this, moan that. It's dreadful. James Raymer, who is retiring today, says, I was deputy chief at the time in charge of special enforcement and oversaw that situation and can tell you the officers did an excellent job. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but she was a very average actress. You know, you must be used to sort of not having police officers standing outside the stage door, dear. I don't quite understand, you know. I mean, it's ridiculous, really. But they want the royal family to say sorry. And it's not going to happen. My friend Ant Payne has said, did you just commit to taking callers on Christmas morning? Oh, my God. No, I haven't quite committed myself yet. We have to wait and see. We might not have anybody to answer telephones, you know. David says, should anything happen to you live on air, they could always fill in with your 4,500 downloads. It could be years before we knew of your demise. Could be, actually. At one show a day, 12 years and 4 months. That's how many shows I've got online at the moment. Please download them all. They're free. They don't cost you anything. Free. It's lovely, isn't it? But so it's 12 years and 4 months you could listen to Steve Allen without us having to do anything else. That's just the ones we've got sitting online. 3 hours a day for 12 years. How cool is that? Mind you, everybody else can say the same. So we're sort of doing it, you know, in our own way. Rishi Sunak will pledge 250 million aid package to Ukraine. I was horrified at how much money we give in aid. We give money in aid to India. Millions of pounds a year. One of them teaching them how to grow mangoes. Isn't that roughly akin to teaching your grandmother to suck eggs? Teaching the Indians to grow mangoes. That's where most of the best mangoes come from. I think they've kind of got that one sussed out. Also, the top unclaimed credit areas. This is £35 million of unclaimed pension credit given to the elderly. And they've got places like Glasgow, County Durham, Manchester, Sheffield, Cornwall, Sunderland, Kingston-on-Hull and Newcastle and Birmingham. No mention of London. No mention of London at all. Which is actually quite exciting, isn't it, really? Quite exciting. I wonder if the pension comes in before Christmas, which would be good. Britney Spears' father never liked him. I never liked him. Has insisted he saved her life by gaining a controversial 13-year conservatorship. Jamie Spears says his daughter could be dead if not for legal intervention. Ghastly man. Take that as sort of not a fan. And Sir David Attenborough has been voted the UK's top Christmas dinner guest. The broadcasting legend received 21% of the votes, more than twice as many, polled by his nearest rival, which was Barack Obama. Barack Obama's number 2. Anton Deck, you don't want them. They'll be eating out of house and home. There's 2 of them. They're only young. They'll be eating everything. Jeremy Clarkson and singer Adele made up the top 5. Yes, Jeremy Clarkson will be off that list now, especially after that piece in The Sun. Thank you very much indeed. Stephen Fry's not on the list. Well, they've only got the sort of 5 people. So he would be your tops, would he? Yeah, he wouldn't be interested. He'd rather go somewhere else. I think he's been to Maidenhead once. I think it was closed, so he decided not. The cost of a first-class stamp could be more than £1 unless Saturday letter deliveries are scrapped. The Royal Mail facing a wave of strikes and increasing competition on parcel deliveries from firms such as Amazon. I still think £1 to have a letter delivered anywhere in the country is not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, I realise that some people go, oh, maybe not. The original sheet music, some of it was quite good, for Jingle Bells, apparently, which was written 162 years ago, sold at auction for £19,000. I thought it would have gone for more, actually. The 8-page document was published in 1859, 2 years after the creator, James Pierpont, wrote it under the original title, The One-Horse Open Sleigh. That's what it was originally called. Interesting. There was no mention of Christmas, and it was written as a winter song associated with the practice of sleigh riding in North America. Dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh, o'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, makes a cheery noise, what fun it is. Woo! Jingle bell, jingle all the way. And so it goes on, but no mention of Christmas. So it was to do with sleigh riding. Well, that's ruined it, isn't it? I was doing quite well up until that moment. Roast potato. Oh, don't show me pictures of roast potatoes. I feel quite ill, actually, because I absolutely adore roast potatoes. Not too big roast potatoes, but sort of nice and crispy. Definitely crispy. If they're not crispy, I don't want them. And this year should be the testing time, I think. 6:30. It's testing for the LBC News Department, read by Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Fears of 2-hour queues. Border staff are walking out. Everybody's walking out. Everybody's walking out, except radio presenters and TV presenters and news people. You don't find them walking out. You can't, because otherwise the news people would have to cover the people walking out. And if the people walking out didn't get the news coverage, they wouldn't be walking out. It'd be a bit pointless. So now they do it. David in Nottinghamshire. He says, I'm all set for Christmas. Recently purchased DVD box sets of The Saint with Roger Moore, Jerry Anderson's Supercar, and Fireball XL5. Yeah, they're all ITC shows. That Lou Gray knew more about entertainment. Also, Robin Hood was a very, very popular one. Andy in Chesterfield says, woke up at 4:45, laid in bed in a hotel in Leicester Square. Oh, hello. Had a lovely long weekend, Winter Wonderland, Les Miserables, and tea at the Ritz for my 60th. My lady snoring her chuffing head off next to me. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? So you've managed to do Winter Wonderland, Les Miserables, and tea at the Ritz. What a weekend. You must be burnt out completely. Years ago on a visit to America, I saw Our American Cousin, Steve, at a theatre in the Round. It was the play Abraham Lincoln was watching when he was assassinated. There was a 30-second break in the play at the point it happened. Oh, that's quite good. I like that. And Dean says, I loved it back in the day when you took the occasional call. Yes, yes. And another one here says, if you opened up the lines for your show on Christmas Day, you'll probably break all the records. Make sure your screening process is working well, though, as Meghan Markle, Tony Beak and Gemma Collins will be calling in. Oh, no, she won't be. She won't understand how the telephone works. She's got no idea. Well, you put... Oh, no, not a clue. No, she's not got phone credits. Sean's in a chilly Market Harborough. And, Steve, what exactly is wrong with Jeremy Clarkson's piece in The Sun? Have you been drinking? I know you're the best ever. You can't knock the second best ever, so leave him alone, says Mark in Norwich. Do you know, just based on the fact that I think you're a complete and utter idiot, I'm barring you. It makes me feel so happy. So you'll never get through ever again. You'll have to go and change your telephone now because you're too stupid for words. Really, really worries me, people like you. I mean, unless you're being deliberately stupid, in which case I probably think you are, but I'm still barring you anyway. Makes me so much happier when I do things like that. Honestly, for some reason, you get a nice warm glow that you're getting rid of another idiot. Steve, Mike in Finchley says it's the Jewish festival of Hanukkah this week. Could you wish a happy Hanukkah to our good mutual friends Charles, Maddie and family? And the rest of the Jewish spikers, because I have lots and lots of Jewish spikers. And Charles, Maddie and family, and Mike in Finchley and all the rest of the team, they're celebrating Hanukkah, as indeed was my AP. Because when I said to him about his Christmas presents, and he said, no, Hanukkah. And I was hoping he was going to get good Hanukkah presents. And he did. He got to go to New York on holiday. He only had to put £200 into it, and the rest of it was sort of coughed up, which sounds brilliant. Dean says you must take calls at Christmas. No doubt you'll be cutting people off, getting impatient. You must do it. I know people are waiting for that, aren't they? And Hugh says, Jingle Bells, Batman Smells, Robin Flew Away. Best version. And so there you go. I mean, the funny thing is, I was watching this carol service last night on Songs of Praise, and it was really good because I knew all the carols. And it's amazing, once you've learnt them as a child, I know that there are modern... I don't do the modern carols. I don't do it. Once they're in your head, you can be 20 years down the line, 30, 40, 50 years down the line, and you'll know all the words. We used to do the carol service by candlelight, and you'd be holding up and read, but you didn't need to read it because you knew what all of these things were. You knew all the songs, I thought they were just great carols, but they've got to be the old-fashioned ones. I don't want anything modern, thank you very much indeed. I know some people change their churches and they then become, very sort of avant-garde, a little bit too modern for me. I like, I don't want to see a group in a church. I don't mind a brass band, but I don't want to see a group, thank you very much, with guitars and everything else. I don't want your band playing Hark the Herald Angels Sing, Elliot, no. Because, to be honest with you, I don't think your band could play Hark the Herald Angels Sing. Hark the Herald Angels Sing. No, definitely not. Denise says, thought you'd like to know a tip. I heard from James Martin on one of his videos about how to get crispy roast potatoes. Apparently you put the potatoes in when the meat comes off the oven because the meat will give you the steam which stops the potatoes from crisping. Oh, everybody's got their ideas. My mother used to boil the potatoes, then take them out, then dry them, and then put them into the hot oil. It's got to be a hot oil pan and baste regularly. And my mother made perfect roast, but everybody's got their own idea of how you make perfect roast potatoes. That was my mother's way of doing it, and it worked. I've never had any complaints. The only thing, as I say, I can't stand is parsnips. I never quite understood. They go parsnips in honey, and I say, ugh, yuck, yuck, yuck. No, thank you. But Brussels sprouts, and I also love, is it cauliflower cheese? See, that is just delicious. But it's got 1 million calories in it. It's hopeless for diabetics. But for that one day, I don't mind putting myself at risk because I just love it so much. And also, 2 Yorkshire puddings, please. 2 Yorkshire, but what the heck? But put a third one on my plate. Pigs in blankets, I'll have 6. And the turkey and the stuffing. I don't want Ponzi stuffing. Don't want anything that's got apricots in it or something like that. Just sage and onion stuffing. That's the best. But pigs in blankets, just sausage meat stuffing, not really, no, not really. But, but apart from that, just shove it on the plate and get the gravy out there. And that's all I want. That's all I want, and I should be very, very happy with it. So I'm hoping that my brother has been out and ordered everything. Shirley says, like his mother, Harry can claim there are 3 people in the marriage, but in their case, the third one in their marriage is a photographer. Yes. And have you seen the fake tears coming, and all that kind of stuff? And you sort of think to yourself, it's just, I don't know. It's just bizarre. But as I said to you before at the beginning of the programme, and the more you think about it, the more accurate it feels. They don't pop round to each other's houses at Christmas. They will assemble at Sandringham, but that's what the family does because that's tradition. They only do tradition. They don't know anything else. If somebody upsets the apple cart, they're a bit stuck because they don't know what to do. So, they don't apologise. They wouldn't be apologising for what? What would they be apologising for? Because Meghan threw a little tantrum and a bit of a strop, and Harry threw a strop and is, sold for £100 million. Well, good for you, Harry. Enjoy the money. Enjoy the money. To be honest with you, given the choice, money, family, I'd rather have family. Simple as that. Simple as that. Kathy in Wigan says, please don't take phone calls on Christmas Day, Steve. The programme won't be the same. I've downloaded the app and everything is fine. Happy Christmas to everyone there and have a lovely time with your family. Thank you for another brilliant year. Thank you. Yes, you must download the app. You really must download the app. And then you can get, look at that, 12 years worth. 12 years worth. And you could download that actually very quickly. Very quickly. So please do it. Steve, says Catherine, you're such a tease. All of us regular listeners know there's not a cat in hell's chance of you taking calls on Christmas Day. Ha ha. Steve, I'm the real Mark in Norwich. Don't bar me because of a very silly imposter, says Mark in Norwich. We'll check that actually now and find out if you are the same one, because luckily we have the gift of engineering at our fingers. The producer has something he can literally click on and see what you've written before. If it turns out you are the same one, we'll bar you twice. Okay? And that means it's even worse. Even worse. Steve, don't take calls. This works great, and it's always the angry people who call, says Tony. Oh, we don't do with angry people. Not at Christmas time. Not angry people at Christmas time. Because the trouble is, you get a lot of miserable people, and they're not having a nice time, so they're determined to bring everybody else's Christmas down. Not on my watch. Definitely not. Phil again from High Wycombe. He says, don't you like roast parsnips? Ghastly, horrible, common, disgusting. Ugh. He says, I love them. I can eat them on their own. I'm not very keen on when they're roasted. They're gorgeous. No, I'm sorry, really. No, you're obviously... No, absolutely not. Not in a million years. It's like the thing I can't stand either. Bread sauce. Ugh! Whoever came up with that useless idea? No, thank you very much indeed. It's like having a Christmas tree, isn't it? I like a tree to be drenched in lights and drenched in baubles and bits and pieces. I bought my brother and his wife, I went to a garden centre and picked up loads of little bits and pieces, which I shall take down to them on Boxing Day. And then they could sort of add them to the tree. They're quite cute little things. They're like little felt-made figures and everything else like that. And also I've got... Oh, look, somebody there making roast potatoes. Oh, it's the gravy, though, isn't it? The gravy makes it. And, oh, God, why can't we have roast potatoes now? It's not fair, is it? Why don't places like McDonald's and everything else, why don't they just do roast potatoes? Come on, for people like us. Be lovely again. It really would. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. No. There's one lady here. She's a renter, and she's too scared to open her post. Which I've been in that situation. You know where you're in rented accommodation, and the bills start coming in, and you know it's a bill. You can just tell it's a bill, and you look at it and you think, I don't want to open it. You put it on the mantelpiece. There used to be a woman years ago, there was a letter that was written to Reader's Digest, and somebody wrote to her saying, you haven't paid your bill. She said, listen, I've got a system. She said, every month I put all my bills in a hat, I take one out and I pay it. And next month, your bill's not going in the hat. And that kind of stuff, because people worry. I used to worry. I used to get something from the bank saying you're overdrawn. I knew what it was going to say. I knew it was going to say overdrawn, and so you were frightened to open it because you thought, are they going to cut me off without a penny? Really terrible, really, really terrible, very sort of, just very scary, very scary. So I can understand exactly where she's coming from. And also, the nursing unions, there's a piece in the paper today which says they may be willing to compromise over the pay demands. I'm hoping, because nobody wants... to see people out there on strike. We want to make sure they've got a decent living wage and a decent living standard. And if you've got a fake lawn, and there's one particular housing estate in the country, they are banning fake lawns because people go, no, we're not having that. Well, some of them are really good. Some of them really, you don't have to weed the thing. You don't have to do anything at all. Brilliant idea. But on this particular place, they've said you will be turfed out if you put a fake lawn in. Honestly, whatever happened to live and let live? 6:45. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. No, it's not. It's 11 minutes to 7. I didn't move the clock on inadvertently. Have you noticed everybody now are talking about, we're breaking up now. We're on Christmas holidays. And some people, even in this building, are now finished for the festive season. And they're all sort of getting ready to enjoy a family get-together. Or, you might be unlucky and not get the family as a get-together. Some families can't stand each other. I can think of one particular family that they'll really be suffering this year. Where do you think Meghan and Harry are going to spend Christmas? In California. There's nowhere else for them to go. They're not going to be coming back here, I don't think. Steve, about 10 years ago, you did take a couple of phone calls on Christmas morning, and one of them was from me. Lying in the dark in my bed with my new lady friend who said, who on earth are you talking to? Since then, she's married me. Good God. Addicted to you. So if you do open the lines, says Phil, stand by for tanker driver me. So there you go. That's it. Yeah, we did do it on a couple of occasions. I think it was sheer folly as far as I was concerned, but one of those things. Steve, in Leeds, regarding your Alexa hilarity and a tip for fellow spikers, your games don't work on me because I actually listen to your show through my Alexa, hence making it Alan-proof. Yeah, well, don't worry. We found a way round it. We can change it. But if you haven't got the new Global Player, please download it. All you've got to do is go and get it from Global Player. And you can either download it from the App Store or visit. My advice would be to visit globalplayer.com because there is 12 years worth for you to download. And it's well worth having. Once you've got it on globalplayer.com, just go to the podcast section and search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening to Alexa, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast. Thank you. So that's a good idea. But if the Steve Allen Little Bit Extra, that's still available where you got it from last time. So you can download it from there as well. So you've got two things that you can do, which will keep you very busy over the festive season. My great memories, Steve, of Christmas dinner are sprouts, roast parsnips. Oh, God, these roast parsnips. They keep coming back. Chestnut stuffing, bread sauce. Sadly, I won't be getting any of these this year because I have carers at home. They only have half an hour to prepare and clear up Christmas dinner. Well, you won't be getting any of that lot, will you? You'll be very lucky to get a burger in the microwave. Very lucky. Goodness sake, Mike. Goodness sake. The real Strictly winner, the BBC and its stars. It was a tiny hiccup. So now they're going to put the cameraman on, so now he's going to be a presenter. It's almost like they sort of groom people to do things. And emotions were running high. Helen Skelton's father, Richard, was seen sobbing into his hands. It's just a reality show. I don't know why they get so carried away with it. It's a naff reality show that puts a few people on there and they all tiddle around and some dance and some don't dance and some pretend to dance and some don't pretend to dance. And they're the ones we kick out quickly. Did Stampede Sunday help to save Christmas? 3 million a minute in sales. That's what they were saying. How they work this out, I've got no idea. The snow's melting. And then we found out that families have blasted a delivery firm for ruining Christmas after parcels went missing, allegedly stolen, and apparently sold at a car boot sale. One mother claimed that her every parcel was found more than 60 miles from her Great Yarmouth home after a delivery driver's wife took a van of packages to sell at a car boot sale. Good Lord above. She said, I thought it might be the driver, so my husband phoned him and he said he was at a car boot sale in Suffolk and my parcel, still in its packaging with my name and address on it, is being sold. Every is formerly Hermes. Now, I remember I used to get cards from Hermes. They changed its name this year after a string of scandals such as depot workers seen throwing parcels around. Darren Hilton, who runs a fishery in Essex, says he has up to 12 parcels missing with Every, worth about £800. Anyway, Every confronted the driver and he's been sacked. They say we take fraud incredibly seriously. Well, I mean, put it this way, you can say exactly the same probably. There's parcels that come through the Royal Mail that go missing. You know, why a delivery driver should be any different. One man, Dr. Richard Freneau, his door camera pictured an Every driver stealing his parcel containing a humidifier seconds after dropping it off. So he's now reported it to the police. He said the car boot sale incident was being investigated, saying we're currently delivering more than 3 million parcels a day. However, like others in the sector, we are experiencing some delays. Yeah, due to theft. Due to theft. I mean, you can't have that. You know, somebody starts sort of opening up parcels in a mind you, I didn't even know they had car boot sales at this time of the year. There's an odd one. Sue in Worcester Park says, thank goodness you're on Christmas Day as I'm on my own. I agree with everything you say about Christmas lunch, and I don't like the roasties cooked in duck fat, goose fat, just plain vegetable oil. Mine always end up crispy and gorgeous, and I hate bread sauce. See? Told you. Very, very, very similar here. Also, after Lady Susan Hussey met Ngozi Fulani last week, now the palace are determined to move further away from Harry and Meghan. They want an apology. They're not going to get it, as you can well imagine, and they want to keep moving forward, despite the fact that they've been guilty of double standards. But listen, if they're both happy and miserable in their existence, fair enough. They could do whatever they want. I was imagining Christmas. I mean, who would they have round as who are their friends? I don't even know who Harry and Meghan's friends are anymore. Looking at the price of turkey, it's amazing, actually. They did a thing the other day on the television, trying different food and trying different booze and all the rest of it. And it's amazing how the lower end of the market, the Aldi and the Lidls and things like that, have pulled up incredibly. I think when Lidl first went into the Christmas market, they were a total disaster because they hadn't got the food right. Now they've got it right, and they do, beef roasting joints, $5.99 a kilo, prime gammon joints, $4.99. The price of it, whole British fresh turkey. Now, whether you can call it fresh turkey if it's been frozen and then unfrozen, and I'm not too sure actually. But whatever it is, they're selling turkeys left, right and centre. There appears to be no shortage compared to what we were told a short while ago, where they went, there's going to be a huge shortage of fresh turkeys in the shops. I don't think there is. Sorry? So a turkey is considered fresh only if it's never been chilled below 26 Fahrenheit. To assure consumers that the turkey they buy has never been frozen, turkeys chilled at 0 Fahrenheit must be labelled frozen. If a turkey is stored between 25 Fahrenheit to 1 Fahrenheit, it may not be labelled previously frozen. It may or may not be labelled previously frozen. That's a bit confusing, isn't it? They're very loose with their regulations. So 26 Fahrenheit is minus 3.333 recurring Celsius. So, in other words, if it's stored, it may or may not be labelled previously frozen. So they're basically flogging frozen turkeys as fresh. But they can do that. They can do that. And they can tell you it's a fresh turkey. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think you could really taste the difference, could you? I mean, I don't know. I've never checked with any of the people that I eat Christmas dinner with whether or not that turkey was walking around a short while ago or whether it was deep frozen some years ago. I'm never too sure. They went to a turkey farm the other day. I forget who it was went up there, one of the chefs or something. Oh, it was the Hairy Bikers. And they went to this turkey farm, and she's got all sorts of turkeys walking about. And turkeys are incredibly curious till they realise what their fate's going to be. And they had all these turkeys around, and she said, well, that's just the way that turkeys are. They're inquisitive. And she had the bronze turkey. She had all sorts of different colours turkeys, but the bronze turkeys were the prized ones. They were the ones that sort of went for, £125, £150 for a turkey. You can pay that a lot, for these sort of things. But people will be shopping, whether or not you get a fresh turkey or whether or not you get a frozen turkey, I have no idea. It was a bit shorter than normal, wasn't it? What happened there? Honestly, 1 minute she was there, the next minute she'd vanished. Goodness, Sony knows what was going on. Anyway, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to December the 20th. Welcome to It's Only 4 Days. I say 4 days because on the 5th day it will be Christmas Day and none of the shops will be open except the corner shops, and thank the Lord for that. And thank you for all your cards, incidentally, which is quite. I'm slowly opening them now, which is quite a nice thing to do on a Tuesday, I reckon. Finding out all these lovely people out there, people who, take the time to send one. I always get one actually from Anthony. Anthony is a man who designs things. And he's very good, actually. He's called Anthony Thomas. They're an architectural company. He says, I'm an avid fan. That's what we like to hear. Always sends a picture on the front of his Christmas cards of himself, which is very good. Extremely brave as well, Anthony. But thank you very much indeed. And well done to all of you. I have to say well done to all of you because you have moved, barring, I think I was just waiting for another 200 people to move over to globalplayer.com. Okay, because I've said to you that the only place afterwards you can get this programme, the Steve Allen Show, the full thing, is by going to globalplayer.com. And all you have to do is just go to globalplayer.com. Once you've gone, and it's free. There's no charge for it whatsoever. You go there and you go to the podcast section and search for Steve Allen, the whole show. If you're listening on Alexa, which many of you do, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, the whole show podcast. Thank you. And so thousands and thousands of you have done that already. And we're nearly up to exactly the same as we had before, because my other programme, which is Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, is on other places. You can find that very easily. So it's on all the platforms, it's on Global Player as well. Oh, it's everywhere. Oh, goodness. Oh, well, there you go. So you can download both of them from globalplayer.com. Oh, that's so little. Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra is on there as well. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, well, that takes a lot of worry off my mind because we do really well. We get 1 million downloads every month. And I'm keen to see that continuing. But thank you very much indeed for moving over. Well done. So now we've all got it, and it's brilliant. You can pause, rewind, do whatever you like. I've got a really good card, actually, from a very clever artist called Andy. Andy says, hope you strike it lucky this Christmas. And it's got a picture of a snowman on the front. I'm in so much envy of people who... Can I get a cup of tea? For people who can draw and people who are artistic. Have you ever seen, and I hope you have... that weatherman on the television, Schaffernaker, Thomas Schaffernaker. What an artist. What an incredible art. Just unbelievably brilliant. Really so clever. I'm in awe of talent like that. In the same way that I was in awe of the talent of Eric Chen the other day, the Chinese magician, who was on with Stephen Mulhern, who is another very good magician. But I have to be honest, and even he would admit that when you watch Eric Chen, it makes you realise that you've not been trying hard enough. But Andy did this lovely Christmas card saying, thanks, by the way, there are no trains either. And it's a snowman holding his hands up, and it's two animals who've pushed post in front of him. Look at that, isn't that clever? These artists, these people who draw these things. Isn't that clever? He's got fabulous writing as well. So I'm very much envious of that. So thank you. And to Anthony as well. That's Anthony Thomas Architects. And I did get another one. And I know I know who it's from. I know that who this one is from. And I know it's from Intertalent. And I know that it is lovely Professor Shallett. And he always writes a nice message inside a card. Me, I'm a bit lazy. I just put lots of love, Steve, and that kind of covers it. But he says, as ever, I will be enjoying you from Barbados on the Global Player. I'm the fortunate one with the lovely family, which is fantastic. So, and also the lovely mother-in-law, Carmel, who is fantastic as well. Jonathan, thank you so much for that. It's always very much appreciated. You know what a business it is. And you know how difficult it can be for certain people. But looking at all the people from Chicken Shed on the front of your Christmas card, you're also getting younger looking. You are definitely getting younger looking. And I'm not saying that because there's no advantage for me telling Professor Shallett that he's getting younger looking, because he has changed. Look at me, honestly. I don't care the noise. So some programmes aren't as lucky. Even the producer was saying this morning, like that, and I remember thinking, oh yeah, you have to try and interpret everything. Season's greetings from John Starkey. Lovely card, John. Really lovely card, with the money for this one going to Alzheimer's, Macmillan, Teenage Cancer Trust, Make-A-Wish and Mind. And it's nice. I hate cards, as you all know now, that have got tons of glitter when I open them and they fall out all over the place. I can never get rid of it. It sticks with me forever and a day. But then I got one of my favourite cards, which goes... That's so cool. I think that is so cool. Any card that has got, either music or lights or anything else like that, I absolutely fall in love with at this time of year. And that's why people always say to me, what do you like about Christmas? And I go, everything. Everything. I went to the bank yesterday to take some money out because I have to put money in Christmas cards. And, it'll be 50 quid here, 50 quid there. In fact, it'll always be 50 quid. And the nearest bank to me where I can get money out of is in Richmond, and it's the NatWest. But they had one of their machines out of order. So there's a queue to the door. And so I joined the queue because I wasn't really in any rush. I thought I can either... throw a Queenie strop and walk out going, I shall find another bank to deal with. And then I thought I could perhaps hang around here today and go to Drummond's, which is down at Trafalgar Square, which is also owned by Royal Bank of Scotland, together with Coutts and all the other ones. And so I go there and I want to take out money. And there's a lady going up and down the line going, are you paying in or taking out? We've only got one machine working, but you can go to the counter. And she said, how much do you need to take out? I said, it's more than my allowance. Because I think my allowance, is £400 a day. Well, I wanted more than £400 because I've got to pay for Christmas and stuff like that. And so I sort of stood there and people seemed to whiz through. There was one man, he'd got his number wrong on the card. and the machine had swallowed it. And then some bloke went behind the machines and retrieved his card. Isn't that cool? I didn't know you could do it. Well, obviously, I knew that they had to be able to do something like that, but it was just really brilliant. And for the first time in ages, I felt really sort of festive the other day. The car is soaking wet, which really annoyed me because I only paid to get a blooming thing washed the other day. But they're always very good to me. And they look after the car and everything else. And then I come in here and I get, lots of Christmas cards. And we got from Marion lots of lovely the bubble gun and the Paddington books, Marion. The Paddington books were that's about as good as it gets over Christmas. But it's going to go real quick. So we've got this week. Then the producer's off for 1 week, and then he's back for his final week. Trying to get rid of him as quick as possible, and like that, and then we'll have a change of producer, and because that's what happens on this program, we sort of get people, and then sort of they do very well, then they move them to somewhere else, and so I go into deep depression, a bit like Bungle and Zippy. But anyway, so then here on Christmas Day for you, which I believe is Sunday. Sunday's Christmas Day, and I'm here between 7 and 10 in the morning, which I have been every year for God knows how many years now. Long time. But as always, absolutely love it. My friend Ant Payne is getting very excited. He thinks we're going to take phone calls. He wrote to me yesterday and he said, I can't believe what I've just heard, kind of thing. So I thought we'll leave him to wallow in that one. I think just for the moment. But we will be here on Christmas Day. So if you're not doing anything, and most of you will be up early. The kids will be up early because it's, unless it's Hanukkah or something like that. But there'll always be some sort of present to open, even if it's a bit of chocolate or something like that, or some peanuts or a satsuma. It'll be something good. And we'll be here as well on the radio, hopefully guiding you through the day. Like, have you defrosted the turkey? Have you remembered where you put grandmother? Because sometimes you could have left her sitting in the garden and she might actually be frozen solid by now. So you'll have to sort of bring her in. But at least the weather's getting warmer. It is definitely getting warmer, and to be honest with you, I'm quite happy. I don't mind if it rains. I'm not bothered about the rain. I just want to make sure that it's going to look a bit nice out there. So I'm driving out into the countryside, the darkest areas of Essex, and it should be lovely. I shall have my Christmas lunch there. Then I come back, then I shall go to bed. Then I shall get up in the morning. Then I shall come into work for Boxing Day, and have a very nice time. And then I shall be here Boxing Day and then down to my brother's for another Christmas lunch. Well, I'm assuming it's another Christmas lunch. I don't know how they're going to manage this one unless we get sort of cold turkey. I haven't quite discussed this with him yet, actually. I shall have to find out because I'm sure it'll be something confusing, I can tell you. It's never that easy. But anyway, Mr. Neil, because they've had everything. They've had the snow, they've had, water everywhere. And I think at the moment they are water everywhere. Wait a minute, let me just find out where I am in this. Do you know, honestly, you get so many texts and emails. People tend to forget, don't they, just how many you get. And he says, hope you are well. And he said, sad news about Terry Hall of the Specials. Yeah, he was only young. He was 63. They were in the middle of a tour. He says, pipes fixed at home. Glad to see the snow has gone. Normality is returning. Have you opened the Christmas present I gave you at Little Italy yet? I loved them. You know me and Sprouts. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I love anything like that. These are Sprout Christmas tree decorations. They're beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Specially ordered, which I was very, very pleased about. And then the Jeremy Clarkson story. I've noticed that the Sun have tucked it away. Page 27. A bit hypocritical, isn't it? Somebody passed it at the Sun. They must have read that column and gone, oh, I don't think you can say that, because it's provoked absolute fury. People calling for him to lose his job and people getting very irate about it, which I can well understand. You don't say that about people. You really don't. You can say things which, would have been easier if he'd called her chubby. But of course, it's a case of, you can't say that. It was wrong on so many levels. He doesn't like her. But that's nothing new. Loads of people in newspapers don't like her. And you're entitled not to like her. And it's got nothing to do with race or colour or creed or anything like that. It's just that people don't take to her. It's as simple as that. And sort of, oops, and sort of people get sort of all upset about it. And on what he wrote, I'm not at all surprised. Loads of people got very upset about it, and they were discussing it last night with Ian, and then it became heated, and then people were saying this, and some people were saying that, and some people were saying this again. And so we were just going round in circles. At the end of the day, he then sort of goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake." And you think, boy, did you make a mistake. Boy, did you make a mistake. And he did. So, but they've shoved it on page 27, which I was very surprised about. I thought they'd put it on the front page, but the Sun. We'll remember, don't we, really? Peter says, Christmas greetings from Newbury, and here's a picture of Newbury Marketplace during the old plaza, including the old plaza. Oh, I remember it so well. Oh, my God, I remember it so well, because I spent a lot of time down there. And the plaza was on the left-hand side, and you went all the way down a corridor, and at the very end there was a hall, which me and my friend Dave Maskell used to rent out and put on discos down there. And we used to make not a lot of money. We only used to charge 25p to go in, but we used to hire DJs, and they would go there. That big building, he says, talking to himself because you can't see it, is the Corn Exchange, which has all been done up now, and it's a venue. Lots of people have played it. I think Danny LaRue even played that. And then on Thursday, they used to have a market where all those cars were. It becomes a market, and that was the first place that I'd ever been to that had a market. I absolutely love markets. One of those sort of things, actually, wasn't it? Really, you sort of see a market, but seeing those old pictures, I think that's fab. I don't think the plaza's there anymore, but we hired it. We hired a DJ from Radio 1 called Johnny Diamond, D-Y-M-O-N-D, and I can't remember how we found him, but we used to put up, because we both worked in a department store in Newbury. So we had access to the printing machines upstairs. You know, when they used to print the cards that went in the window with dress £13 or suite of furniture £6. We had the thing up there, and it was like a hot plate. You put the cardboard on there, you put the letters backwards with a piece of this sort of black, whatever it is, pulled the handle down, and it printed. So we were able to put down hot dogs. I was in charge of selling hot dogs, and we underestimated completely. We sold out of hot dogs within about sort of 5 minutes, but people got a stamp on their wrist when they went in, 25 pence. And Johnny Diamond turned up with this van, like a box Luton. And of course, this was all exciting for us. We lived in the midst of nowhere, for God's sake. We were hicks. We were absolute hicks. And I think he got paid, 25 quid. Now, in 25 quid in those days, we thought was quite a bit of money. And he turned up, and out came all these speakers. Must have had about 8 speakers, which he put up on the stage, and then there was the DJ console, and he had 2 little helpers with him as well. And I remember thinking, afterwards, God, you get a lot for your money. And when he played this music, it was so loud. It was fantastic. And he was playing all this Tamla. We didn't want any heavy metal. So we didn't have any Ozzy Osbourne or Deep Purple or anything like that, or Led Zeppelin. We had, Motown, and it was Tears of a Clown and everything else. And people would form up in lines all the way across this hall. There'd be like 200 or 300 people in there, and they'd be going da 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 da, and then clapping all at the same time. It was so camp. It was so camp, but so much fun at the same time. And then we'd sort of add the money up at the end, and we'd walk away with a few quid each, and it was good fun. It was very, very good fun. And then we started doing it at the Tuesday Night Club in Newbury, which was down at Battery End, and people would pay to come in, and I was the DJ. Unfortunately, I didn't have that many records. So people used to bring records down. People would bring their records in. Even when I worked in London as a DJ, there was a girl, and she used to bring records down for me to play the latest current records, which I couldn't afford to buy. And so that's how it's... And what did I end up on? Speech radio, I ask you. Honestly, for goodness sake, I could write a book about my experiences, but some of them, you'd have to get the police involved, make it so much easier.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 19 minutes. All the best, Linda and John at Heathrow. And my friend Dan is, I believe, at Gatwick at the moment. And he sent me a nice photo, actually, of all standing under the biggest tree you've ever seen. He said, here we are at Gatwick's South Terminal with a cup of tea whilst the family try and sleep. Danny and Grace wide awake and moves out for the count. Boston bound at 12 finally, after our cancelled trip in October, owing to my last-minute stay in hospital. Was looking forward to -6 and snow, but looking at the forecast, seems like we're in for a sunny week. Sunny week. So you've got a flight at 12. What in God's name are you going to do? Oh, that's why you're trying to get some sleep. But he said, just got a tea. He said, we're people watching. Isn't that the best? Isn't that the best? I people watch all the time. If I'm sitting having a cup of tea at an outdoor, place where you get an outdoor cup of tea, and I just sit there and people watch. I'm fascinated. But then I would have to be, wouldn't I? I mean, that's what I do for a living, is people watch. But so many cards came in. Thank you very much indeed. And luckily, so far, we haven't found much glitter. There was a bit of glitter on the last card that we read out. And Mary and Frances, 2 sisters from Kenton. Oh, right. I know exactly where you are. Thank you very much indeed. And a wish from both of us. See, that's quite nice for families. Don't you think so? When you can get cards. Because last year we didn't do many cards. This year, you've gone mad, which I'm very grateful for. It's good. And it's a picture of 2 cats on the front, and the headline over the one of them goes, Sprouts. And the other one goes, yeah, sorry. Because people always say that. And this is Makeup Al from Tooting, who says, if you get a chance, do try and watch Stepping Out with Liza Minnelli. I've seen it. See you at the Magic Circle. It says, I thought you'd find this card funny. I love sprouts, stir-fried with chilli and garlic. Mary Berry did one the other day. She did sprouts with cashews and peas and everything. It looked lovely. Really did look very nice indeed. That was for people who don't like sprouts, whereas me, I love sprouts. And this is from, is it Margie in Tooting? Thank you very much indeed. Nice picture of a London bus. There's something very festive about it, isn't it? I mean, I know that for some of you, Christmas time is not a happy time of year. I quite understand that if you've lost loved ones and things like that, it becomes immensely difficult, no matter how much the silly man on the radio goes, come on, enjoy yourself. You're going, shut up. But anyway, Clitheroe B in the Ribble Valley. She says, I'm the crazy dog lady. I've got 4 of my own and the T-shirt to prove it. I was watching a Paul O'Grady programme the other day, and it was he's added a voiceover to it because since the programme was made, Camilla has become Queen Consort, and they were at Battersea because they've got record numbers of dogs, puppies. A breeder phoned up and had 12 puppies that they couldn't afford to feed and things like that. And you know what Paul's like? Every time he puts dogs on the programme, he ends up taking one of them home. He can't resist it. He's just absolutely obsessed with dogs. And Camilla is the same. She loves dogs. Absolutely loves them. And then I watched a programme on Christmas lights. They went all over the place. Kew Gardens, Hever Castle. Oh, God, there was loads and loads of places. And it was lovely seeing the look on the kids' faces. Because Christmas is for children. They don't know about wars. They don't know about bereavement. They don't know about not having enough money. They don't care. They just know that under that tree, there's going to be some presents. That's all they know. And it's that innocence of childhood that we all want to recapture. I mean, not me in particular. I'm like a child most of the time anyway, I'm afraid. I don't think I've ever grown up. I don't think I want to grow up. Somebody said, act your age. I said, if I acted my age, you'd be talking to a pile of dust. I'm fairly ancient now, but I don't care. I'm determined to enjoy Christmas. I like the tree. I like the smell of a tree. I like the baubles on it. I like my Brussels very much indeed, from Lorraine and Mr. Neil. I like things like that. I think it's sort of, I don't know, it just sort of, it's just nice actually. But Lorraine and I saw them, he said, in Van Hagues, and I knew I had to get them for you. It was a very good decision. I've not been to Van Hagues for such a long time. It's such a good garden centre. I mean, it really is fantastic. It's very lovely. Merle, thank you very much indeed. Very, very grateful. It's amazing how nice the cards are this year. You can hear me. Oh, and because people know my love of sprouts, so what do I get? Loads of sprout cards, including Monique. And says, your wonderful radio show keeps me company. Me too. Keeps me company. I tell you, I'm the worst person. If I was at home, I'd listen. I'd listen to this programme. I'd be downloading the app. I'd be doing Global Player. I'd be downloading... Oh, that's nice. Christmas Blessings and this one. Does it make a noise? No. Does it turn around? No, but it's very nice. It's from Dawn in Ruislip. And it's another one of these recycled cards, and it goes to various charities as well, including Diabetes UK, which is nice. Apparently Tesco's are going to donate £100,000 from the sale of these cards between the 1st of November to the 31st of December. It's nice, actually, because it's very difficult to find what they call a traditional Christmas card now. You know, you find, robins, but you don't find the nativity and stuff like that. So I quite like it when I get sort of a good sprinkling of... I'm sorry to make so much noise opening them, but I mean, you will appreciate it's live. And from Bridget, who says, to wish you health, wealth and prosperity. I'll take any of those. I'm really not bothered, actually. Health, I could definitely do with next year. I don't want to have to worry about health at all. And wealth, I'm quite comfortable. And prosperity, I don't know, can it get any better? It can when we get rid of the producer. What's prosperity? Don't know, you'll never know. What do you mean? It means successful, yes. Prosperity. Well, it could be the same. Well, it depends whether you associate wealth with prosperity. I don't, you see. I'm not, I'm not bothered about the money side of it. See, you are bothered about the money side of it. I'm not, as you know, hardly bothered at all by my wealth. No, it doesn't matter. I mean, when I first started working and I earned £5.19 and sixpence a week, I thought that was for a full week's work. That was Monday, Tuesday, half day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. And that was £5.19 and sixpence a week. And I don't know how long I thought it was going to last, but I went out and bought a jumper, and that used up most of it. And I get home, and my mum said, "So where's your wages?" They used to give it to bloody glitter. They used to give it to you in a little brown envelope, which you could see the note in there, and you open it up. You go, "I wonder how much I've got," because you never knew. You knew how much it was, but then it was after the tax and all the other bits and pieces. And I took it home, and she said, "So how much will you be paying me?" I said, "For what?" She said, "Well, board and lodging. You have to pay your way." So they taught me from an early age that I had to pay for it. And then I thought, if I earned £10 a week, effectively nearly doubling it, I could live like a king. And then I went to work for John Lewis, and I earned £20 a week. And I remember thinking, bloody hell, 20 quid a week. The world is my lobster. You know, I could have seriously enjoyed every... And I thought, if I earned £100 a week, you can imagine. But unfortunately, every time you had a pay increase, the sort of things you were buying went up in price. And so you were buying things, so you were spending it all anyway. Nowadays, I'm good at saving. I'm very good at saving. Well, I think I'm good at saving, although other people might tell me differently. My brother will probably say I'm fairly good at saving. It's only because I like to check the bank account daily to see what I've got left until I get paid for the next time. And then, you know, we always put money aside, and we've got it stashed in all sorts of different places. And this is a nice envelope. Oh, blowing out. Oh, blimey. Oh, I think there's money inside it. I'm just dreading it. Oh, look, it's a card that opens up. Isn't that nice? Look at that. There's a little snowman in a card. And it says, "Steve, pull the white tab for my message," says Mary Beth. Oh, there you go. She says, "Last year I sent you the pop-up tree, and this year you're getting the pop-up snowman. But thank you for your show. I only wish this Merry Band girl counted in your ratings." Yeah, unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. I like the idea of a pop-up snowman. I'm all in favour of that, I tell you. It's so clever, isn't it? The Chinese do a lot of these cards where they cut them, and I've given some to people before, which is one of them you opened up and it was a flower garden, and all these flowers stood up. It was really quite nice. Like they were in awe of me. And... but a little snowman. Who thought of that idea? 2 kids as well. We never did snowmen as kids. We never sort of we just never made them. Mainly because we did get snow when I was younger. Yes. Not as much as we probably can nowadays. Yorkshire, we got loads of snow, and it seemed to last forever. If you actually did a snowman, and ours was sort of a bit rough and tumble. It was sort of just one big ball and then an even bigger ball, and you put one big ball on the ground and then you put the other little ball on the top, but we never had a top hat. So you try and find, a scarf, and then your mother would say, "What are you doing with that?" going to put it on the snowman. And she goes, yeah, bloody well not. And so that didn't last. But I quite liked it. I watched that film a short while ago, which is where the husband gets killed and then he turns into a snowman. It's called Jack Frost, and with Michael Keaton. And anyway, and I remember sort of thinking to myself, it's the most unbelievable film I've ever seen in my entire life. Lynn in Nottingham says, thank you for getting me through another year. You seem to understand the sentiment I first heard via Esther Ranson. I've got plenty of people to do something with, but nobody to do nothing with. Yeah, as I've always said, you know, at Christmas time, you know, we always tend to think, oh, it's great, you've got family around you. Think of all the people who don't have family. Sorry, I'm very messy and very noisy. Think of all the people who don't have family, you know, and they dread Christmas. They absolutely dread it. Whereas I sort of think, you know, I try and make them, I've got glitter all over the place, so I'm not going to touch my face, which I sometimes do just to caress myself, because it's got this little fine glitter on, and it's going to be all over the place.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Tuesday, December the 20th. I know it's getting close. I know we've stretched out the credit cards maxing. I know that, you know, there is still, everything's on the shelves at the moment. The turkeys, all the rest of it. If you buy a frozen one, you just take, I don't know how big people's freezers are nowadays. These turkeys look as though they're enormous. And it's very interesting when you sort of look at what people are staggering out with and you listen to all the adverts where you can get cheap vegetables and stuff like that. All I want is crispy roast potatoes and, at a push, I think cauliflower cheese. I love cauliflower cheese. It kind of goes with turkey. In fact, to be honest with you, everything goes with turkey. There's nothing that doesn't go with turkey, except other turkeys. And they don't really care about it, actually. Prince Andrew's £3 million a year protection team could be funded by the King. Yuck, yuck. Can't stand him. Cannot stand him. I couldn't care less. A protection team, what for? Who's going to go anywhere near him? Ghastly person. Also, Hobnobs are the best dunking biscuits because they like anything that's got oats. Oh, I'll just touch my face. Anything that's got oats in it, and apparently that's okay. I hate people who dunk biscuits. If there's one thing that annoys me more than anything, it's people who dunk biscuits, and they do it in the most sophisticated of places. You know, top hotels. They think, oh, I'll just get some Hobnobs and just sort of dunk. No, go and eat outside on the pavement. You're a peasant. Do not dunk biscuits. Privately, you can do what the hell you like, but don't do it in company. Oh, no. It's not good. It's really, really bad. It's really, really bad. And it's also bad for the environment. Yeah, because then you get bits in the cup of the hobnob or whatever biscuit it happens to be, if it's got oats and something like that, and then you put it down the drain gets clogged up, then you have to call a man out who comes and jet washes it, just so that you can sort of, you know, make sure everything's good and proper. There's a very sad story about a little boy who died, and every year his parents ring a bell for him, because I think that's quite a nice thing to do, and the neighbours have complained. So the council have said, no, you can't ring the bell anymore. And I think, what a mean bunch of gits. What a horrible thing to say. You know, they're ringing a bell for a little boy. I would have thought you'd better do that as long as you like, actually. Oh, dear. George Michael may finally get his Christmas #1 6 years after he died. We were on air when it came through that George Michael had died, but been found in his bed by Farzi, his boyfriend at the time. And although I'm not sure whether they were still going out or they weren't going out, because whatever it was, Farzi didn't get any money in the will. It all went to the sisters, and they've had a lot of tragedy in the family. But there was something about George Michael. I never interviewed him. I met him only once, briefly. He came into the building that we were in Shepherd's Bush. And all I remember thinking is, God, you're thin. I mean, he was thin. You know, whereas, you know, if on television makes you look normal if you're really thin. But if you see people in real life, you look at them and go, eat more. And he didn't seem to eat more at all. But it doesn't matter. There's a street for sale in one part of this lovely country for less than a London flat, provided the London flat was about £1 million. But you can get the whole street for that, which is good, isn't it, really? I quite like that idea. And viewers, they've obviously questioned them, have believed that Harry and Meghan's show is less accurate than The Crown. And apparently they're doing another one. I mean, I couldn't care less what they do. They're not really of any interest. The podcasts are absolute rubbish. Really not good. The migrant flights to Rwanda get the go-ahead by the High Court. Charlie Watts' widow dies at the age of 82, shortly after he died. And Strictly's new winner. It turns out he can dance. He was sort of semi-professional when he was at uni. They've got loads of pictures of him, so a little bit economical with the truth on that one. And music used as therapy to help dementia patients this Christmas. So in other words, if somebody's got dementia or the onset, play the music. So, you know, makes people feel a bit better. Depending on what the music is, I should imagine. You know, it's got to be the right sort of music. I mean, I just think anything Christmassy, I think, is actually quite nice. I quite like that idea. And the police force, who've been criticised, they seized a kitten. They thought it was a sort of a criminal kitten. They thought it was one of those mountain cats. And it was a little kitten, and they nicked it. They're getting more stupid by the day, the police force. What's the matter with them? Goodness sake. And calls for drivers over 70 to take an eye test. I would think that would be a good idea. I've seen some dreadful driving, where people sort of are hunched over the wheel and wondering, oh, what's going on? Really bad, really bad. I think I'm a brilliant driver. Very good. Not very good at keeping to the speed limit, but I get there. And Aled Jones has apologised. Why? Because retail workers have to listen to "We're walking in the air." And he said every time he hears it, he cringes. He cringes. It's one of those things. Oh, dear. Because he didn't sing it in the film The Snowman. You do know that, don't you? A lot of people go, no, he was in The Snowman. No, he wasn't. No. He recorded it afterwards. Marcus and Misha have quit Gogglebox. I think he's a personal trainer. And they've done 5 years, and they've basically had enough now. You know, all you have to do, you don't get much money for it, is you sit there and they plug in a DVD in your house and you sit there and then they comment on it. And that's all it is. Then they put them all together. Because some of them you can't get rid of. I mean, there have been some over the years. I mean, I remember there was one lady, she was part of 2 ladies on there, and she ended up doing pantomime. She got so drunk they had to send her home in the interval. She thought you could just go on stage when you've had a few sherbets and do pantomime. Well, you can't. What was the other one? Oh, the new Charles banknotes have been revealed, which is it's just basically the same banknote with a picture of Prince Charles on it, who is now King Charles, which still doesn't fly in the face for me, I'm afraid. 18 rioters jailed for vigil hell, and Santander have installed machines to recycle credit and debit cards. Who recycles credit and... I don't. I'll just cut them up. It's so much easier. You get a pair of scissors, you go snip, 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 done. Job done. Prue Leith says she wouldn't mind a peerage. Happy birthday to Billy Bragg for today. So many happy returns of the day. And Amber Heard has got to pay Johnny Depp $1 million. Of course, she's come up with the usual baloney, I'm afraid, but she came up with the court case, which is this is no admission of guilt. This is no admission of guilt. I'm just paying it to sort of get rid of it and all the rest of it. Yeah, it's $1 million, love. Nearly as clever as Rebecca Vardy, who still thinks that she was innocent, even though the High Court found her guilty. They've also worked out how to make Santa's sleigh fly. You know, they've sort of said, oh, if it does this or if it... I mean, as if there's any chance. As if there's any chance. I told you the story the other day of Miracle on 34th Street, the original, where they put Santa Claus on trial. They put him on trial, Santa Claus, because there is a man going out as Kris Kringle, and he says he's Father Christmas. And the New York Supreme Court was saying, well, put him on trial, we'll find out if he is really Father Christmas. And so the prosecution, who've tried to destroy him at every turning, bring in their key witness, a reindeer. And the judge says, what's that? You know, obviously blind as a bat, had not been to Specsavers. And the prosecution goes, it's a reindeer, Your Honour. And he said, yes, but what's it doing in my court? He said, I just want to prove. Mr. Kringle, can you make this reindeer fly? And Kris Kringle looks at this reindeer and goes, I'm truly sorry, he said, I cannot make this reindeer fly. The prosecutor goes, "Why is that?" He said, "He only flies on Christmas Eve." End of court case. He was declared Santa Claus and everybody went home happy. And they had all these big signs up. New York, believes in Father Christmas. People want to believe in Father Christmas. They want to, for a number of years. I'm still going through it. I'm still going through that sort of retro time. Where you do believe, you go to see Father Christmas, you go to see a department store Father Christmas or a garden centre. There's garden centres that have them now, and reindeer and stuff like that. But we were always told, don't ever pat a reindeer, because they've got antlers on them, and they're quite dangerous. And so what the Lappish people do at Christmas, when people go over there for Christmas to see Father Christmas, the real one, is they bring them out and they bring them down from the hills, because they're all running free. Big herds, thousands of them in the herd, and they bring them down from the hills, they harness them up. The reindeer go, "Here we go again," and they then pull the sleighs and stuff like that, and then at the end they put them back into the herd. They also cull a lot, so the elderly and stuff like that, because when we went over there we had 4 days in Lapland and it was lovely, but blooming freezing. And we had to explain to the children we're not really eating Rudolph, okay, because they did a reindeer stew and it was just lovely. It was so beautiful. So beautiful. I was smoking at the time. Shows how long ago it was. I'd stand outside looking at the Aurora Borealis, with a cigarette, go. I mean, it was absolutely freezing. It's like -20. But there was something about it that was so pretty and magical. And you never saw anything else. I mean, in normal times, I would probably be looking around going, "I'm sorry, do you have shops? Where are the shops?" and things like that. And everywhere you went, frozen lakes, when it was safe to go on frozen lakes because the temperature was -20, so they weren't going to collapse, and it was all sort of sussed out very, very carefully beforehand. And you'd sort of go there, and then you get reindeer rides and dog sleds and stuff like that. And the Lappish people, would look after you and take you on all these different. It was just really super. I don't remember too much about the food. I remember quite a bit more about the drink. I can remember sort of having, a few drinks in the evening. We'd all sit round because there was about, how many of us were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was 9 of us. 9 of us who went out there. But by the time you've had a few drinks you just want to go to bed. And because it's dark all the time, it never gets bright. You spend 6 months in sort of semi-darkness. And it was lovely. I had a room with one of those showers in it, but the whole room was the shower. So you stand stark naked. Try and visualise that if you dare. In the middle of this room while this it was blooming freezing. I can't tell you. Everything was so cold. Everything was so cold. Steve, please write a book. I'd love to read it. Oh no, you definitely wouldn't want to read my book. Let's in Manchester says, have you seen the Food Aid video by Lad Baby yet? If not, you can download it. It's brilliant. With lookalike singers and Martin Lewis playing a great part. Do you know, funny thing is, I haven't seen it. I know all about it. I knew they were all lookalikes. Steve says, I'm in New Zealand, except my wife Sharon and I are on the Coral Princess cruising to New Zealand from Australia, getting you loud and clear. Well, that's cool. The Coral Princess. What does that look like? What does that look like? That sounds nice. I like to see what ships look like, when people go on them for the Christmas season. I should imagine you'll be off before the big day, will you? The Coral Princess. Blimey, it's big, isn't it? It's also got live entertainment, casino, gay. They've all got casinos, and they've all got these big atriums in the middle. The food is great, but the one thing with all these cruise ships, what do they not take on board, except for the food? What they do is they load food up at the beginning of the cruise, and that's it. They don't then take on. For quarantine, they don't take on any other food at all for the journey. So they've taken on all the meat and the milk and all the other bits and pieces. And they always have a gourmet night. The food was exceptional, absolutely exceptional. So I should imagine the same on the Coral Princess. You have great food, and they give you a card, like a credit card, which you wear around your neck, like this thing here, which identifies me as Nick Ferrari, and very exciting. I get a discount and everything, and every time you go anywhere, you can put your drinks and everything else on your card, and when you go on and off the ship, you use your card to get on and off the ship, so they can do a quick tally and see who's there and who isn't there. It's a very, very good idea. It's amazing how quickly you can spend money. I think on the cruise we went on, I think I spent 600 quid in just over a week, just on booze. You know, because you pay for your coffees, and also they then did milkshakes, you know, and you just went, I'll pay, you know, as you do, which is very good.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Hope you are well, says Patrick from Manningtree, which is in Essex, as far as I remember. It's my first day of my 2 weeks Christmas leave. I'm very happy. We went out yesterday to celebrate and all got a little bit too merry. I woke about 10 minutes ago smiling, and the first thing I thought of was Steve Allen. Second was coffee, and third was ham. Radio. What's ham radio? I don't know what that is, actually. He says, have a great Christmas and your lovely team. Be generous to your godchildren. No chance. And he says, I hope Santa brings you everything. Julie says, I was back in Newbury on Saturday. I worked on the market in 1971, selling flowers, and used to go roller skating in the Corn Exchange. Did you ever skate? And, of course, Tuesday Night Club at Battery End Hall. Yeah, that was my domain. That really was. And I've just got a text in from lovely Scott, Barbara's husband, and says, I've always thought your love of Christmas is infectious. He says, I love it too, and so did Barbara. I draped tinsel over her picture to make her be a part of it. I know it can be a very sad time when you're missing a loved one, but I try and remember the lovely Christmases we spent. I feel more for the people with no family. He said, have the best time this year and hope to see you in the new year. Much love, Scott, which is quite nice. So we think about him at this time of year as well, because he worked so hard and it was such a drain, and he's come through it. It's not easy. It's not easy, as anybody will actually sort of tell you, but we send him lots of love. Steve says, Paul, I love Christmas, but this year seems different. I feel sad for those on the streets. Yeah, I mean, I don't know really how many people will be on the streets during the festive season. I'm noticing less people now, although the weather has now turned, and so we've actually got nice weather. Mind you, the trains were a bit screwed up yesterday. I was at Waterloo and I was all over the blooming place. And also, the whole of Waterloo station was like a skid patch. How I stood upright, I'll never know. It was a blooming pain. It was the whole of the hall was wet. The whole of it was wet. Yeah, it was really terrible. And so I had to go all the way to platform 24 because it said Windsor and Eton. Unfortunately, it was the Windsor and Eton train that doesn't go to Richmond or Twickenham. So I then stood there thinking, is there going to be anything else? I wasn't sure if there was a strike yesterday. In the end, I got a Reading train, but, you know, nearly fell over and broke my neck. Very lucky I didn't, actually. Could have been a court case. Steve, I've had my name on a waiting list at Battersea's Dogs Home for a small dog for 3 years, but I don't have a garden, so I can't have one. Yeah, that's it. But it says, I would love a little dog, but you'll have to be my company till then. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Ice Cream Ian says, was in Leicester Square yesterday, so popped into the American candy shop. Now, we know about the American candy shops. A bar of Dairy Milk chocolate that you'll pay £1 for was $5.99. There's no prices on anything in these American candy shops. My advice is avoid them like the plague. I think they're a front for something. I don't know. Westminster Council closed a lot down. I can't remember why they did, but there were a few round Leicester Square. There seemed to be an epidemic of the places, but not one price in sight. And if you seriously are going to pay £6 for a bar of chocolate, avoid. Ice Cream Ian took the best option, which was very, very good indeed. Brenda, who is Richard Madeley's biggest crush. Oh, no, you can't be. I'm Richard Madeley's biggest crush. Says, I'm listening to you here as I work in television. Started the shift at 20:15, finish at 07:30. Couldn't wait till you came on air at 0400 to get me through the rest of the shift. Pray for me over the next 3 hours that I don't fall asleep over the desk. Oh, isn't there something nice about falling asleep? Do you not think so? I woke up this morning. I woke up sort of semi-early. I had a nice cup of tea, had a shave, took my tablets, put my feet up, and I thought, oh, just drift off. Just drift off. It was lovely. And I did drift off, and then I woke up and went into a little panic. Jonathan says, I got a card yesterday and I can't read the name as the writing is so bad. It says Steve. Okay. Cheryl Ann at Albans says, I can't sleep, having a total knee replacement today. Have to be in hospital at 12 p.m, but you're cheering me up. Oh, good. And Steve, says Kim, I'm glad you just explained the rustling sound emanating from me channel 732 there. I thought my tinnitus was playing up. In all seriousness, I love all the emanating sounds, whether it's you supping your tea or whatever else. Plus, it seems to fascinate the boys. They keep staring with their heads tilted at the TV, and I say to them, it's your Uncle Steve making that din, boys. I'm terribly noisy, Kim. I can't help it. And Paul says, I'm a dunker. I dunk Mars bars, then I dunk the chocolate off, then the caramel. It's better to dunk them in hot chocolate. You're barred. You'll never read anything ever again. And Ash says, a very fine festive morning, a tad late to the show. I heard you mention crispy roast potatoes, and now I'm drooling. How about this, though? To avoid roast potato disappointment, how about maybe replacing it with hash browns? Well, you can't have hash browns for Christmas lunch. No, absolutely not. No, that's McDonald's hash browns. You don't do hash browns for anywhere else. No, you can't make them at home. No, you're not allowed to. It's against the law. You'll be arrested, thrown in prison. He said, I'll stick roasties myself, but I think it could save a myriad of festive grumps. Oh, no, definitely not. No, hash browns. I went off hash browns years ago. No, thank you very much indeed. A bit of bad news. I recently had all my sugar, eggs and creme stolen from me. However, I've just been informed the police have him in custody. Gilbert, you're barred. OK, thank you. Anybody else comes up with rubbish jokes like that? No, they're going. I'm sorry. I'm barring people. I'm in that kind of mood today. No good messing with the Allen. You know. Steve, I live close by the site of the original Van Hague nursery, which was started by Cornelius Van Hague and his wife Theodora in 1953. They opened the nursery on the site of a run-down pigs farm at Spittlebrook in Broxbourne. My local Van Hague is the one at Great Amwell in Ware, says Sarah. How lovely. And Eileen says, please don't judge me, Steve. I love dunking biscuits, but I won't do it in public because I like to appear refined, but happy to be a peasant and dunk like hell at home. Right, you're barred. I'm not having it. Shane says, I think we're going to have a cool Christmas this year, which is unusual for summer. I'll be listening on Christmas Day. Oh, it'll be good. Always good. And somebody says, Steve, sad news about the death of Terry Hall. Lead string of the specials, a voice of my youth gone. And Jeanette of Kingsbury says, me and Vinny took our grandson Marley to Paradise Park in Broxbourne. He's 2 today, so took Marley to see Father Christmas. He wasn't having none of it and cried. We enjoyed it immensely. And I thought it was fantastic, says Jeanette. Yeah, sometimes kids sort of cry when they see Father Christmas. I do the same when I see the producer. You know, you see him and you know, and then he goes, you all right? You go, why do kids just get louder and louder? I was in a supermarket the other day, and I could hear this kid screaming from the other aisle. It was ghastly. You feel like saying, shove a lollipop in its mouth or something. You know, they just scream and moan and everything. Mind you, it could have been teething, I suppose. Colin says, have you seen the Henry Hoover nativity scene in Macclesfield? I like the Henry Hoovers. They've got all different ones. There's a Hetty and a George and a Charles and an Edward. And I like the baby as well. I quite like the Henrys. I think they're very nice. It's the simplest Hoover you could ever get. Vacuum cleaner, sorry. Hoover is a trade name. So, you know, I think they're good. I think that's quite sweet. They're in a laundrette. And they look good. So they've got the three wise men and Mary and Joseph and the baby. Oh, cute. I had to explain that to the producer. He had no idea who Mary and Joseph were. He said, who are they? I said, they're parents of, you know... I'm so sorry. I'm just so festive. I can't help it. You have to do all your own sound effects on this programme. You know, if you're Nick Abbott, you've just got a bank of things. You know, and I don't have the whatever it is. I just don't have the. I don't. You know, he's got so many different, you know, sound effects. I don't know how he remembers what everything is and how it all fits into everything. I'm definitely in sort of awe of somebody like that. I just have to rely on me. Apparently, as Ice Cream Ian said, chocolate was £6, but also a bag of pick and mix was $13.99, says Roger. This is one of these American, don't shop in them. I don't say that very often. I really don't. But if a shop has got no prices on it, I'm dubious. So let's try and keep you safe, shall we? Which I think will be better. What was the other one? Oh, Andrew's £3 million a year protection team could be funded by the King. I do hope not, actually. Mind you, perhaps he feels sorry for him, but a ghastly piece of work. He was always ghastly. I don't think there was ever a time that Andrew was never ghastly. He was always so stuck up and so, you know, call me sir and all this kind of thing. Ugh, ghastly person. So what else we got? The Jet Set jailbird sent to prison. Yes. And... who was the one, Scotty T, who apparently was on Geordie Shore? He put in an insurance claim for an accident that he'd had, claiming that he couldn't do anything at all, and yet sadly was caught on video diving off cliffs and doing all the rest of it on his Instagram, on his own Instagram. He's that stupid. And he then had to go to court, and they found him guilty of basically being a compulsive liar. And so they landed him with the bill from the insurance company, which I think was about £4,500. I bet he's not got it. I bet he's not got £4,500, but honestly, what a crook. What a crook. Ice cream Ian. So now we know that a bag of pick and mix sweets was £13.99. It's like they sometimes do it at Waterloo Station. They put all these sweets out and they call it pick and mix, and you go and put sweets in there. But one thing you have to be careful of, they sell them by weight, and all the sweets are heavy. So consequently, you might just sort of keep bunging them in there thinking it's going to be like £3, and it comes out about £26. So just be warned. Pick and mixes, it'll say so much, £1 per kilo or something like that. Whatever it is, these sweets don't take too much to rack it up to £25. I've watched people buying it going, how much? I'll put it on a credit card. I just give it back to them and say, you keep it, dear. You keep it. So much. Oh, look, music, news at 5. I'll be back with you in 3, I hope. And we take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we celebrate the birthday of Daddy, my daddy. Yes, it's Jenny Agutter. You won't believe how old she is today.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Tuesday. It's December the 20th, which means you've got 4 days to get it all together, unless you don't celebrate Christmas. You'll be doing Hanukkah, and in which case you'll have a lovely time as well. And you might be one of those people who just doesn't want to do Christmas. You might be by yourself, in which case you've got the radio and you've got the television. And to be honest with you, if you drink enough sherry, you can kind of forget about, holidays and all that kind of stuff, because there's loads of programmes on the telly. They're all showing Christmas shows already, and it's quite nice, but it's not easy if you're dealing with sort of loss, or maybe family have gone away, or all sorts of things. Plus, I was looking to The Sun to tell us this morning on their front page that in fact they made a big mistake by allowing Jeremy Clarkson to speak about Meghan Markle in that way. You don't have to be a fan of hers to realise that what he wrote was overstepping the mark completely. But no, they haven't mentioned it at all. They've not mentioned it. They've also got the best value Christmas Wine and Fizz by Gilly Goulden. Well, she's totally unrecognisable as Gilly Goulden. I mean, I know what Gilly Goulden looks like, and this woman doesn't look at all like Gilly Goulden. But she obviously is. But they've done the Hamza story, the zoologist with the world at his dancing feet. Yes, the man who actually turns out could dance and is pictured in all the papers because he did it ages and ages ago. But the story which, over and above, takes precedence and should have been front page, I don't want to make too many bones about it, but Sooty is finally poised to land his big break in America at the age of 75. The mute glove puppet. I'm going to be sick. Glove puppet. Since when was he a glove puppet? He's real. He's the subject of advanced talks. Richard Cadell says they hope to mimic the success of another British bear, Paddington. He says, we've had a phone call from an American TV producer who said, I've been told Sooty is as iconic in the UK as Sesame Street is in the US. So they're thinking about moving Sooty to America. I don't think he's going to work in America. I mean, I don't know. Luckily they don't need to worry about the accent or anything like that, because Sooty don't talk and Sweep just squeaks. But he could do it. He could do it. Richard Cadell paid £1 million for him. £1 million. In fact, the person who had him before, Matthew Corbett, when his kids complained about, it's a glove puppet kind of thing, he said, listen, that puppet, that little bear, paid for this house, your education, that swimming pool, our holidays, everything, because he was very successful and still goes on. He still goes on. 75, which is good. Oh, I've got the amount of money that it's interesting, actually. Geordie Shore's Scotty T, he's bankrupt. There's a surprise. That's why he put in a claim, I'm assuming. But he's been told to pay the insurer, eShore, £4,282. That'll teach you. But he's bankrupt, so where he's supposed to get the money from, I've got no idea. But he says he had whiplash 15 months after this crash caused by another driver. But the court threw out his claim after they showed him doing handstands and cliff diving. Bankrupt Tim Lynn, that's his name, claimed they were old photos, but the court found him fundamentally dishonest. I like it. Yeah, there he is. Look at him. Look at him. What a pathetic person. What a pathetic person. The trouble is, you see, you end up with these complete idiots. And he's a bankrupt. So what has he achieved? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all, apart from being a complete sado. You know, sort of somebody to be looked up to? Sadly not. Somebody to be looked down on. A bankrupt, no talent, no nothing. No money. You know, because he doesn't have any skill. Because in this day and age, you've got to kind of work for your money. You know, if you work, people pay you. If you don't work and you're a complete dipstick like he is, and you try, because you're a bankrupt, to try and get some money, as the court said, you are fundamentally dishonest. That's a way of saying you're not getting any money. So that'll make him look a bit stupid. Perhaps he'll have to borrow it. Perhaps he'll have to borrow it anyway. Buckingham Palace chiefs have mysteriously axed ITV's filming of the King's Christmas speech and handed the job to the BBC. This is what I'm saying to you. Buckingham Palace and the royal family are a business. They're there to generate income for the royal family. You know, they don't own everything that they live in. A lot of it's owned by us. And it's a case of all the presents and everything else. It's all done as a business. They don't all nip round to each other's on Christmas Eve and swap presents. You don't think William and Kate sit there going, oh, what are we going to buy, Edward and Sophie? And the answer is you're not buying them anything. Why would you? You're part of a sort of a legion, I think, of people. And they've been there before. The Queen was exemplary, but she was doing a job. It was a job. That's the way it works, actually. What have we got here? This is Jack Grealish. I don't know anything about Jack Grealish. I can't remember. Is he? I know he's a footballer. I understand he's a bit thick, apparently. That's what the producer said. He's sort of pretty and he's good at football, but he's a bit thick. Right. And is that generally accepted as how we describe Jack? Oh, right. Okay. He's got a girlfriend. She's called Girlfriend. And here he is. Oh, he's the one with the funny hairstyle, isn't he, really? And, yeah. He looks like he's wandered out of Geordie Shore, I'm afraid. So the trouble is, nobody ever said footballers had to be intelligent. Nobody ever said that they could hold a conversation. I'm told most of them can't. I'm told most of them can barely string two words together. But here he is. He was having a piece of pizza as he and his girlfriend, who's called Sasha. Sasha is model. Although you look at the picture of her and you go, what do you model, love? What are you modelling? They enjoyed the sights of the Big Apple. They went to Central Park and the Plaza Hotel because, if you remember yesterday, he wanted to visit the sites in Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. So that's where Jack Grealish went because he's a very intelligent person, which is lovely. What do we got here? We got penguins. They had an ice festival in China. They've given them all little backpacks, little penguins walking about with like little, which I quite like, actually. I think that's quite sweet, actually, isn't it? I know people, see, I don't like people dressing dogs up. I understand them putting a coat on, but they did a thing the other day. What was that they were doing? Oh, it was reindeer that kept slipping over. And so they made them little booties, which they put on their feet so they didn't slip over, which I thought was quite sweet. And some people put their dogs up and they dress them up as sort of Yoda and things like that. I don't think that's fair. I think that's cruelty. Do you not think that's cruel? Or do you like that? You see, I don't think dogs want to be dressed up like that. There's one that dressed, a character from Star Wars. It's a little dog, for goodness sake. I mean, at least give it some... You imagine it goes out and all the other dogs are going, what the hell have you come as? And he goes, I'm Yoda, apparently. And they go, get rid of the owner. Steve, I went to the M&M shop with the kids in the summer. 3 small bags of M&Ms. £29, says Andrew. Oh, we got one here. We got one here, M&Ms, just over there. Huge. Oh, that's the story you're talking about. He's talking about. His name's Andrew. I would think that would be a man. Only guessing. You can't tell nowadays. You're quite right. Oh, it's funny. When I was working on my stall in Regent Street, Whole Foods opened up and I filled a food box up with pick and mix salads. Got to the till, 15 quid. I said, I think I'll leave it, says Jeanette. I've done that before as well, I'm afraid. You can't beat, says Jenny in Farringdon, dunking a Kit Kat finger into a cappuccino. Don't knock it until you've tried it. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't be seen to be doing things like that. Tony says, you mentioned Jethro yesterday, who died in December 2021. One of his jokes, my grandmother said, Grandad, can you make a noise like a frog? I said to her, why would I make a noise like a frog? And Mum says, when Grandpa croaks, we're all going to Disney World. That's like the kids at school, and the teacher goes, where do you think Jesus is? And one little kid put his hand up and he goes, please, miss, he's in our bathroom. And she goes, I don't think so. She goes, oh, no, he's definitely in our bathroom. She goes, how do you know that? She goes, because every morning my mum gets up, bangs on the door and goes, good Lord, are you still in there? I'm here all week. Seats at all prices. Jenny Agata, NHS. Tim says, I can't believe she is 70. Today. I mean, I interviewed her years and years ago. She's lovely. It's like meeting a childhood hero. All of that, Daddy, my daddy, and just the whole blooming thing was lovely. Every time I watch The Railway Children, I am an emotional wreck when she meets her father at the rail. No, I tell you what the bit is for me on The Railway Children, when they go down to the field and they're waiting there, and they've already saved a train before when trees came down the sides of the embankment and all the rest of it, and then all of a sudden the train comes around the corner. This is after they've sort of saved everybody, and all the passengers are leaning out of the window waving handkerchiefs and cheering and clapping. It makes me feel quite emotional. They're clapping and cheering, and then at the end the old man is holding a newspaper up and he's pointing at it, and what he was pointing at was to say that their father, their daddy, has been released from prison. See, I'll joke up on it. That's terrible, really. And it's just all these passengers leaning out the train because they all knew who they were. They were the Railway Children. And so they finish in the field and she says, I think I shall just go for a walk, just to be by myself. And she walks down to the station and Mr. Perks goes, oh, it's a lovely day, my dear. It's a lovely day. It's, what a good, I'm so pleased for you and all the rest of it. She goes, well, why would that be, Mr. Perks? And she goes, oh, it's just a wonderful day, dear. Congratulations. And everybody's saying congratulations to her. And then the train pulls in and they gave the name of the thing. And then she's sort of standing there. There's all this smoke which comes out of this train. I mean, it's like fighting a bloody bonfire. And they sort of do it. And then all of a sudden, as the smoke clears, there's her daddy standing at the end of the platform. And she can't believe it. So she does the daddy, my daddy, and runs towards him. And then they go back up to the house for the first time because the mother doesn't know. And they've got all the and she says, I don't think we're needed now at the house. So that she takes the other two kids down to the field while daddy goes in. It's amazing. So happy birthday, Jenny Agata. My friend Chris says, you're barred. I'm always barred, actually. And I can't help it. I just get barred for all sorts of different reasons. It's when people sort of send me stuff. I got quite emotional about that. Quite emotional, which is lovely. Steve, I like the Coventry Carol, says Sidcup Julie. No, I know Coventry Carol. I know it. Is that Loué, da 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 da, oh little tiny child? Is that Coventry Carol? I can't remember which one that is. There's so many that we learnt as little choristers years ago. We never got paid. We were promised money every week that we sang, and if it was a wedding, we all used to do it. There you go. Lulé, lulé, thou little tiny child. Bye bye, lulé, lulé. That's nice. That's lovely, isn't it? I like that, actually. I might play that in my car today. I might go out for a drive in the car just to... I've got to put extra petrol in. Don't want to run out. So that's your favourite, is it? Well, good for you. I don't really have... I like the Hark the Herald Angels Sing and stuff like that because I love the descants in all of those sort of things. I just think it's magical this time of year. I'm just glad. I'm glad we haven't got snow. But the other side of me thinks I wish we had snow because it looks pretty. I don't want to drive down the motorway Christmas Day with snow. Thank you very much indeed, because it also messes up the car. The car up the side of it, you get dirty. Oh, it's horrible. It really is.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Just having a little chat to the producer. Honestly, it's like listening to a 3-year-old whining away in the background. Well done to Max Stanford. Why is Max Stanford in the paper today? He's a charity worker, and he has eaten mince pies, and he's set a record. He has beaten the last record by a number of them. He's eaten 57 mince pies in 10 minutes. 57 in 10 minutes. That's not bad. He also can do 60 sprouts in 3 minutes. Well, I reckon I could do 60 sprouts in 3 minutes. But mince pies, I mean, that is just appalling. But the funny thing, have you noticed all these people who do speed eating and they do, huge, they don't seem to put on any weight. I don't quite understand it. I know that, but even so, you'd imagine if you're going to eat 57 mince pies in 10 minutes, that is a huge amount of pastry. I mean, that really is an awful lot. But hopes of a white Christmas, I'm delighted to tell you, have melted away as the temperature jumped by up to 24 degrees centigrade. So if you're wondering why you've got condensation inside, it's because the temperature inside your place can be colder than the temperature outside, which produces condensation. Because they were getting a bit panicky at home the other day. They thought we had a leak. And I said, no, it's condensation. What you need to do is have the windows open so that the air, you keep the air blowing through there. So the air outside will match the air inside. It's like watching people sort of putting up poles and things like that. They had a tree that's gone up at Kew Gardens, and it's a pneumatic tree, but decked with lights that go all the way down, and they all flash, and it looks amazing. It's as good as the tree outside Charing Cross Station, which I think they should make bigger and put in Trafalgar Square next year. Mike says, I've got an interview for a job at the local mirror factory later this morning. Hope I get it, as I could really see myself working there. Bar him immediately. Thank you. Not really a Christmas film, Steve, but I always end up watching Titanic. Yes, I mean, hardly a bundle of laughs, is it? And let's face it, the end result is the blooming thing's going to sink. And I always end up watching it, although at 250 metres, it was the biggest ocean liner in its day. Modern cruise ships like the Coral Princess, your Australian listeners are sailing on, are larger still. Largest in the world is Symphony of the Seas at 361 metres. Oh, they're enormous, these ships, Graham. They are absolutely enormous. Although, compared to, we went out on one of Royal Caribbean's from Southampton, because that's where most of the cruises seem to go from, and we were next to the QM2, which was like 4 times the size. It was enormous. I mean, absolutely huge. I've never seen a ship the size of it. Never seen a ship. When you put it next to the Titanic looks piddly. But the QM2 was absolutely huge. But Symphony of the Seas is 361 metres. You look at it and you think, I mean, that just could never sink. Never say never, but it was huge. And I was just saying, but you just don't imagine it ever could. I mean, when you look at the Titanic next to that, the Titanic looked as though it was just bobbing around. It didn't look as big as these ships. These ships are huge. There you go, look. The Titanic versus the QM2. 46 kilometres versus 151 kilometres. That's the size, power and speed. I mean, completely different. It's like half the size of it. And also not many decks, whereas the QM2, it's a city. It's a skyscraper lying down. Steve says tanker driver Phil, I thought you'd like to see Arthur, who's only 1, doing his shepherd routine with the Salvation Army on Sunday evening. We have 18 grandchildren. Good Lord. Oh, Lord bless. Bless. I think kids, when they dress up, I did it. I've got you'll never see the light of day, I promise you. Cine film of me in Hong Kong playing one of the 3 kings, and we had to walk down the aisle with all the parents. And for some reason we weren't sort of nervous about it, and my dad was filming it on Cine film. So you've got me, but of course there's no sound, so all you've got is me mouthing We three kings of Orient are, we travelled afar. And of course, you sing it to yourself, really, so half the hall couldn't hear what I was singing. But that's such a cute picture, actually, our Arthur. So, full silver band, he said, or as I like to call it, the artillery section was filling the hall with music. And then the tune turned into jingle bells, and the best Santa I've ever seen arrived. Every child, including me, got a selection box. Best of all, normally cost 20 quid in the Doncaster French Gate to meet him. We got it for free, as he's also a member of the Salvation Army. I think the picture's cute of Arthur, cute as a button. I think, this, as I say, it's kids love Christmas. They love the tree. They'll always remember that first Christmas where they know what they're opening. When my youngest was having Christmas, you could have literally wrapped an empty box up. She wouldn't have cared. She had no idea what sort of presents were, so, she'd sort of try and rip the paper off. And, if it had been just an empty box with a lollipop in it, she'd have thought that was the present. She wouldn't have known what it was, and yet there was a Barbie plane. Oh, that's right, break the microphones. Oh, you are a destructive little person. What do you mean it wasn't you? It's the one sitting in front of you. Oh, absolutely dreadful. Honestly, how you can destroy things like that really is awful. It's just absolutely, honestly, such a peasant, honestly, trying to break things. Look at you. You'll never get it back in there, will you? Now you've done it. Well, you won't. You'll never do it. It'll fall out again. But anyway, so kids, I mean, if they're young, if they're sort of like 1 and 2, don't bother wasting money on a present. Just a nice box filled with shiny paper and stuff like that, and put in some things that they just sort of hold in their hands, like balls or something like that. Then that will keep them happy. They don't need expensive presents. I remember we bought my youngest a Barbie plane, which was like you had to literally get pliers to take all the twists off and everything else, but they were holding it in place. And Barbie came out in one. It'll fall out again. Don't worry, because you've broken it. Yeah. Yeah, you're holding it. Oh, that looked a bit dodgy, didn't it? He's breaking the studio. I don't want to say anything, Tom. I'm telling you. Very destructive nature. Very destructive nature. Steve, you've named all the Henry Hoover family except James. My little yellow James vacuum cleaner will sulk when I tell him, says Kevin the milkman, that you overlooked him. Did I not say... Oh, I'm so sorry, actually. Steve, a lovely bakery in Wanstead gave me a big bag of pastries at the end of the day on Friday. A lovely treat on the last day of school, as there were so many I had to freeze them. Wrapped in foil and warmed in the oven, they're delicious. I love pastries. Coventry Carol will set you off again, says Sidcum Julie. Everything sets me off. You know me. I can't help it. It's really very strange, the things that affect me. You can be talking about something, and I can be absolutely fine about it. Then all of a sudden, I don't know. And it's not an overwhelming sense of disappointment or loneliness or anything. It's got nothing to do with that at all. It's just something that affects me. I mean, I'm the worst person to take to the cinema if it's a sad film, or to take to the theatre, because the chances are I've started sobbing before the blooming thing started. I can't help it. We went to, I told you years ago, we went to the Royal Premiere. Diana was there and all the cast of Steel Magnolias, which if you've not seen it, get it. Because it's such a good, and it's a true story. And at the end of it, it's lovely because I'm gonna do a sort of stick your fingers in your ears moment, because she dies. She's had a diabetic coma, and she dies. But the little boy then gets brought up by the mother. The girl's mother who's died, and it's all lovely, and they're in the garden, and the music is fantastic. I'm sobbing my way through the whole thing. I was in bits. And you try and do it, don't you, surreptitiously. You don't want people around you to sit here. You spend all your time sniffing and everything. I was exactly the same with E.T. Exactly the same. We go to see E.T. at a cinema in Kingston. And at the very end, after, the E.T.'s trying to persuade the boy to go on the spacecraft, I thought it was abduction, but everybody else said it was okay. And then he goes, and then the thing comes up, the drawbridge goes up on the spacecraft, and then the door's shut and E.T. has disappeared. And then it slowly takes off, and they then do that cutting to the boy, Henry, and he's sobbing, because he's seeing his friend disappear. And apparently he had the ability to cry on cue. That was what got him the job in the first place. And you watch it, and it's just E.T. takes off, and there it is. It finishes on him, with the tears rolling down his cheek. I was in bits. I was in a terrible state, as indeed was not, because we'd never seen it before. So 90% of the people in there, and what did they do in the cinema? They whacked the main lights up. So we're all sitting there, with sort of handkerchiefs clutched to our faces, trying to pretend we're not crying. And I thought it was very emotional, and I still get affected by it now. I still get affected when they sort of take off over the cars, when they're on their bicycles and E.T. closes his eyes and does a prayer or something like, "Good Lord, help me to fly," and they all sort of take off. I cried at that bit as well. And then the flower comes back to life when they sort of, E.T. they think is dead and he's not dead. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. Steve, in the book, the line was actually meant to be on Knockholt, on the main line between Charing Cross and Tunbridge, but in the film they used Haworth and Roth Valley Railway in Yorkshire. Well, it was blooming nice. Whatever it was, I loved it. Steve in Leeds says, like you, I like to people watch, having recently returned from a trip to Belgium. Oh, God, we went there. God, it was ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. There's nothing to do in Belgium. Seriously, absolutely nothing. The only good thing about it was Eurostyle. That was the only bit I liked. But all they serve in Belgium, chips. You'd think they invented the word. Seriously, it was. Oh, I had to walk for ages. Anyway, but I was in the capital, says Steve, and I got to notice how tall the people are over there. I can only put it down to that, the children from Brussels sprout. Thank you. Steve, I was watching the film, says David. The Eagle has landed over the weekend, and I forgot that Jenny Agutter was in it. I also got a surprise when Larry Hagman popped up as a military officer. They filmed it in Maple Durham, which is a quaint village in Berkshire. If you ever get the chance, where the weather's nicer, it's worth a visit. Oh, I can just imagine it'd be full of mud at the moment. And Shane says the bloke who ate all the mince pies will be running around the room with all that sugar. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. And Colin says, I must defend Jack Grealish's intelligence notwithstanding. He seems a lovely guy who promised to do a special dance for Finlay, a little boy. Well, it's got nothing to do with it. We didn't say that. He might be very good at that, but feck us some Rick. OK, I'm just telling you. Just telling you. Steve, 60 sprouts in 3 minutes, says Kathy. That's going to leave a terrible whiff afterwards, isn't it? I don't know. I never think about it. And Steve, Shakespeare isn't allowed in pubs because he's barred. Da, 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 da.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. It's 27 minutes to 6. I trust we find you well. Have you seen The Snowman and the Snow Dog, says Sidcup Julie. That's another one, isn't it another cartoon, isn't it, I believe? I believe so. I think I have, actually, yes. And Steve, so I guess, if still speaking of the Queen Mary 2, I once took the High Ferry to see the size of it from the waterline. It was very, very big. It was, yes. Here's The Snowman and the Snow Dog story. I like it. I like this. I know they go, oh, it's traditional. It's amazing how they've done it on stage as well. The Snowman's been done on stage for many a year now. It's 10 years old, I think, if not longer. Steve, the best version of the Coventry Carol was in the film Byzantium. The track is on YouTube. Byzantium Coventry Carol, says Chris. Thank you. A film that really brings a tear to the eyes, Bigfoot and the Hendersons. Hilarious for 99% of the film, but the end scenes are the saddest I think I've ever seen, says Ash. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Don't worry about it. So, Jeff Brazier admitted he was the loneliest he's felt following the end of his marriage. Apparently it finished some time ago. Some time ago, because his wife walked out 8 weeks ago telling friends she didn't want to be a stay-at-home wife. So Jeff broke the news of he's 43 now. 43. He said it's been a constant change this year, and I'm good at adapting, but the combination of things have left me low at times, and I've honestly never felt loneliness like it. It's odd, that, isn't it? Doesn't he do bereavement counselling? I'm pretty certain he does bereavement counselling. I'm pretty certain he went on to be one of these life coaches or something, having to find something to do. because, you know, you can't just trade on this. He does the postcode lottery advert, but that wouldn't pay very much at all. You know, it might, even if it paid £1,000 for doing a little cameo role, that doesn't last you very long. That's less than a month if you've got mortgages. But he found fame on Shipwrecked, which nobody remembers, and has appeared on Celebrity MasterChef and Celebrity SES Who Dares Wins, and that's just about it. That's just about it. So he's now obviously not looking forward, but in fact, he says, the boys and I have recently moved home to a new area, and I spend most of the time alone as they obviously have their own things going on. Yeah, that's the problem now. I can remember talking to somebody who's associated with this building, and they said that when their son moved out, all of a sudden the wife and him just used to sit there looking at themselves going, what do we do now? Because they were so used to the kids taking their washing home and being there and watching football and all the rest of it. And that doesn't happen anymore. And so, you know, once the kids grow up and leave home, it's kind of, what do we do? You know, because there was always the kids there. I mean, on my godchildren's side, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 8 of them in the house. It's a big house, admittedly. And their boyfriends have moved in practically, and girlfriend in the singular have moved in as well, because they're saving up to buy their own place. They're being quite pragmatic about it and saying, listen, you know, if we want to buy a property, we need to save money. If we're going to spend it on rent, we're not going to be able to save up very much indeed. So they're living at home. It's no hardship for them, and it works quite well. I mean, admittedly, you don't get as much work out of children when they live at home, and especially when one of them, I think, is going on strike very shortly. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. But it's interesting to try and save. So I can imagine what Jeff Brazier must be thinking. And because the boys are of a certain age, they're out. They're going off with their friends and doing everything else, and he has to sit there and probably put on a brave front about it. But they've also moved home to a new area. So I don't know if they've bought a new house or if he's renting. I've got no idea. I remember the place he used to have. It was a very small flat. And I remember thinking then, you know, with kids sort of growing up, it's not the ideal situation. But he was sort of, they used him on a lot. They used him on Loose Men. Do you remember Loose Men, which had a couple of outings? It wasn't particularly good because nobody does loose men the way that loose women do it, and they found it very difficult to actually find the right people to do it. You know, it was a combination of reality people and somebody reasonably intelligent. Matty will tell you it's very difficult to find the right combination of people that can actually entertain and be sort of something that the public want to watch. That's why the loose women version works much better. Mike on the Wirral says the Liverpool version of We Three Kings of Orient are John in a taxi, Paul in a car, George on a scooter, pipping his hooter, following Ringo Starr. So, I had heard that before, but I haven't heard it for a long time, actually. Steve, in my partially finished kitchen, baking a Victoria sponge for my kitchen fitter whilst listening to you. You're baking cakes for the fitter? A friend of mine just had a new kitchen put in. He said it's lovely. So I bought him one of those air fryers, sort of like a gift. And I was going to buy it because a friend of mine just recently got married. And I didn't go to the wedding. I was invited, but I didn't go to the reception. And I thought, I don't know what to buy him. He's on radio and he's got most things. And I saw something in Swarovski, the shop, you know, where they do all the crystals, and they've got a lovely little Father Christmas in crystal, and it's really, really nice. But it's 250 quid. It's like a second mortgage. And I looked at it, and then I've discovered they do smaller versions of it, so you might be getting a smaller version. Steve, it's from Tony. It's my last day working in a sieve factory. I'm leaving as I just couldn't stand the strain. Okay, you're out. You're out. Roger says the film that had me in tears was the original Hunchback of Notre Dame. I remember seeing the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I don't remember it being so sad. But Liz says the Elephant Man, when the fairground people break into his room to show him off as a freak show to people and pour a bottle of whiskey down his throat. Oh my God, I was inconsolable in the cinema. I sobbed and sobbed. John Hurt, such an amazing actor. Lion King, which I've seen twice, moves me in a way I can't explain. When all the animals walk down from the back of the theatre to the stage. First time I saw it, I was so moved, and the songs are very powerful. Yeah, I love that. Some friends of mine, somebody wrote to me the other day and said, listen, we're going to see The Lion King at the Lyceum. Where would you recommend eating? And I said, well, you're round the corner from Joe Allen's. So, book a table there. You'll love The Lion King, though. You'll really love it. My daughter and I were in tears when Wilson, the painted football, fell overboard from the raft Tom Hanks had made to escape from the desert island in Castaway. If I'd been his only companion during all those years alone, it was very sad, says Vivian. Oh, dear me. And I don't know anything about A Monster Calls, Alex, but it sounds horrendous. It doesn't sound like a tearjerker to me. It sounds like a slasher movie or something even more ghastly. Can you believe it? I don't know. So even if we can find the blooming thing. Here we go. A Monster Calls. It's a boy seeking the help of a tree monster to cope with his single mother's terminal. So he seeks the help of a tree monster to cope with his single mother's terminal and illness, and also being bullied at school as well. I don't know, is that a tearjerker? The title's not the best, is it? The title is not the best, but I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm willing to give it a shot if it's a film. I should write all these things down, actually. I never remember to write everything down. It's only when I get home. So, is it available on Amazon? Is it? Is it very expensive? Could I afford it? Could I save up for it? When I get it, A Monster Calls. I like a weepy. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not very expensive at all, is it? $7.99. A monster. Oh, blimey! It's quite big, the monster, isn't it, compared to the little lad? I might have to get that, actually. I love a weep. Sometimes I deliberately at home, go through my collection of DVDs, which could take some time, and I'll find one film and I go, I'm going to watch that, knowing it's going to make me cry. I deliberately target emotional films because I think it's everybody's right to have a good cry. It doesn't matter whether you cry at a bereavement or whether you cry at a relationship breaking up or you cry at just the futility of things. You can cry at all sorts of things. I make the producer cry on a daily basis. Why? Because he deserves it. That's why. To watch him blubbing away, I find very entertaining. Very entertaining. He's going off skiing over the festive season. And, I don't think he's actually going to the snow. I think what he's doing, he's going to be in a room and there's a screen in front of him and he will just have to lean backwards and forwards and it will look as though he's skiing. You can't actually afford to go there. But I shall definitely, Alex in Sussex, check out A Monster Calls. Because I quite like the look of it. As I say, if it's a weepy, I'm going for it. I'm definitely going for it. There you go. Pisces. This is your day to look at what matters to you and why, and revise your set ideas. I don't really have... I've also got to track down an old friend. You're not an old friend. You're not an any friend at all, actually. Did I? Yes, that's right. I've got to message Corey, haven't I? Yeah, and you've got to do your message out as well, haven't you, which you didn't send. Oh, you've done it? Oh, right, okay. We're all sending messages left, right and centre because I have a feeling that people in this building are going on holiday very shortly. I know most of us are sort of not because you've got 4 days. Drew Barrymore was left blushing on her talk show after Brit Lucien Laviscount. Oh, in God's name is he? Lucien Laviscount. Never even heard of him. He says the actress asked the ex-Waterloo Road star... Waterloo Road? What was that? Waterloo Road. Lord above. He's a British actor, first came to prominence in Grange Hill. Oh, right. And he went into Coronation Street and Waterloo Road. Then he competed in the 8th series of Celebrity Big Brother, and that's it. Then he's disappeared. He was Emily in Paris. But apparently the actress asked the ex-Waterloo Road person who his childhood fantasy was, and he said, I'm living the dream right now. Oh, God, nothing worse than a creep. Very creepy, isn't it? Oh, who'd you like? Sort of bother about that one, shall we? Also, oh, look, it's a lovely picture of dreary old Christine McGuinness, in OK magazine. Desperate for fame. So these people, I never understand what it is about fame which seems to attract them. They go, oh, I just want to be famous. No talent, no discernible talent. In fact, the talent was her husband, Paddy, but they're not together. But strangely, they've not told the children at all. She says, I'll never let the children be aware of anything other than us being happy. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Britain is facing airport chaos and gridlock on the roads in the run-up to Christmas because everybody's going to be out there because people are travelling, they want to get somewhere, because they reckon the trains are going to stop on Christmas Eve in the morning. They reckon 8 a.m. I don't know whether or not I'll be able to scoot down to the train station and get home on Christmas Eve. I don't know, actually. I'll have to, yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, I can go home another way. I'm not too bothered about it. It's all doable. But at the moment, you can't get an underground train to Richmond because they terminate at Turnham Green for some inexplicable reason. Don't ask me why. They just do. What else we got? The Royal Fox Shooter. He's self-proclaimed #1 fox hunter, says business is booming as councils have given up trying to control the animals. Well, we've got loads round our way. Loads of foxes. They have no fear of adults at all. But this bloke, Bruce Lindsay Smith, says he's only had 10 nights off in the past 2 years and averages 5 kills per job. That's what he does. He goes to work with a silencer-fitted .22 long rifle, and because councils no longer have the resources or personnel to tackle urban foxes. He was once hired by the Royals, apparently, and now, because they were chasing King Charles's dogs, and what he does, and I've seen them, that they will sit in your bathroom upstairs. I saw one on the television years ago, and he will watch, because foxes follow a pattern. Every time they go out, in our place, they will go up one side of the road, they cross over and down the other side, cross over, and they will go to all the places. They go into the car park, they'll do everything. And so he would sit in the bathroom, waiting till he got the first one, then the other one would come over to see what had gone wrong, and he'd get the second one as well. There must be hundreds of them. Hundreds of them.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Certainly is. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, December the 20th. I mean, to be honest with you, everybody's out there on the streets. The shops are doing really, really good business, which is fantastic. But I have something for free, and that's this programme. This programme is free. You can download it as a podcast, but it's now available exclusively on Global Player, together with Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. Okay, both available exclusively on Global Player. Still free. Still amazingly good value, and not available anywhere else. So if you haven't got Global Player, you can either download it from your app store or visit globalplayer.com. That's the one I would go for, because that's the easiest way to do it. Once you've got it, which is very simple, simply go to the podcast section, it's clearly labelled, and search for Steve Allen, The Whole Show. If you're listening on Alexa, just say, Alexa, open Global Player and play Steve Allen, The Whole Show podcast. Thank you. So you can get both of them. So you don't need to miss anything out at all. The Little Bit Extra and Steve Allen's Whole Show podcast. And they're all up there now. And you can go back years. I mean, amazingly, in such a short space of time, they managed to get 12 years worth up there on the globalplayerapp.com. So do it now. It won't cost you any money. You can download as many. And unlike other podcasts, you get to keep these forever and a day. So as long as you've got the capacity, either on your computer or on your telephone, we've got the podcast for you. And you can go, but so many years you can go back. Absolutely fantastic. Sue in Worcester Park says, good night. I want to thank you, by the way, because most of you we've managed to move over, and we've managed to move you over quite quickly. So I'm very pleased about that. Thank you. Good night, Mr. Tom, says Sue in Worcester Park. Film hundreds of times when the little boy rides his bike down the hill at the end of the film and calls John Thor Dad. Makes me cry my eyes out. I've seen the film loads of times. It's funny, isn't it? You know what it is on things like that? It's your own family memories. It's all the things you wish, when you get to a certain age, you wish you'd said to your parents, which you never did, you know, and you only get the one opportunity. You don't get opportunities after they've passed. You can't then sort of say to them, I wish I'd asked you about that. I wish I'd asked you about this. I remember always thinking after both my parents went, you know, I wish I'd asked them about, you know, who they went out with beforehand, what their life was like, and all those things. For some reason, we didn't do it, and I don't know why. I don't think my mum went out with hardly anybody beforehand. I think my dad was probably one of the first, or at least two people, and in those days, it was different. It was different for people. People sort of, you know, went out with people, and you asked the family's permission, can I take your daughter out? Or, yeah, that's how it was. I mean, it's not like now. Now it's completely different. Now you just have to buy them a small Cinzano and lemonade and you're in straight away. No messing around. Sometimes not even a small Cinzano. Steve, I'm a psychotherapist, and your thing about picking a movie which makes you cry is a real thing. Sometimes we do it with music. Sometimes we do it with films, and it's called our favourite bad feeling. It's being able to access that place which you said makes you cry. As my friend's mother once said, there's no such thing as a bad cry, says Karen. I know, and I'll tell you what I used to do as well. I don't know if everybody used to do it. But when you cry at a film, did you stand up and look in the mirror to see what you look like when you cry? No, just me again. And no, because you want to make sure that your face doesn't contort horribly. You know, you want to be able to cry like they do in the Hollywood movies, a little bit of glycerin, and they go... And that's quite nice. But when you actually cry, it's like you can't see through the tears. It's like really difficult. Steve, I know you like Bollywood films. Watch Kabhi Kush Kabhi Gum. You'll love it, says Sat from Gravesend. I love Bollywood films. Love Bollywood films. Joanne in Stoke-on-Wington. Where the goodness name is Stoke-on-Wington? Never heard of that. It's going to turn out to be some gorgeous place, isn't it? So let's find out where Joanne lives. We like to check these things out because I'm always curious, because we cover the entire country. And so I'm always keen to discover new places. Producers having great trouble with this one. Perhaps they haven't built it. You're not having Stoke-on-Wington. I've never even heard of this place. I thought I'd heard of most places in the country, but the producer's having a dreadful trouble with it. Yeah. Oh, is it Stoke Newington, do you think? Do you think she's on predictive text? Well, we know what Stoke Newington looks like. I went there one year. And she says, Hachi, or Haki, a dog's tale, absolutely gets me into blubbering mess based on a true story. See, it's the true story bits that get me. I went there one year. And she says, Hachi, or Haki, a dog's tale, absolutely gets me into blubbering mess based on a true story. See, it's the true story bits that get me. Mark in Wiltshire says, tube trains terminate at Turnham Green on strike days because Network Rail managed the tracks between Turnham Green and Richmond. Just saying. Yeah, yesterday they were in a terrible state. They were all over the place, the trains. I mean, they've started running trains to Windsor and Eton without going anywhere near Richmond. So I thought it was a little bit of a pain in the rear end. Mark says, you triggered a treasured memory about Belgium and chips. I remember attending the Belgian Formula One GP in Spa-Francorchamps. Never seen as many cones of chips in my life. I know, you'd think that the Belgians invented chips. Everywhere we went in their big marketplace, which is about the only decent place to go to over there, is they were doing chips, like it was something we'd never seen before. Whereas I've been eating chips for years. I don't get them very often. I really don't have chips very often. I always think that they should do it in all the cafes. Bosch would have to tell me that, because you can get chips in the cafe he goes to, and I quite like that. And Ashley says, I've got nothing against foxes. Can you imagine the amount of rats in London if they were not around, Steve? Check out the Christmas shop if you're ever in Bexley Heath 2 this year. One cat and a bearded dragon. The glass ornaments are not on the tree. Yeah, I don't know. Do foxes chase rats? Do they? I don't know. I don't like to think about that. Apparently, Belgians and chips, common law, Lore, claims that the original fry was born in Francophone Belgium, a place called Namur, where the locals were particularly fond of fried fish. When the river Meuse froze over one cold winter in 1680, people ostensibly fried potatoes instead of the small fish they were accustomed to, and the fry was born. Whatever. I mean, fried potatoes, that's not a chip. Just fried. No, it's not. I've had sauté potatoes before. They used to do in Waitrose a really nice... What's the matter now? Oh, honestly, you really are. Life's a little Grinch, aren't you, next door in your own bewildered world, ladies and gentlemen. A fantasy of we're walking in the air. And then, because you don't want to fly in the air, do you? The snowman, as far as you're concerned, couldn't melt fast enough after Christmas. I'm sick to death of seeing that blooming snowman. Steve, did you ever say yes to the dress? Yes, I've seen it. I have seen it, Eileen. Having a white wedding never appealed to me, but I love the reactions of the entourage, giving their honest opinions. No, that looks awful on you. I just think of what I could buy with the money they spend on a dress. I would just rent one or sell it after. I know why people don't rent wedding dresses. They're so expensive on this, and David Emanuel does one of these programmes because he knows what looks good on people. I'm thinking of taking the producer down there just so we can get him an outfit for Boxing Day. And it's interesting when they say, and this is 7,000 and this is 12,000. You think, what, for one day? And then the bride sort of takes off her normal clothes and then puts on the wedding dress, and there she is. Tattoos all the way up the arm, on the back of her neck, the tramp stamp, she's got the whole lot. And then they go, oh, that dress really suits you. And I'm going, no, it doesn't. No, the only thing that would suit her would be a shroud, so that you cover up all the awful tattoos and then put the dress on over the top. It's very difficult, isn't it? But people spend a lot. Yesterday I visited the Reindeer Centre near Ashford with my little one. Ideal place to make you feel festive. And little fact, reindeer start shedding their antlers this time of year and regrow them in the summer, says Dom. Yes, I went to Skye one Christmas because a friend of mine, Paul, worked up there, and they had real reindeer that were in. They did face painting and everything else, and that was quite lovely. Steve, as we're in panto season, my mother used to say you could judge a good film by how many tissues you got through, says David in Teddington. Oh, right. That was quite a wise thing to say, actually. Although, actually, I've never heard of people crying at pantos. The one thing they don't do is crying at pantos, because there's a goodie and a baddie. And if the baddie gets caught out, we all clap and cheer, don't we? Whoa, wonderful, yeah, bring on more, bring on more. Fleur East has obviously started releasing press releases saying that she's getting her pop career back on track. I think unlikely, dear, but a good effort, I suppose. She's touring, apparently, next year. And as I say, I still feel a bit sorry that poor old John Barrowman's had to cancel all of next year because ticket sales in certain parts of the country weren't good enough. It's amazing that little misdemeanour of his hung on. I wonder if Jeremy Clarkson will suffer any misdemeanours. I thought about it the other day, thinking, I wonder whether or not he'll be fired from The Sun. I think no, because they couldn't care less. They're not remotely bothered. Because somebody must have passed that to start with. You can't just have somebody writing a column without the proofreaders going through it. And you're telling me at The Sun that they didn't go through that and go, have you read what he's written? You know, so that'll be an interesting one. Plus Jenny McAlpine. Make sure her nippers don't see her on telly as Fizz on Corrie. She's got Albert 8 and Hilda 4 with restaurant owner husband Chris Farr, and fears her on-screen drama might upset them. I didn't even know there was an on-screen drama. I have no idea of these sort of things. And Craig Doyle made a cheeky hint about his underwear live on air. One of the guests there said he must have glittery underpants on. And Craig, who was referring to his shirt, said, who wears underpants these days? Oh dear, we don't need to talk like that, thank you very much. And it's a family programme. Mind you, Richard Madeley said he used to go commando, didn't he? I've never dressed up with a rifle in my life. I can't understand why you'd ever want to now.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Tuesday, December the 20th, just 4 more days to go. And because a lot of people celebrate on Christmas Eve. And so everybody else celebrates Christmas Day, but a lot of people do Christmas Eve, do their presents and everything else. As far as I'm concerned, the sooner the better. The sooner the better. But I'm sure it's very European, isn't it? Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, lots of stuff is sort of closed abroad. But here, you should better shop up until Christmas Eve, and then all the people who work in the shops want to go home and start celebrating their Christmas as well. From my lovely wreath girls, hope your wreath is doing okay. My mum always says Jane, we're like a pressure cooker. When we cry, we're releasing some of the pressure. It's like a safety valve or a reset button, which is needed. I agree with you. It is sometimes. Steve, I recall Her Majesty the Queen, says Barry, in her Christmas message. She once said, everybody enjoys films when you know the ending. That's so true, but we miss the Queen. They were showing the other day on the television. No, it wasn't. It was on YouTube. No, it wasn't. It was on the television. They were showing her funeral again. And I'd forgotten just how emotional it really was. They sort of did a montage of from the morning all the way through the day, and the royal family walking behind the coffin and everything else, and Charles tearing up and everything. It was very, very, very well done. Very well done. But that's what they do. They do pomp and circumstance. We found a fly tipper caught on camera by a military helicopter. Has finally lost his waste removal licence. His name's Corey Ross Carr. He was convicted of fly tipping, burning waste, and false advertising on Facebook. At Swindon magistrates, Carr pleaded guilty to 4 environmental and 1 trading standards offence. As well as losing his licence, he was ordered to fork out a fine and costs totalling £1,295. The case was brought by Wiltshire Council. That'll screw him up over Christmas. I'm sick to death of people dumping rubbish all over the place. And that's what he was doing. He was fly tipping. Stupid man, honestly. Kate Bush, Fleetwood Mac, ABBA, the Beatles and Nirvana have been hailed among the top 30 musical inspirations for young adults. Generation Zs are getting their musical kicks from the same artist as their parents, but they're also fired up by more recent acts, such as Eminem, who topped the poll, Drake and Rihanna as well. Kate Bush is 64 now, made the definitive list of 30 musical inspirations, no doubt due to her track from 1985 called Running Up That Hill, which became a huge hit again. I was still Wuthering Heights. I remember when the bloke from EMI brought in Wuthering Heights to the radio station I was working at the time. They'd already released it once and it didn't do anything, so they released it a second time, and then she started doing interviews, and Wuthering Heights just took off. And then she started doing her stage shows, and because she had a history of dance, they had to create this microphone that fitted on her head so that she could dance and sing at the same time. And when she made a comeback a short while ago, I mean, it's, you know, people just went crackers for buying tickets. They sold out really, really fast. Really, really fast. Gardeners have branded advice from allotment experts to avoid glass greenhouses as bizarre. The National Allotment Society says any broken glass could be dangerous and leave shards lurking in soil, so they want plastic ones installed in future. God, we're being treated like complete idiots, aren't we? It's like, you can't have that. It might break. Really? It's glass. Oh, it could be dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Really wanted to treat my family, writes somebody to the Daily Star. I love their letters. Their letters page always gets me. To see Kiss in Plymouth in June. But how can they justify charging £88 for a standing ticket and £140 for seating? Needless to say, we won't be going, says Dave in Cornwall. Well, that's how much people pay nowadays. I think that's quite reasonable. That seems quite reasonable. If you want to go and see Kiss in Plymouth, £88 for standing and £140 for seating. Have you seen the prices of things nowadays, or are you stuck your head in the sand? Because it's all these places. That's why whenever you see adverts in the papers for, you know, groups who are playing and stuff like that, they never put the price of the tickets down. I always used to have a bit of a beef over that and sort of say, why have they not put prices on? So here we go. So we've got standing section for Kiss, £87.75. Then they've got that's standing. So as far as I'm concerned, I want a seat, and that's £123.75, which runs all the way through. In fact, they're all £123. Oh, there's one. Wait a minute. 151.90. This is for section BK9 row F, and that runs. Then there's a whole load at 151. But if you want to see Kiss, they're a bit legendary, aren't they? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we found more. £173, 189. These are platinum tickets, £194.70, right next to the stage. £200, £210. But if you were really a fan, you would pay that money to go and see them. Simple as that. Simple as that. I can't imagine why, you know, people pay that to go to see the London Palladium pantomime because it's got all those stars in it. And everybody who's been to see it says it's really good. It's really, I mean, I would expect it to be really good in the same way that Kiss. I would expect that, you know, £140 to go and see a legendary band like Kiss would be something, you know, really good. I know it sounds a lot of money. Well, what do you think it was going to be? £20 or something, or £25? No, it's a lot of money, up to £200. But I mean, for that, you probably get a picture taken with the group, and you know, it's like meet and greets. It's like really good. I would pay that for somebody if I really wanted to see somebody. I would go and pay that. Marcus and I think it's pronounced Misha have quit Gogglebox. This is Marcus Luther and Misha Venn. They're walking away after 5 years. In a message for the fans, they said, "We've had so much fun with you tuning in at home, but it's time to put down the remote and see what else God has in store for us." So that's quite nice. But they're a hit around the country. They seem quite level, don't they? They seemed quite levelled, you know. They weren't not going to set the world on fire, but they were still quite sort of levelled about everything. They were very interesting. They should definitely get married. Because they're not married. They've got about four children. And then somebody wrote in and went, Gogglebox won't be the same without them. Of course it will. Don't be so silly. Why do people always say things like that? They say the daftest things. Gogglebox would not... I shan't watch it ever again. And you think, yes, you will. Yes, you will. And also, of course, Gogglebox would be the same without them. It's the same with everything. You know, people move on. Mirror. This morning, I've got the Health Secretary, Steve Barclay. And I think you'll find that Nick will be talking about this a little bit later on. Refuses to resolve the NHS dispute. Mum of a seriously ill little girl praises the amazing hospital staff and tells him, you are working nurses to the bone. They've got to come up with the money and they've got to get it resolved and they've got to do it as quick as possible. There's no point in hanging around much longer. Ridiculous. Steve, I totally agree with the tattoos with the wedding dresses, says Vivian. It looks horrendous, but love David Emmanuel. It just doesn't look right. You see these people and then they bring out these sort of dresses and they've got these places and they try on all these wedding dresses and some of them are so expensive. But I reckon because they're being filmed for a television programme, do you not reckon they get them free for the day? Do you not think so? I would have thought that they would have done actually. And, I mean, it's okay. It's just a frock, isn't it? Why people have to wear white? Some people don't wear white, do they? They sort of go out there and they wear lots of other different things. But sort of tattoos and wedding dresses just don't quite look as good. Albert in Croydon says, Michael Lynch reminds me of the Peter Sellers character, Fred Kite, as the union leader in the film I'm All Right, Jack. Yes, there is more than a striking resemblance. And Anthony, out delivering fruit and veg, loads of sprouts, says the film Marley sets me off with a few tears. Anyway, with the snow now being blown all over the place, en route to Kent. Oh, they've not still got snow down there, have they? Somebody built a little snowman on our patio. It's melted now. It just disappeared. And Barry says, got my tree from Paul Coopers yesterday, 5 foot, and it only cost 30 quid. Well, I think that's a very good bargain for a 5 foot proper tree. Definitely, very nice indeed. And Steve, greetings from Ireland. It's Christine. How are you? We love Christine. And she says, I lived in Belgium, in Antwerp, for 2 years. The Belgians were very proud of the fact they invented chips. It was a lovely place to live, amazing people. Even after so many years, we still have a lovely load of friends over there. Oh, that's quite nice. Do you think they really did invent chips? They used to do this thing, it was in Waitrose. They haven't done it for a long time now. And it's a blister pack. So it's a metal pouch, which is sealed so it lasts for a long time, and it was sautéed potatoes, and you emptied them out and it had bacon and egg, I think, in it. And I used to buy them all the time because you'd put them in a frying pan, fry them off, and then sort of add some beans or whatever you wanted. All of a sudden, they don't do them. I wish they'd stop doing that. I find that really annoying. You know, they do something for ages and ages. Oh, I bought those, the garlic and herb Hasselback potatoes. I had some Yorkshire puddings the other day. Wait a minute, go down a little bit. Yeah, they also have the Parmentier potatoes, which are quite nice in M&S. But I might have some of those today. The garlic ones are very nice. They're not sort of the Hasselback. They're not too sort of garlicky, and I don't know what you do them with. I suppose I could sort of just do them. I don't know, do them with anything, I suppose, can't you? Yeah. Psh, look at him. Honestly, just because I cook and he doesn't. It's going to be strange seeing the King's speech this year, says Robert. Queen Elizabeth is still missed. Yes, I should imagine it's been recorded already. Definitely. Just come down with a lurgy, says James in Brighton. Booked to fly out to Thailand on Christmas Day for a well-deserved rest, and now this. Well, you might be lucky. You might get away, but the trouble is, flying when you've got a cold or something like that is horrible. It really is. It's your ears pop and it's ghastly. I hate it. It's not my favourite thing at all. Prices to celebrate. All the papers are running whole page adverts from all these supermarkets. They're doing big deals on, on turkey and on gammon and on all sorts of bits and pieces, and on the vegetables. There's a whole selection of cheeses for 4 quid. And then they've got sprouts and potatoes and parsnips and carrots and broccoli, and they're all 19 pence each. I mean, it seems to be quite a big bowl of potatoes. I don't know whether or not it's as big in real life, because we had this the other day, didn't we? Do you remember when we were looking for the Christmas dinner in a tin, and we had a look at the picture that they put out as sort of promotion for it. And then there was a picture next to it of what it really looked like. Somebody had taken a picture of it, and it bore no resemblance at all, did it? It all looked fairly grey. Christmas dinner in a tin. And it was a bit embarrassing, really. But it doesn't matter. Here's an ex-convict. There's a surprise. This one defrauded the Church of England out of 5.2 million. This is some idiot called Martin Sargent. He was given a second chance after stealing from employers in the 1990s, but being a crim, he couldn't resist it. So he carried on. He used to get, with his job, £86,000 a year. This is a criminal. So he was stealing from employers in the 1990s. Anyway, he started making false grant applications for church repairs, bought homes worth around £1 million, and took 158 flights to places like the Maldives. He comes from Bournemouth. He admitted fraud between 2009 and 2019, so 10 years. And the Judge Michael Grieve, KC, said it was a sophisticated fraud resulting in a massive loss to the churches of the City of London. But surely, because he'd been found guilty and didn't some idiot in the Church of England think to check his police record? I mean, he'd already been jailed before for stealing from employers in the 1990s, and they give him 86 grand a year. Anyway, the court sent him to prison for 5 years. Ha, 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 ha. So that's what happens. Here he is, footage emerging of Strictly's winner Hamza Yassin 12 years ago. But the BBC, no, he's a novice. No, don't say that. He's a novice. No, he's dancing really well here. So not as truthful as they could have been. But, of course, the BBC are a law unto themselves.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company. It's very nearly 20 minutes past 6. Just in case mind you, a lot of people have broken up. I've discovered. I mean, I'm surely the schools must be breaking up any time soon, mustn't they? If not already. Who knows? But, and it's something to look forward to. You can sort of, some people have even put the tree up. They're still going. Oh, the model for E.T., sold for an out-of-this-world £2 million. This is the Mechatronic prop, regarded as an engineering masterpiece. It sold for £2,102,126, 40 years after the movie Aliens Innocence. 40 years E.T. came out, 40 years ago. Can you believe it? It features 85 points of movement, created by special effects whiz Carlo Rambaldi. He was known for his work on Alien and Close Encounters. The model was operated by 12 people it took to operate E.T. So they could actually include facial expressions, neck movements, shoulders, arms, hands, fingers, chest and abdomen rotations, which move via a combination of cables. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. And you look at him without his skin on. It looks quite creepy. It's just a bundle of... looks like a sort of a Meccano kit kind of thing. But I mean, it's still very good. Somebody's picked it up for $2 million, and they will love it. They were also selling the original E.T. maquette model made for Spielberg to approve the Aliens design. So it was a little miniature version of that. And that went for £102,000, nearly £103,000. Oh, look. Obviously, she's issued a press release. This must be Fleur East again. Straight back to the day job, whatever that was. But apparently she hopes her new record on her own label will light up the charts, so nobody's taken a risk with her. She's had to do it herself, so she needs that hit. And she says she credits Strictly with giving her the buzz to perform again. It's amazing. They all come out of Strictly and say, oh, it's completely changed me. I'm going to be a completely different person. So you think, no, you're not. You're going back to nothing. That's what happens, unfortunately. You go into Strictly and you put on pretty frocks and everybody goes, oh, we really love you. It's the most showbiz programme on the television. I've never seen anything as showbiz, where, they all dress up in pretty things and they shimmer and they shake, and some of them dance and some, like Matt Goss, don't dance and just look wooden. And they sort of do bit. And sometimes you watch them and you think, oh, God, how could you ever have put yourself up? It's like Greg Wise. How could you ever have put yourself up for a dancing programme? Even Matt Goss freely admitted he couldn't dance, as was demonstrated night after night after night, I'm afraid. But Fleur East, I don't know whether the programme will sort of change anything for her. I have no idea. But there's a third Mamma Mia movie in the pipeline, says the Diary today. Well, we did that 2 days ago. Why are they so late, the papers? I mean, it's not like they've got loads and loads of stuff. We are just so hot on the news now. We're sort of with the stories, down with the kids, trending, You know, we've got the apps, we've got it all happening. And even the producer has got an input, not really a very intelligent thing. Adele sang an emotional renditioning of Happy Birthday. How emotional can Happy Birthday be? Happy birthday to you, happy birthday. I mean, really, it doesn't even sound emotional, does it? But she did it during her Las Vegas set and squeezed his daughter's hand over the weekend. I don't like the sound of that at all. But apparently, she says, I love him more than life itself. Well, yeah, that would have to be the way, wouldn't it? Unless you love it a different way. It must be hard to sing all those break-up songs when she's so happy. No, they're paying her a fortune. She doesn't need to worry about things like that. Goodness sake. There's a couple full of festive spirit who've set up a Santa's Grotto free to struggling families. And this is Raj Narang and husband Danny, who will run the event at their shop tomorrow. And he says, we've had an amazing reaction. We have a lot of love for it. They took over Arlington Convenience Store in Kenton, Newcastle, 2 years ago. The Macro store in nearby Washington has provided a trolley of food. We're doing hot dogs and hot chocolate. Oh, they're doing better around our way. Meet and greet up on the green are doing turkey sandwiches, I think. They said if you want to pop in for a turkey roll or something like that. But they've been doing it for as long as I remember, actually. It's something that people do. Because if you've got the shop open, you might as well sort of start serving it. You just cook the turkey, slice it off, and then pop it into rolls and things like that. Could eat a turkey roll now, actually. Why don't they do things like that at the station? Why is it always boring blooming sausage rolls? And they're Cornish pasties at the Cornish Pasty Company and all the rest of it. And you think, you didn't make that. You didn't make that. And they're smaller. They've shrunk in size, and they're like over £5. I've avoided them like the plague. I think everything is so expensive at stations. The only thing that appears to be McDonald's, because they're obviously doing a sort of pricing all over the country. But I mean, some of these other stalls up there, baguettes, you need an arm and a leg and a small mortgage to actually afford these things. Steve, you talking about tearjerkers has reminded me to watch Planes, Trains and Automobiles tonight. I've got it, but I've never seen it, Pete, who's in the Costa Blanca. He says, it's so funny in that final scene when Steve Martin realises John Candy is homeless and goes back for him. You see, I've not seen it, so I'm gonna watch it now. Is it a tearjerker? Yeah, but you cry at anything, don't you? It's mainly after you've been cutting onions. You sit there. Ooh. I've never shouted at you in my life. Let's start that one. Looking for compensation. That's not going to be happening anytime soon. Oh, does Steve give you any presents today? Oh, yeah, he gave me loads and loads of presents. Oh, right. Still after compensation? I think not. I think not. Sean says, good to hear you, as I haven't been able to fit the last week due to work. I have my work Christmas dinner today. They start with axe throwing and then a Brazilian restaurant, followed by indoor crazy golf and ice skating. It's going to be an interesting... Is that what they do in Warwickshire, Sean? Good Lord above. Ice skating. See, ice skating, I don't really have a problem. I'm not sure about axe throwing. Axe throwing is quite normal, is it? There's a couple on the television. Not a couple, actually. It's a company. And they build log cabins for people. People go to them and go, we want you to design a log cabin. And, they do axe throw. Looks highly dangerous. They do axe... Is this in London they're doing this? Oh, in Croydon. Box Park. God, what happens if it bounces back? Is it like the Flight Club? Have you been to Flight Club? See, I've been to Flight Club. So this is a similar sort of thing, only with axes. Looks very dangerous. I wouldn't recommend that to anybody. My Auntie Enid couldn't do that. Where's that? Oh, that's actually Flight Club. I've been there. Flight Club do darts. You book your own area and you get your own waiter or waitress and they bring drinks over to you and it's all filmed on camera. It's good, actually. But it is just throwing darts at a board. But I thought it was very good, actually. I got quite excited about it. And then you can have a drink and then you can have another drink. And then you just throw the darts in the air and the darts land anywhere you like. Don't need to worry about stuff like that. Steve, I'm in the festive spirit. Hendrick's, gin and Fentimans tonic with cucumber, says Ashley. Oh, that sounds disgusting. If only I drank gin. If only I drank gin. But surprisingly, I don't drink gin. I've never drunk gin. My friend John Warrington, he loves it. He can't get enough of gin. In fact, he used to finish doing me in the early hours morning, go off home and then text in later saying, I've just had a gin. And I should think, mother's ruin. Mother's ruin it was. It was really terrible. So it's wet and wild, but oh so mild. It's just that I don't like it when it's wet. I mean, I don't mind it when it's wet. I can cope with it. It's just that, a bit of a waste of time having your car washed, isn't it, really? So this police force have been criticised for seizing a pet kitten in the belief it was a protected Scottish wildcat. It's a kitten. It's a kitten called Finlay. Okay. Finlay is a very ordinary tabby, was held in custody for 4 months. 4 months. They're that incompetent. Yes, animal rights experts claim it caused him serious psychological and physiological trauma. The kitten was taken from North Wales in February. Police said it received 41 complaints from the public accusing officers of animal mistreatment. Well, I mean, they were at worst a bit naive, I think, to actually, it was a jail cell. Of course it was. Where else are you going to put it? Where else are you going to put it? Although, actually, the gap between the bars, the cat just could have walked through them. It could have been in and out. But a force spokesman said the cat was cared for at a specialist facility, and once it was determined it was a domestic cat, it was returned to the sanctuary. It's a kitten, you fool. Honestly. They said that Finlay had regular visits from veterinary professionals, but speaking earlier this year, charity Wildcat Haven said such mental and physical deterioration in 4.5 months does not suggest specialist care. Don't you remember, you've seen stories in the... What was the one that came up about months and months ago? Somebody who'd seen what they thought was a cougar or something in the... It turned out to be a stuffed toy. But if they kept this tabby cat, because the police thought it was a wild cat, a protected Scottish wildcat, it was a little kitten, and they thought it was a protected wildcat. Do you think they just wanted it? Do you think they just kept it? That's what I think it was. I think somebody said, "Oh, can we kidnap that because we think it's a wildcat, and I'll look after it for a little while." And then somebody went, "Give the cat back, okay, or the dog gets it." That's the kind of thing you should worry about. That's the kind of thing you should worry about. But they always get it wrong, don't they? They always get things wrong. Oh, here we go. Smoked salmon. I like smoked salmon, actually. I bought some smoked salmon the other day.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Actually, thank goodness it's not as cold as it was. Thank goodness. Although they have warned people, be careful about thawing out, because there can be all sorts of problems with cracked pipes and all sorts of things like that. So just be aware that even though the temperature this week, I don't know what it says actually. What does it say on the temperature scale today? Do we have anything interesting? Do we have sort of maybe 12 degrees would be very nice. Some people have said it could be more. So today, 13 degrees. Oh, it's rain again. The precipitation, I've got no idea what it is, but it's 80%. That's what, rain? Is it? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, we're having a discussion with the producer about donuts at the moment. It's all a bit embarrassing. Humidity 83%, wind 8 miles out. Yesterday was very windy. Very windy yesterday, I noticed. But in London, 13 degrees, and it might rise later on in the week. My former producer, Mark, says you really must watch planes, trains and automobiles. He said, make it your mission. It's a joy from start to finish. I will watch it. I've got so many films on that I've got to get round to watching. I don't know where I'm going to watch all these things, but I will try, because somebody said to me a while ago, they said, you must watch it. It's a joy. It's a joy. A bit like Nigella Lawson. She's a joy, but she has lifted the lid on her early experiences with food, insisting mealtimes were very bad. She's 62. This obsession with the newspapers of putting somebody's age in. Why do you have to put down 62? Who cares? She said her parents made her eat every scrap of food on her plate or have the leftovers served up again at the next meal. Well, that was quite normal, because your parents would say to you, listen, we work hard to put this food on the table. You will eat it. You will eat. Because I used to be really funny about things like mushrooms. I never used to eat mushrooms. I was never a big fan of broccoli or leeks or anything like that. Now, shovel it all down. Shovel it all down. I can't get enough green vegetables. I mean, sometimes I even eat spinach. That's why I've got muscles. I'm Poppy the Sailor Man. I live in a caravan. Olive. Can't do an impression of him. But no, I mean, all the vegetables which I didn't used to eat, now I eat. I'm also a bit of a fiend with sweet corn. I love sweet corn. I had it the other day, actually. I had bratwurst with sweet corn. It sounds a bit naff, doesn't it, really? But it suited me fine, which is very nice. Elon Musk has been told to quit as boss of Twitter by a poll of users. As if he's... I mean, really, how stupid are these people? He owns the company, you know, and they want him to quit as boss. Should I step down? He says, I will abide by the results of this poll. 17.5 million people voted. Duh. Goodness me, and honestly. Amber Heard pays $1 million to settle with Depp, although she's made it perfectly clear that she's not guilty, nothing at all, but she's coughed up the money. It's just one of those sort of things, isn't it? Carol Vorderman is a guest columnist today in one of the papers. She says, I was on Strictly nearly 20 years ago. Can you believe it's been going that long? 20 years ago, Strictly, and remain happy to admit my dancing was rubbish. Well, I danced like no one was watching. Sadly, 10 million people were. This year, Strictly became much more than the sum of its celebrity parts. It gave us all hope as we form a new world. Lifting the glitter ball was Hamza Yassin. Turns out to be a little bit more professional in the dancing department than we were told before. But and also, he was born in Sudan. He's a super bright zoologist, environmentalist and a cameraman. And what a dancer and a giver of joy. His words on winning reflect one of the ways I have chosen to live my life. Surround yourself with people whose eyes light up when they see you coming. No, obviously not. Hamza, she says, our eyes light up when we see you. In you, a new national treasure has been born. Oh, yes, apparently the BBC are jumping up and down with delight. They can't find people quick enough, actually. And so now they found him. There you go, I told you. 15,000 homes without water because their pipes have burst. 15,000. Temperatures in some areas went from sub-zero to 15 centigrade, melting ice and snow overnight. Broken pipes and mains cut off 15,000 homes, and it led South East Water to set up bottled water pickup points. Why can't people just go and buy bottled water? I do. I haven't drunk out the tap for ages. I use bottled water for everything. I don't know why. I've never really been interested in drinking out the tap. I know people say it's absolutely fine, and I'm sure it is, but I would rather buy bottled water. So I buy a case of bottled water every so often at Costco, and I drink that. I keep it in the fridge, and I use it in my hot water machine. So as well, so I use bottled water in the hot water bottle. Why? Because I'm rich. Producer goes, why? I just don't want to. I mean, I can use all sorts of bits and pieces out of the tap, but I just don't want to drink it. I don't know why. I don't drink out the hot water, but I could if I wanted. I could make a cup of tea out of it. Steve, don't forget, says Hugh in Battersea, live music is now the only real way that artists make a living now that all the digital platforms have given everyone cheap music around the clock. I'm taking my daughters to see the Chili Peppers next July. Didn't they used to be the Red Hot Chili Peppers? They still are. Okay, just abbreviated. That'll be an experience to remember. Support live music, not Spotify, says Hume in Battersea. I loved live music. I've always enjoyed live music. The producer apparently is in some little beat combo. I think there's a drum, a triangle, and a bass guitar or something. I mean, it sounds ghastly. They've only got 4 tunes, so they just play them in rotation. And this apparently makes him a musician. You've got 5 tunes now. Oh, good grief. What have you added to the repertoire? She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, or something like that. It's just another one of your own tunes again. Yes, they're booked up for minutes in advance, I have to tell you. They're very popular. Driving home, says Jules, from work in a very warm 25 degrees, only 3 days to go until we all knock off for our summer holidays, off camping at the beach next week with the grandchildren. Happy days. He is down under in New Zealand. So there you go. So they've got 25 degrees. Wow. Sean in Warwickshire says, Steve, the axe throwing and crazy golf is at the Boom Battle Bar in Coventry. It just seems a bit dangerous. Steve, is the first rule of Flight Club that you don't talk about Flight Club? Have I missed that point? Have I ever seen Fight Club? No. I won't get it. I saw a film once which had Vin Diesel in it, I think, and he's in a bar drinking with his little friend, and some bloke goes to take his stool, and Vin Diesel's away in the toilet, and he comes back, and his little friend is saying, no, that's my stool, my friend's stool, and we're drinking. And this bloke says, yeah, what are you going to do about it? And they say, and I do love it, actually. I quite like it. And Vin Diesel goes, listen, I'm really sorry, boys, to tell you this, he said, and he downs his drink in one. He's got a little shot glass. And he says, but I have a really bad temper, you know, and I don't like losing. And this bloke moves his jacket, and he's got a gun. And he goes, and I see that basically as kind of a bit of a tempter for me, he said, and I have to take it from you. And the next minute, all over the place, and they're all spattered all over the floor. It was really rough. It's like watching school bullies. Type in school bullies on YouTube, and you see the films of the school bullies. And people sort of, did I make you cry, goes one little child. And the girl goes, give it back, because he keeps nicking her baseball hat. And in the end, she just lays him out. It was the best thing I've ever seen. The bully gets what they deserved. Steve, why didn't the cat get passed to the RSPCA? I don't know. I've got no idea. I mean, I was. They kept it for 4 months without realising it's a kitten. 4 months. Hope they didn't charge it bed and breakfast. Steve, it's Chiswick Val. There's an axe-throwing place on King Street in Hammersmith. Looks way too dangerous for me. Too dangerous for me as well. You've talked about Iceland and their over 60s discount, so gleefully I went to the Twickenham branch on Saturday and loaded up the basket with lots of treats, only to find that the discount is on a Tuesday, says Caroline. Yeah, I've told people before, it's on a Tuesday. They don't do it on Saturday, they do it Tuesday. Whatever you buy in Iceland, if you're a pensioner, 10% discount. Just say you do the discount, and they've got a thing they put onto the thing and it deducts it. Although I was a bit disappointed last time that didn't even ask me if I was a pensioner. They just assumed I was a pensioner, whereas I thought I looked fairly young. And he just went, he obviously said something about discount, and I went, yes, you know, because I really wanted that. The story about the bell ringing for the tragic boy silenced by the neighbours. This is a boy killed by cancer. 3-year-old Joseph Yindel rang it as part of a Christmas attraction last year before losing his fight, but his family was delighted to hear that the bell would ring out again at a festive funfair to recall their brave boy. That apparently it's been muffled to stop children ringing it on a ride at the Amman Valley Christmas Experience at Ammanford in South Wales. Joseph's mum said it was one of the last things that he ever got to do. He was so happy and excited he didn't stop ringing the bell. But it's a shame. The family's fundraising charity, Joseph's Smile, is being supported by the funfair. But, you know, Ian Fowler, the attraction's business manager, said the bell was clearly muffled as Neath Port Talbot Council directed the site to address an issue with noise. He said one of the complaints from the residents was that the bell was too loud. Do you know, wouldn't you love to find out what miserable little so-and-sos they are who silence a bell for that last little boy? That's what he did before he died. He rang that bell and he loved doing it. And some miserable little toe rag decides to silence it because it's too loud. You just really want to see people. That's what I want to see on the front page of the papers. Let's all boycott them and go, boo, boo. Always works. I'm so happy, Steve. Says this one, with my gel light-up snow scene candles that you recommended back in November. Picked up one yesterday from my local Waitrose after a very delayed delivery. So excited to get it home and light it up. When I opened the car, it rolled out of the boot and smashed into 1,000 pieces. At 20 quid a candle, I think I'll wait until next year. Oh, that's what I did that once. Only it was with Blue Dragon dipping sauce. And it was glass bottle, and there were 2 of them in the pack, and I got to the front door, and for some reason it slipped out of my hand, smashed to pieces. And so just outside the front door, I was licking it up off the ground. It was, delicious. And it's one of their dipping sauces from Blue Dragon. And I felt so, luckily now they do it in a plastic bottle, which is an awful lot better. But you imagine, broken glass and my Blue Dragon sauce over everything. And I used to love it. It's really bad for you, though. It's full of sugar. Full of sugar, but still great.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 7. So here, if you've got a bit of money spare, And I reckon about 1.25 million should get you this. 14 houses. Unfortunately, it's not here. It is, in fact, in Wrexham, in North Wales. They were built in 1896. They were bought by the owner in 1998. They're 2- and 3-bedroom tenanted homes. They're an investment opportunity. I mean, that seems quite good, actually, when you think a 1-bedroom flat in Cork Street in Mayfair is 4.5 million. I don't know where people ever get the money from for things. I suppose you have to sell something big to end up with something a little bit smaller. But you can get 14 houses for 1.25 million. That's a bargain, isn't it? If you win the lottery, you could do an investment. You'd have to come and visit. And sort of check out all these things. But that's the trouble. Some of these sort of streets, if it's tenanted, that means you're kind of stuck with the people in there. But at least it's an income, isn't it? Which is good. You can be one of the first to sail on board Queen Anne. This is a new Cunard. I didn't even know they had a new ship, Queen Anne, on Cunard. It's enormous. It's absolutely huge. And they've got all sorts of things here. And you can get afternoon tea. And, I mean, it's just... I didn't even know they had another one. But I've never seen anything this size. They literally just build and build and build on top of these things. And they just get bigger and bigger. So you've got the whole fleet now. But I always want to know what the extras are. Some of them have got ice rinks, some of them have got zip wires, some of them have got go-kart tracks. They've got all sorts of things, mainly for your entertainment. But I was thinking if I was going to be doing transatlantic, and I'm assuming this is a transatlantic ship, I just want somewhere nice to sit down, somewhere to go to sleep, and have a room that sort of, look at that, that looks quite nice, the luxury travel advisor. The cabins look quite big, don't they? I mean, if of course they are all that size, but because I've been on these ships before and they say it's a stateroom and they're not very big. They're a lot smaller than you think. It's the way that the camera's been taken, because you've got a sitting area and then you've got the bed and then you've got a television on the wall and there's a dressing table, and in the dressing table you'll have a safe and there's a little table there as well. But that's not very big, is it? When you look at the size of it, I mean, I'd be going for something a little bit bigger, something a little bit more, perhaps on 2 levels. Something with your own private pianist would be quite nice, and somebody who comes and cooks for you. Because looking at this one here, looking at that on the left-hand side, that one, back, that one there, see, that looks quite nice. That's got, you know, a triple-seater settee, 2 armchairs, huge picture windows, and somewhere nice. You don't want to feel like you're all crammed in, do you? So I quite like the idea of the Queen Anne. But this one's doing all over the place. I can't tell you how much it costs. But if you want the Grand Suite, and I have to tell you, these go straight away. There's always people, because the Grand Suite here is £24,000. But that's cheap. That is really cheap, I promise you. This is for... I don't know how long wait a minute. This is December 2024, so they've probably not finished the ship yet. And I think you've got... I don't know, it doesn't say how many days the blooming thing is. But whatever it is, you've got... it's 19 nights. 19 nights on board, no fly cruising, complimentary on-board spending money of up to $690, or you can have complimentary car parking or coach transfers, lavish theatre productions, concerts and recitals. I mean, it's got all the whistles and bells and everything else. You can get a cheaper suite. That was the Grand Suite at $24,000. Just remember, if you're travelling solo, it's more expensive for some reason, because they're working on 2 people. So that suite would be £48,000, because that's $24,000 for 1 person. The Grand Suite, luckily is cheaper. It's about $14,000. So $28,000 for 2 people. You can imagine, though, can't you? I mean, you can go down to an inside cabin at £2,299, but who wants to be a peasant? Who wants to be... You want to go with the best you could ever find, couldn't you? I mean, if you'd won the lottery, you would be booking the Grand Suite. But I bet you anything, it's booked up for all their cruises. It's always the way. It's always the way. It's one of those things that people want to go on, and they want the very best that you can get. And so people are willing to spend that. What have we got here? What's this? After 4 years, 8 sellout performances... I can't... it's Les Miserables. The UK national tour of Les Miserables ends on the 14th of January. Sold out everywhere. Literally sold out everywhere. I don't know if you've ever seen Les Miserables. I went to see it first of all when it was at the Barbican. And it ran for hours. It really ran for hours. But it was the most stunning thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was absolutely brilliant from the moment where, you know, at the end of the day, there's another day dawning. And they do it behind a gauze, which they project on Les Miserables, and then the gauze rises. I mean, absolutely stunning and still going. Millions have seen it, millions of people, and they absolutely love it. And I've got it in various languages. I've got it in Chinese, and I've got it in Polish, and I've got it in German as well, because they kept releasing all the different albums. And I've got a beautiful Les Miserables Chinese poster, which is about 6 foot by 4 foot, which I bought years and years ago and had it framed. So, I mean, it's huge, it takes up most of the wall. And it's got all the pictures of the cast in it. And it's lovely. It's exactly the same show all around the world. It's just that it's the music that gets people going. I absolutely love it. I really do. Gary Neville, according to Stephen Pollard, was a good footballer. He's now a decent pundit, but as a hypocrite, he's in a league of his own. Now, you'll have to read the story because I don't have enough time to tell you all about it now, because we'll be sitting here till Easter by the time I've sort of gone into what one particular pundit has written. Also, a primary school headmaster and a young teacher he was having an affair with have been banned from their profession for coaching pupils through their exams. I thought that's what teachers did. Aren't they supposed to coach people through exams? I don't know, I never did them. I never did exams. I never got as far as that. What? What's he saying? That's what teachers do. They coach you. They sort of say, you can go to extra lessons and they'll teach you through the thing. I don't quite understand what the problem is that, but then, you know, whatever. But I didn't do any exams. I didn't do any at all. I should have done, but I sort of left school before we got as far as them. And you could leave school in my day at 15. So I left school at 15. Best thing I ever did as far as I was concerned. I thought school was a waste of time. Nowadays, I tell people stay at school as long as you possibly can, because there's more sort of competition. Stephen Leeds, again, says, every time you go away, Paul Young is one of the tracks featured on Planes, Trains and Automobiles. Such a funny film mixed with sentimentality. John Candy and Steve Martin are in fine form. It'll have you crying and laughing in equal measures. Oh. And one from Kathy who says, I wanted Helen Skelton to win Strictly, as she did the best on the night, and her confidence grew throughout the show, but I loved Hamza too. A gentle, mild-mannered man with the best hair ever. Have you seen it? It goes down to his feet. I have seen it. I just looked at a picture of it a minute ago. Yes. And Stella said, you like semolina. I've just woken up from a dream that you were eating it. I never liked semolina. I didn't like semolina. I mean, it's like, what was that, tapioca? Ooh. Ghastly stuff. Ghastly stuff. I didn't like that at all. But semolina, no, not for me, actually. Tim in Newington in Kent says, consider getting a water filter fitted for the best water you'll ever enjoy. Somebody said to me, when you talked about your hot water machine, isn't that a kettle? And I went, well, it might be considered. It isn't a kettle. It's a Breville. It's a Breville hot water machine. And you fill it up with water and you push the button and you put the cup underneath and it dispenses hot water into the cup. Am I facing the right way or something? Well, I mean, why do you look bemused by this thing? This is quite a normal piece of kitchen equipment to have. You just fill it with water. So I push it. Yes, no. It's a Breville hot water machine. You'll have to type it in now, so that involves work, and he'll be moaning about it and all the rest of it. And you just sort of fill it up and you can adjust how much hot water it dispenses, but it fills up a cup quite nicely. And I always... There you go. There it is. Amazon Breville hot water machine, variable water dispenser. So you just fill it. It is, I suppose, like a kettle. It's not a kettle. Okay, it's a hot water machine. And... it's not £500, it's about 60 quid. Oh, well, that's a big industrial one. Most of them, look, 40 quid. 40 quid, they're about £40. And you just fill it with hot water, fill it with cold water. I use bottled water in it. Then you push the button and it just sort of puts it all in there. Okay, simple as that.